Silent Hill.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
This is gonna be a long video. I've been a long time Silent Hill fan, for most of my life in fact, so I'm going to gush about it and give it a lot of praises and kisses. But, like a strict father, I'll give constructive criticism when it's appropriate. Or not, we'll see. You can find tons of Silent Hill analysis videos on YouTube, tons of reviews, which is fair. It's a really good game and there's a lot to talk about here, but now it's my turn. I hope that by the end of this, you'll find at least one thing that is new and interesting that you haven't seen in other videos. The beginning of Silent Hill's development went something like this.
Wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Raised lettering, pale nimbus, white.
Impressive. Very nice.
That's basically it. Konami saw how successful Resident Evil got, so they wanted their own version of Resident Evil. So they gathered all of the people who they deemed as rejects and failures, pointed at Resident Evil, and said,
You see this? We want this. Do this, or you will be fired.
クソ野郎
Also they told one of the workers that they're gonna give all of the credit for his work to some random guy. So he was literally sleeping at the office for months, just so he could finish everything on his own and get the fucking credit he deserves. What a legend. Then these supposed failures gathered together and made this. This might not seem all that impressive now, but back then, in 1999, on the PS1, we didn't know what to expect. Or maybe we thought that we did, but what we actually got was like nothing we could ever dream of. Also the music, it was composed by Akira Yamaoka, and it's fantastic for this type of game. It's fantastic in general. It gets more emotional and atmospheric in the sequels. It gets emotional here too, but here it's more metallic and rusty. It builds up tension in ways you couldn't even imagine. Even when nothing is happening on screen, you still feel a sense of dread. The sound design in general is top-notch. I'm trying to paint the picture of someone from that time being exposed to something so surreal, atmospheric, and psychological. Yeah, players back then played Resident Evil, back when it had really crappy and funny voice work.
I'm Chris Redfield from the Alpha team. Are you the only person here from the Bravo team?
You clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
I see. There's nothing else you could have done anyway. It's good you're here.
But there were no video games with this style of horror, with these subject matters. There was literally nothing like it, at least from what I know. Maybe some of you are old enough to remember this, but back in 2006, Game Trailers released a video covering the top scariest games of all time. I love this video. It's like an important part of my childhood. This was before we had things like Slenderman, Five Nights at Poopy's, and whatever else is considered scary now. You know, the good old days. Though we didn't have Amnesia in Dead Space yet, but maybe it's worth it. Anyway, in their list, they put Silent Hill as number 1.
Silent Hill.
Cheryl?
above Doom 3, above System Shock 2, and get this, it was even above Darkseid, which as you might know, is the actual scariest game of all time. I mean, you literally get mindfucked. Okay, let's be honest, you probably never heard about this game.
She's an extremely beautiful woman. She doesn't seem to notice me staring at her.
Mike, turn around and walk away right now.
I only heard about it because of this list. Silent Hill definitely deserved that number 1 spot, and even all those years later, people still put it as their number 1. Because, as you will soon find out, it's a horrifying experience, in more ways than one. Silent Hill 1 is the birth of psychological horror in video games. Let's finally get to the actual story and gameplay. In the opening cutscene, we saw a man and a little girl driving on a highway. After seeing someone suddenly appear on the road, the man panics and accidentally crashes the car. This is where our journey begins. The journey through Silent Hill. As you know, Silent Hill 1 was released on the PS1. I don't have a PS1, so I'll be using DuckStation, which is a PS1 emulator. I chose to play on the hardest difficulty. Most of the Silent Hill games are not fun on the hardest difficulty. It doesn't really make the game more challenging, it only makes the enemies more spongy. For the most part, the enemies are not hard to deal with on any difficulty. So if you play on hard, it doesn't really require more skill to take down an enemy. It just takes more time. Either that, or the game becomes brutally unfair, like in some boss fights, and the entirety of Silent Hill 4, from what I remember. But in the first game, I would say that it does actually give you a proper challenge. It forces you to run away from enemies more often, which is what survival horror games should encourage you to do. They're supposed to force you to make tough decisions on the spot, fight or flight and all that. Meet Harry Mason, the game's protagonist. He's not a fighter with special combat training. He's not an experienced police officer. He's just an average human. Just like me and you. Probably. He's just a novel writer. He writes stories, though I don't think it was ever mentioned in the game. That little girl that was with him is his daughter. Her name is Cheryl, and unfortunately, she disappeared. So he begins searching for her. Let's talk about the movement for a sec. There's something I haven't seen people mention in any video that I've seen of this game. It's so important that it's mind-boggling that no one talks about it. Which is how if you press the run button while moving backwards, Harry does this little hop. This little cute hop. I mean, who made this? It's adorable. If you ever get scared of this game, just do this over and over again. It will cheer you up. I am joking about it, but it actually can be useful during combat. It helps you to dodge attacks. Also, he can strafe and run strafe or strafe run, which is also amusing. I will never use this except for the very end of the game. Harry can fall down the stairs. He can fall down from stairs while hopping. He can bump into walls. After he sprints, it takes him a second to stop himself. You know, like a normal, clumsy human being. It's relatable. Continuing our search, we see a glimpse of Cheryl, but she's not coming to us. She just keeps going deeper into the fog, like something is calling to her. Oh, you're going? Okay, I'ma leave you to it. Bye. I try to go in different directions, but no matter what, the game pushes you to go after her. You know, like a responsible father.
Alright, I get it!
As you might know, the idea of this game having so much fog and mist was done because of the limitations of the hardware. The PlayStation just couldn't load all of the game at once, without the developers reducing the quality of the visuals. Yes, this was considered quality visuals back then. Metal Gear Solid 1 also looked like this. The team made a compromise. Let's keep the visuals, but let's obscure everything with fog, so that the player won't see that there's actually nothing there. It's genius from a technical viewpoint, and shows just how creative that original team was. It's even more brilliant from a story perspective. The fog literally became part of the lore and is a staple of the franchise. When there's no fog, you can clearly see the game loading the next part of the area. But let's pretend I didn't show you that. No matter how much you might try, the game is telling us, no, you have to go here. You can't go there. There's literally a stop sign. Even if I go all the way here, suddenly Harry spots Cheryl's footsteps and follows their trail. How did you see footsteps from way over there, in the fog? Before we really get into the story, I have to mention the camera. Look at this camera work, man. It's like a movie. It's like someone is watching you. The game has a camera that follows you from behind, but not in a traditional third-person over-the-shoulder way. It leans back, allowing you to see your surroundings. You can spin your character, but the camera will stay at the same angle. But if you want, you can press L2 on the controller, which will position the camera behind your back. Sometimes there's a fixed camera perspective, which is also very cool.
Get to the point already.
I'm getting there.
People want to see the gameplay and the story.
I know, but I need to explain some stuff first.
Okay, but make it quick.
Yeah, okay.
Bitch!
Wait, what? Harry follows Cheryl's trail into an alleyway. Passing through a gate, we see that something is definitely wrong here. There's a pile of gore on the floor. Just a big chunk of meat. We're not sure what this is. What's even more ominous is the faint siren in the distance. You can barely hear it, but it's there. Why is there a siren all of a sudden? We don't have time to figure that out. We have to find Cheryl. Now watch this camera work. I have to mention this part. This is amazing. Look at this. And if you go back, it will follow you in reverse. When people say, oh, this game is so cinematic, dude, and they point to games like Uncharted and The Last of Us, what they actually mean is that those games have a lot of cutscenes and amazing graphics, and it looks like a scene from a movie. Now don't get me wrong, I love those games, I finished them multiple times, but when you look at the camera work during the gameplay, it's nothing special. It's like any other third-person shooter. The most cinematic game that has this camera perspective is probably Dead Space, with how the camera zooms out whenever Isaac gets his shit beaten out of him. Poor guy. But here, in this game, especially in this moment, this is cinematic. This feels like you're watching an actual movie. It's not about how good the game looks, it's about the camera work, the angles, how it moves or doesn't move, depending on the character's actions. It's so good that the actual Silent Hill movie did the exact same thing. Okay, back to the story. We still haven't found a map, so our only sense of direction is to just move forward. And every step we take, things just become weirder and weirder. And now, they will become dangerous as well. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it became dark. Like someone just turned off the lights. Harry lights a match, though I'm not sure why he has a match. He doesn't smoke from what I know. Is there another reason to have a match with you besides smoking and committing arson? What's even creepier is the iconic siren. It gets louder and louder. From what I know, this siren was allegedly based on the sirens Japanese people heard during the Second War. As you know, the creators of the game, Team Silent, are from Japan, so they probably wanted to use sirens to convey a sense of terror and panic. And yeah, it's super effective, especially when you play it for the first time and experience it yourself. It's so loud, this game shouldn't be called Silent Hill. It should have been called Siren Hill. Get it? Because of all the sirens? No? I'm sorry. The more Harry proceeds, the creepier it becomes. More and more blood and gore. Maybe it's from a human. Maybe it's from an animal. Maybe something else entirely. You feel a deep sense of isolation in this darkness. But at the same time, you feel so oppressed by the siren. And you feel like at any moment, something might jump at you. I can't stress enough how effective this opening is. And then, we see it. The barbed wired body.
What is this? What's going on here?
Harry, understandably, freaks out he doesn't know what to do, and it's right at this moment you get approached by small creatures. They start attacking you. You don't have any weapons yet, which in any other game usually means that you should be safe. In any other horror game that has any kind of combat system, you're never attacked until you get some kind of weapon. But not here. Here it's different. Because you're defenseless, there's literally nothing you can do against them. It's genius design. A very understated, well-crafted subversion. It goes against all of your expectations, if you've played any other horror game before this. For people who haven't played this, it just looks like some little rascals just came out of nowhere and tried to do some dirty things to your pee-pee. But you gotta experience this to truly understand it. And yes, I just spent the last 5 minutes talking about this specific part, which takes just 1 minute to complete. But shut up, I love this part. The only thing you can try to do is run away. The problem is, the way you came from is blocked. You can't get away. No matter how much you try. You have to let them kill you. After this horrific event, we wake up at some diner. Was it all a dream? Or did it really happen? Honestly, even after all these years, I still don't know the answer to that. Though, according to the Silent Hill novel, Harry was rescued by a woman we will meet in a few seconds. I can make a whole video just about the beginning of the game. It's so good. It's so effective. There's so much to say. Even after all of my babbling. But I want to talk about the rest of the game and make my stupid jokes. So let's move on. After waking up, Harry is approached by a woman, which is something that never happens if you're a man. Am I right? They start a conversation, and now I present to you the dialogue.
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm alright, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself. Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw your bike earlier, on the road. What happened? Did you walk all the way here?
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know.
This woman is a police officer, and her name is Sybil. She was on patrol and ended up in this town. As you might have noticed, the voice acting isn't exactly the best, but it's kind of on purpose. Unlike the original Resident Evil, where the voice acting, while having its charm, is just terrible.
No! Don't go! Ouch!
It fits with that game's cheesy B-movie vibe, and it spawned tons of memes.
You were almost a jibble sandwich.
But it's still awful.
You're right.
Here it's more of a deliberate choice, sort of. It's a combination of intentional and unintentional badness. It is cringy sometimes, but it adds so much to the weirdness and otherworldly nature of Silent Hill. It was at least partially inspired by Twin Peaks, where you couldn't really tell how a character is feeling or how they're going to act. Characters don't always act like you think they would in certain situations. I'll give you an example from later on in the game. There's a part where someone shoots at Harry at point blank range, and this is how he reacts.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
I don't know about you, but I don't think that's the appropriate reaction to being shot. The tone of his voice doesn't match the severity of the situation. What he says doesn't suit the situation. It's super weird and there's something really awkward about it. And that's just one example. But all of that is part of the charm and the surreal nature of Silent Hill. Nothing is normal here. Getting back to the story, Sybil says she's going to call for reinforcements, and Harry decides to continue his search.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it.
If she gives me a gun, if a police officer is giving me a gun, which I'm pretty sure is not something that's supposed to happen, that means that she recognizes how dangerous this place is. She even says it multiple times. So instead of being vague about it, why not say something like, oh, I don't know, there's fucking weird-ass monsters out there, holy shit, you won't believe how many monsters. One of them is a fucking monkey gorilla thing. Holy moly. So yeah, something like that. Anyway, a police officer gives a random civilian a gun, and then she says,
and don't go blasting me by mistake.
Yeah, well, that will depend on the ending I'll get, but I'll try to get the good ending. Don't worry. Don't worry. I apologize that it took me so long to get to this part. I really wanted to highlight every cool and important detail. I hope at least some of you enjoyed it. But now, this is where the game actually begins. This is where we're introduced to the save system. Like in Resident Evil, you can only save at specific locations, which are these red notepads. But unlike Resident Evil, you can save as many times as you want. You don't need to carry ink ribbons like you're some kind of freak. Also, unlike Resident Evil, you have an inventory, but it's unlimited, so you can carry as many items as you want, and you don't need to worry about inventory management and weird stuff like a small key taking the same place as a rocket launcher. We can't leave until we pick up the items in this place. Harry feels like he will need them, and he's right, but he's not sure about the radio. Yet. If you pay close attention, you can spot the first enemy flying nearby. After picking up the items, we attempt to leave, but suddenly the radio springs to life, and Harry goes to check it out.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Gotcha, bitch!
We're simultaneously introduced to the first enemy and to the radio mechanic. Whenever there's enemies nearby, the radio will start making distinct noises, which increases the tension if you still can't see the enemies. You know they are there, but you don't know where they will come from. Some people might argue that the radio giving away the fact that monsters are nearby actually reduces the tension, but you can turn the radio off, which I'm not sure is better. Usually when I play Silent Hill games, I stick to melee weapons, because it helps conserve ammo, and most enemies are easy to deal with just by whacking them. But when you encounter this enemy, don't even try to melee it. Usually it flies too high for you to hit it, especially in the beginning, where the only melee weapon you have is this shitty knife that has no range. If you use it, you'll just be curve stomped in 5 seconds. Aside from manual saves, the game also autosaves your progress, so if you die, you can choose to load your save or to continue from the autosave. In survival horror games, conserving ammo is one of the most important things you can do, especially if you're insane like me and you're playing on hard mode, but when it comes to this enemy, just shoot it. Boom boom boom. 6 shots and it's down. You can't reload your guns during gameplay. You have to go to your inventory for that. Harry realizes how terrifying his situation really is, but with no other choice, he grabs the radio and goes outside. We're finally let loose and are free to explore this town. The more we progress, the more we see how much it is in ruins, how destroyed everything is. The roads are literally collapsing and there's no way in or out. Our only point of interest is the alleyway we've been in the nightmare. And this is where I have to talk about the map. The map in these games was implemented flawlessly. I've never seen a more perfect way to use a map in any other video game. I don't know why other games haven't copied this system from Silent Hill. You don't have flashy arrows or objectives on a minimap or anything like that, though it's funny to imagine it. Instead, the protagonist physically draws whatever progress he made on the map. If he thinks that he should go check something out, he'll draw it on the map. If there's a locked door, he'll draw it on the map. If a door becomes unlocked, he'll draw it on the map. You get the idea. It's realistic. It's really immersive and it enhances the sense of exploration. There's no big arrow on the screen telling you where you need to go. In this game, you are the arrow. Sometimes when you're outside, you need to literally look at street signs in order to orient yourself and determine if you're on the right path. You know, kind of like in real life. I would say the only minor issue with the system is that unless you have a really good photographic memory, you will frequently open the map, which might become a bit annoying, especially since it doesn't open instantly. It takes like 2 seconds, but it's okay. I can take it. I can handle it. And so can you. I believe in you. I think. We make our way back to the alley, and now that sign that said beware of dog makes more sense, because there are dogs now, and they will bite you. We go back to where the small creatures killed us, and find a drawing. Yeah, really looks like you. We finally get a decent melee weapon and a clue. Go to school. We mark it on the map, and finally I can fight like a normal person. Hi doggy. Come here doggy. Come here doggy. Oh shit. In the Silent Hill games, it's not enough to take down an enemy. To truly kill them, you have to come close and kick the shit out of them. Really stomp them to death. Yeah, take that. Now I have to explain the combat. The combat in these games is clunky, weighty, and awkward. And like a lot of people have said before me, that is the point. That is a good thing in this type of game. You don't want to feel like you're some kind of overpowered badass that can hit really fast and perform combos while rolling around like a Dark Souls player. At the same time, you don't want to be entirely hopeless and defenseless. You can still fight back and kill anything you see, including tough boss monsters. You can even move while aiming, unlike how it was in Resident Evil. But you gotta make sure you don't accidentally corner yourself. You have to watch out for the camera. You have to position yourself properly so you will be able to hit your opponent while avoiding damage yourself. The combat can be quote-unquote mastered, but it will always feel clumsy. One-on-one fights are usually fine and perfectly manageable. But more than that, forget about it. Just forget about it, eh? There's a lot to consider while engaging in combat, and I think it strikes the perfect balance. We find a note next to a cliff, which says, Doghouse, Levin Street. I'm already sick of these dogs, but with all the roads to the school blocked, and with no other choice, we make our way to that street. On the way, I stop at a local grocery store, or whatever this used to be, which gives me a chance to stock up and save my progress. It also teases me with some ice cream, but I can't have any. Why are you doing this to me? Is this part of the psychological torture? If you go back to your car and inspect it, you'll find a health potion, and a flying enemy that's trying to walk like a normal person. You almost fooled me. We make it to 11th Street and start searching for the doghouse. And of course this area is, well, filled with dogs. We eventually find a tiny doghouse. Inside, there's a key taped to the ceiling. We take it and it says house key, which isn't that helpful since there's tons of houses here. The logical thing to do is to check the house near the doghouse. I said the word house too many times in a row, but hey, it worked. Finally some progress. Inside, we can take shelter and rest for a bit. Everything's been too weird and horrible so far, but this is only the beginning. We grab some healing items and save our game. Yes, I know it says I've played more than 2.5 hours, but it's not true. It says that because I pause the game every 10 seconds to take notes. Like this one, the one I'm reading to you right now. In reality, I've played for like half an hour, maybe less. At this point, at the end of the game it will say that I've played for 45 hours. Damn. How do you know the refrigerator is empty? You're not even opening it. How do you know that it's empty? We find a door with 3 locks. Next to it is a map with the words Keys for Eclipse and 3 destinations. An arrow, a line, and a circle. We copy it to our map and go back outside to investigate. We run to the first destination while trying and failing to avoid taking damage. Getting there, there's a police car with an open trunk. Inside, we find the first key, the lion key. Next we find the woodman key, next to a dog's head. I'm guessing I'm not the only one who hates these dogs. Whoever did this even played basketball with the dog's head. That's impressive. There's only 1 key left. We kill more enemies, pass a narrow walkway, and find the scarecrow key. You can actually pick up these keys before you even get to the doghouse. It all depends on how much you decide to explore. Very cool. After heading back into the house, we use the keys on the door and go outside, which causes this to happen. Darkness takes complete control. It's like someone just flipped a switch and turned off the sun.
Hold on a second.
Something is going on in this place. Something way more supernatural than some dogs and flying shitheads. Here we start to use the flashlight. This is an interesting, kind of strategic mechanic. Obviously, we want to use the flashlight when it's dark, because we want to see where we're going, but the light from the flashlight attracts monsters. So you have this tense situation where you might want to avoid enemies, so you turn off the flashlight, but you risk stumbling into them, because you can't see shit. And if they saw you before you turned off your flashlight, they will still keep attacking you. Combine that with the radio static, and you get a really anxiety-inducing experience. I always keep the lights on, and it's not because I'm scared, okay? It's because I want to appreciate the visuals and the art design, which I wouldn't be able to see without the flashlight. Also, it's usually not hard to run away from enemies, so it's not a big deal if they see you. Usually. Also, when the flashlight is off, you won't be able to pick up items, or even open the map. Seeing a school bus lets us know that we're close to the entrance. Passing by some dogs, we find it and go inside. We're inside Sandwich Elementary School. This is probably the spookiest part of the game. Well, maybe except for the end, but we'll get to that in like 2 hours. Damn. Also, this is probably the hardest part of the game. Yeah, definitely the hardest. Because we're in a new area, we need to find a new map. Which, by the way, maps aren't just given to you. You have to find them yourself. It's totally possible to miss them, and you really don't want that to happen. Playing a Silent Hill game without a map is like driving a car without a steering wheel. It's technically possible, but you'll be bumping into anything that gets in your way, get to a dead end, and die horribly. Usually the maps are in the beginning of the area, so you just need to pay attention. Now we actually go inside and meet a new type of enemy, which isn't technically new. It's the child monsters from the beginning of the game. They're called the Grey Children. You know, because they resemble children and they're grey. You know, you get it. In the North American version, they are replaced with a different creature called Mumbler. Because he mumbles, I don't know. This change happened because they kind of look like kids, and because you can shoot them, people were afraid that the player was basically going to commit a school shooting. Even though this clearly isn't a human child, and the Mumbler also kind of resembles a child. Because of its small stature, I don't know, it's dumb. I mean, I get it, but it's dumb. Because this is a school, it makes sense that this type of enemy is here. We'll find out later why the enemies are where they are, or why they are enemies at all. But for now, just know that these aren't really children. So it's okay to shoot them in the face and hit them really hard with a steel pipe. We find the first real puzzle of the game. There are multiple clues, but we don't know what to do with them yet. There's also a spooky painting. I'm sure it's nothing. We encounter more enemies. Again, avoiding them is usually the best option, but sometimes it's better to kill them for good, because you'll be backtracking quite a lot, and you don't want to constantly keep running into them. Harry also encounters this shadowy thing. It doesn't attack us, it looks more like it's trying to run away from us. It even makes squeaky noises when it falls. Maybe it's supposed to represent the innocent side of children. Also, if you played Fear and Hunger 2, or watched my video about it, then you know where the inspiration came from. Last time I played this game was more than a decade ago. Wanna hear something weird and funny? Maybe some of you will relate to this, but when I finally played this game again, after all those years, it made me feel something. It made me feel good. Playing this horrible, dark, and twisted game made my hollow husk actually feel something akin to happiness. I was genuinely happy while playing this. The mood and vibes of this game really resonate with me. If you actually agree with me, then you're a super weird person and I love you. Also, it's just a great game, and playing great games should always make you happy. While investigating, Harry goes into this bathroom and... That's it. There's nothing to do here. No items to pick up, no enemies to kill. If you try opening the stalls, you just can't. This place only exists to fill you up with dread. But you don't know that the first time you play. But if you go to the woman's bathroom, you die. This game tries to teach you that going to the woman's bathroom as a man is punishable by death. Here I found that if you turn off your light and sneak up on an enemy, you can deal more damage. Usually it takes like 8 swings to take one of these suckers down. When I did it like this, it took 4 swings, so double damage. So hey, there's more strategy to the flashlight than I thought. You can actually sneak up on enemies and use stealth, I guess. This part was actually genius. The game fakes you out by showing you a room filled with innocent, non-hostile creatures. Then you go to the next room, which looks identical. You hear your radio and you think, oh, it's probably just one of those adorable dark creatures. Nothing to worry about. Then bam, it's a normal, hostile pipsqueak. We find a hand holding some kind of round object. It's holding it tight, so I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Harry goes into a creepy locker room and... Oh, whew, it was just a kitty cat. Thank goodness I was here. I was able to save it. Fuck. No running or playing. Fuck you, I do what I want. I'm an adult. There's some water here and you say there's no reason to take it, but when you see a random chemical, you do take it? It does seem random, but we actually need this chemical. We go back to the room with the hand statue and use it. The hand melts away, and we can acquire what it was holding, a gold medallion. Inspecting it reveals a picture of a clock tower. Where the heck can we find a clock tower? Oh, there's one right here, right in the school garden. We put the medallion in its place, but there's another hole for a silver medallion. After we used the golden medallion, the clock stopped at 12 o'clock. If we go back and inspect the notes, we can see that 12 o'clock relates to a place with songs and sound. So we go to the music room and hey, there's a piano here. At first it was locked, but after we put the medallion, it became unlocked. We can play it now. And of course it's covered in blood. The problem is, we don't know what to play, but at least Harry actually knows how to use it, unlike Chris, that uncultured swine. All he knows is how to lead his team to their death, and how to punch boulders. We do have a clue hanging on the board. It's a poem, and it literally tells us that the reward is something silver, so we know we're on the right track. Now we just have to figure this out. There are several notes we can play. Some of them make regular piano sounds, but some of them make no sound. Kind of. Because it says without a voice, we can infer that the only notes we need to play are the quote-unquote silent notes. After figuring out which notes are silent, we go back to the riddle. Now, I kinda figured it out by accident, but I'll try to explain how this works. First, there's the greedy pelican.
I have spotted a pelican. So majestic. So majestic. That is a big bird.
He's the first to fly, eager for the reward. Little bastard, we know that a pelican is white. And if you don't know that, well then you're a big fucking dummy. No, I'm kidding. And you can always just Google it. Because he's white, and he was so eager, we can assume that he didn't fly so far, which means he represents the first white note. Remember, we are only touching the bloody notes that are silent, not the other bloody notes. Second, we have the dove, which is also white. Sometimes. He flew way beyond the pelican, as far as he could, which means he represents the last silent white note. Next we have the raven, our first black bird. He wanted to impress everyone, so he flew higher than even the dove, which means we need to press the last black note. Next is the swan, another white bird. This one just wanted a peaceful spot, next to another bird. The only silent white note left is next to the dove. Lastly, we have the crow. No. Which is basically a raven, just smaller. It says that it came quickly to a stop, which means it has to be the first black note. I actually took a piece of paper and a pencil to figure this puzzle out. Do you know how many years it's been since I did that for a puzzle? Or better yet, do you know how many years it's been since I've even seen a pencil? I barely remembered how to write. After playing the final note, we complete the puzzle, and something falls down to the ground nearby. We go pick it up, and it's the silver medallion we need. I really like this puzzle. Solid puzzle. Makes your brain think. Even though it took me longer to figure out than I would like to admit. We go back to the clock tower while avoiding enemies, and discover that the reception area, which was once a safe place, is now also filled with enemies. So we use stealth to whack them on the side of the head, eh?
Which is a, touchy thing to do in
Yeah,
today's
sure.
society. And you think, I got that little bastard.
I like that you started this with something physical, because all of us can do this. Everyone watching this today that's struggling with whatever they're struggling with can just work on that.
Yeah, just let them have it. They will listen. You know, they'll listen. They'll take the damn pain.
Harry goes back to the clock tower and puts the silver medallion in its place. It has now stopped at 5 o'clock. Going back to the reception, we find the 5 o'clock note. It talks about darkness and heat, and it could have been explained better, but it's a hint that we need to go to where the boiler was. We manage to turn it on, it starts to work, but nothing happens. At least nothing we can see right away. But if we go back to the clock tower, we discover that it actually opened these tiny doors. Inside, there's barely room to maneuver. The only thing we see is a ladder. We go down, and we start to hear it again. The siren is back. By this point, you can probably tell that when you hear the siren, it's bad news. This place looks decrepit and rusty, in an unusual way. The siren is getting louder, and there's a sign that says, keep out. So of course I'm gonna keep going. It's not like I have a choice. Even if we try to go back, we can't. The door mysteriously won't open. Something is trying to force us to progress. Going the only way he can, Harry exits the door. And then, for the first time in the series, it happens.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
Harry finds himself back at the school, only this time something is different. There's suddenly some kind of giant symbol on the floor, and it sounds like a lion is playing a piano? Maybe he's stuck on the piano puzzle, and he's mad. Welcome to the otherworld. This is the first time this happens in the franchise. Well, you know, not counting the beginning of the game. If you don't know what that is, the otherworld is basically a more dark and rusted version of whatever location you were in. So if you thought that being stuck in a creepy, foggy town with weird monsters wasn't bad enough, well now you can get a more nightmarish version of that. The transition to that version is usually accompanied by sirens, and it usually features enemies that are more dangerous. So you know, just some normal stuff. I feel like I'm going to a different version of my house every time I go to the toilet. Our map still works, except all of the markers disappeared. We need to start fresh again. Harry enters what appears to be a kid's room, where he finds a rubber ball. We already know that picking up random shit will probably be useful down the line. We also start encountering the giant bugs, which are an F-tier enemy in any game they appear in. Nobody likes this type of enemy. Venturing deeper, we find a yellow card, with a picture of a key on one side and 3 squares on the other. Where have I seen that before? 3 squares. Sneaking past a few enemies, we keep going until we make it to this version of the reception, and we find that hellish door we saw in that painting. It's like we're inside of that painting, or more like the painting came to life. Inspecting this piece of art shows us that we can slide something inside. It's obvious that we need to use the yellow card here, but we only have one of those for now. There are 3 squares and only 1 card, so we have to keep exploring. Or so you'd think. Sliding this 1 card is enough, and the door opens. Now we get access to the second half of the school, including the bathroom, where there's a sink filled with blood. Is this a foreshadowing to PT? Konami, you bastards! I still haven't forgiven you for this. The Silent Hill 2 remake better be good. It's your only path of redemption. That and putting all of the Silent Hill games on Steam. Only then I will forgive you. Only then here I realize something terrible. You know that door we just went through? The door with the hanging bodies next to it? Yeah, it disappeared. We're trapped here. But if you go in and out of the bathroom, it reappears. And the fence that was here moved a few feet away. This is only the beginning of our psychological torture. This is an early example of how the game is fucking with you, psychologically. It gets much worse. Just a few seconds later, Harry gets a sad reminder of why he's here.
Daddy, help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
She hangs up, just as quickly as she called. We get no hint of where she is or how she is. Only her voice, and the hope that she is still alive inside of this nightmare. With no other choice, Harry moves on, passing through hordes of grey children, and eventually, he gets to another locker room. Now I'm going to spend the next minute explaining to you why this jump scare is brilliant. Remember the last time we've been here? The game was toying with us, building our anxiety and anticipation, only to laugh at us when it was revealed that it was just a cat stuck in a locker, and there was no actual threat, no reason for us to panic. This time, we're put in the exact same situation, same place, same noises, and even the same locker, which doesn't even have a cat inside. There's nothing inside. So again, nothing to be afraid of. You'd think that, okay, if the game pranked me once, surely this time it will actually throw a jump scare at me, but no, there's nothing. You got pranked again. You start to go back, then boom, double pranked. Just when you thought to yourself, ooh, no jump scare again, you get the actual jump scare. The game knows exactly what you're thinking, and when you're thinking it. Subversion of expectations. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Other than giving us the spooks, this body also gave us a key. We use the key and enter inside, where we find much needed healing items, and more beautiful decorations. We also find a door, which leads us to a very important book. It's an old fairy tale about a hunter who fought against a lizard. The hunter was taunting the lizard, waiting for it to open its mouth. And when it finally did, he started shooting, killing it. This story foreshadows something that will happen very soon. Remember this story. The only way we can go now is the top floor, where we see this symbol again. And again. It's probably not important. In one of the holes on the floor, we see a key, but we can't reach it. There's a valve here, which Harry will only use after you inspect the hole with the key. We use it to make the water go to the key, but there's a problem. The other hole is preventing the water from going forward. But remember what I said about picking up random shit? Yes, this hole is the perfect size for my ball. Well, maybe. I haven't tried it, but it's also the perfect size for this ball, which we use to block the hole, which then lets the water reach the key. Now it's even more out of reach, but at least it's not stuck. It fell down somewhere, so all we have to do is find it. After some searching around, we find it in the garden. It's for a classroom. Inspecting it, we see a tag with 2NW. If we check the map, the only locked class we have is this one. Assuming you checked all of the doors. Northwest on the second floor. Get it? N, north, W, west, second floor, 2. You get it. We get to it, which of course leads us to more enemies. But it also leads us to the lowest floor. On the way, we unlock all of the shortcuts that we can find. And we go down to the unknown. It's dark and quiet. More than usual. We stack up and get ready for whatever comes next. We go to where the boiler is supposed to be, but instead we are met with... I forgot what it's called. Spinning gates. Rotating, spinning metal sticks. It's blocking our path, but after some trial and error, I figured out how it works. There are 2 valves here, one on the left, the other on the right. The left one turns the left stick twice, and the right stick once. The right valve does the opposite. It turns the right stick twice, and the left stick once. You need to position both gates in a way that they won't block you anymore. After a few minutes, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. I believe in you. Did I say that already?
Enough with the jokes. Get on with it.
Okay. We can finally proceed and... Whoa, this was an elevator all along. We'll have more elevator shenanigans later. This elevator just teleports us... here. A giant area with a circle in the middle, with a burning corpse inside. We have been seeing a lot of hanging corpses lately. This is Silent Hill, so there must be some kind of symbolism. We'll get to that towards the end. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry. Or bigger lizards to fry. Or whatever this is. Welcome to the first boss fight of the game. Remember that fairy tale from earlier? About the hunter and the lizard? Well, now we are physically retelling that story. Harry is trapped in this place, with this giant beast. It's invincible. No matter how much we shoot it, it receives no damage. But shooting it enough times makes it open its mouth. The good news is that according to the story, that's where it will take damage, inside of its mouth. The bad news is that if you don't kill it fast enough, it will bite you and start chewing, killing you instantly. Then I realized something horrible. Wait a fucking minute. Where's my goddamn shotgun? Why am I fighting this thing with a tiny pistol? I've been picking up all of this shotgun ammo, and I clearly remember from when I played it back in the day that by this point I had a shotgun. So I go back, and what do you know? It was in the boys' bathroom all along. For some reason, it was the only place I haven't been to, and I always explore everything in these games. So that's weird. I need to punish myself. What's even worse, it's not the last time that I'll miss a good weapon. Of course it was in the boys' bathroom. It's a manly gun. Girls don't use shotguns. They use... well, I don't know. I need to ask them. There's a message here about a Leonard Rhine. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be that lizard monster, but I could be wrong. Reading this message does unlock a special book that you can read that has some interesting explanations about the story. And if you don't read this message in the bathroom, you cannot read this book. But again, we'll get to that later. I'm not sure you can even win with just the pistol. You probably can, but it will take a while. But with the shotgun, well, that's a different story.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
At this point, I would stop asking that. At this point, it's becoming abundantly clear that some kind of supernatural force is responsible for all of this madness. These aren't random demons from hell or something like that. Something is causing them to appear, and it's affecting reality itself. Maybe it has something to do with that girl we just saw, who is the same girl we saw in the opening cutscene, the one that just stood there in the middle of the road. Look, if you've played this game, you know who she is, but I'm trying to create some mystery here. Come on. It's quiet now, the sirens have stopped, and it seems like it's almost peaceful. There are no monsters around, they all disappeared. It's like we purified this place. Which means we can finally leave this shitty school behind us. This is a one-to-one recreation of when I finally finished high school, in real life. Phew, see ya, suckers! After all of that, we didn't find Cheryl, which was the whole point we came here. However, we did get some sort of clue. That girl we saw left us a key. Inspecting it, we see a name and an address. K. Gordon. Somewhere in Old Silent Hill. Old Silent Hill is where we were before we got to the school. We also get another point of interest. Harry suddenly hears a ringing church bell, which means that there's a church nearby, and someone is there. Hopefully, it's Cheryl, but even if it's not, it might at least be a normal human. Running across the empty streets, we come across an alley with a single dog. The alley leads us to someone's backyard, where we use the key we found at the school. Inside, we find some bullets, a save point, and Harry is again refusing to check the refrigerator. Why? Why are you doing this? Are you afraid of refrigerators? There will actually be let's say, a traumatic incident with a refrigerator later on. We exit the house and make our way to the church. After going through another alleyway and exploring a bit, Harry finally reaches the church and we get another taste of this beautifully awkward dialogue. I knew it! Jesus was behind everything all along. Wait, who is this?
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by flowers.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the flowers, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
Well, that was weird. Of course the dialogue is weird and vague. She doesn't answer our questions, and she's talking about geometry and some flowers. Old people, am I right? She does know about Cheryl, and even though she was vague about it, she tells us to go to some hospital, where we will presumably find Cheryl. She leaves us this flowerous triangle thing. Examining it only tells us that it's a pyramid-shaped object. Its purpose is unknown. Maybe it's a pyramid head foreshadowing? No, it's not. Probably. She also left a key to the bridge, which we will need to cross to get to the hospital. We can explore the church, but there's nothing really here besides a save point and a healing item. We also can't go after the boomer lady because she locked the door behind her. The only thing we can do is look for that bridge, which isn't a problem because it's close by. Unsurprisingly, the bridge is raised and we can't get through. We have to go to this place, use the key and this thing, and power the bridge. Inside, we can save our progress and pick up a new map. With the bridge open, we make our way to an entirely new area. But of course, it's going to be just as horrible as the area before, if not worse. You knew that. You knew this would happen. Stop acting surprised. Why is this game even called Silent Hill? At least half of the time it's not silent, with all the noise enemies are making, the sirens, the radio, and the bullets you shoot at these disgustingly beautiful abominations. And it's not even a hill. It should have been called Noisy Bizarre Town. Wait, isn't that one of the openings from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? This area is basically the same, but now we also have to deal with this gorilla monster thing. It's not particularly hard to deal with them, but for some reason I find them very unsettling, so I usually just run away from them. They can jump at you and give you bloody kisses on your chest. They hop around all over the place and make these weird noises. It's like they're trying to bark. On the way to the hospital, I come across an antique shop. The door is locked, so there's nothing we can do for now. Side note, in Silent Hill games, if it says that a door is locked, then there's always a key or an item that can open it. If it says jammed or the lock is broken, then it's usually a dead end. Eventually, Harry arrives at the hospital. A couple of dogs jump at him, he runs inside, and... It's quiet. There's no siren, no enemies, only the sound of your footsteps. And, you know, a gunshot. We go inside, and... I've shown you part of it already, but just enjoy what you're about to see. This is where all the budget went.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
What? Look, I know that people defend the bad acting and awkward dialogue by saying that it's part of the charm and that it's supposed to be weird and unusual. It fits with the tone of the game, and yeah, I'm one of those people. Earlier in the video, I also said that. But there's a limit to my generosity. There's a very thin line between bad acting that enhances a peculiar experience and just bad acting. This cutscene definitely crossed that line. I don't hate it, I love it for the same reason we all love The Room.
Have you seen a little girl, just turned 7 last month? Short, black hair. My daughter.
I cannot tell you, it's confidential.
Oh, come on, why not?
No, I can't. Anyway, how is your
sex life?
I can make a whole video just about this cutscene alone, but you get the picture. It's goofy as hell. So what the hell just happened? Well, this guy killed one of the flying creatures, so I like him, but then he tries to shoot us, so I don't like him. But he apologizes, and overall looks like a nice, normal guy. So I like him. Though he looks more like a mafia hitman than a doctor, we get a weird subversion, where we're the ones being asked about the situation, and about what the hell is going on. Usually it's the other way around. The protagonist is the one to ask those questions. He also didn't help us find Cheryl. All we know about him is that his name is Michael Kaufman, and he's a doctor at this hospital. We did learn, however, that Harry lost his wife 4 years ago. I hope this doesn't become a trend in the sequel, wink wink, and now he might lose his daughter too. Poor fella. Kaufman leaves. We start to explore a bit and find a map of the hospital. Remember, never, ever proceed without a map. We keep exploring and we find that it's super quiet. There are no enemies, and most of the doors are jammed, except for a few, like this one, which leads us to a map of the basement. We also take a plastic bottle with us, you know, in case we'll have to pee and the bathroom will be too far away. No matter where we are or what situation we're in, we don't want to pee on public property. Harry is a good boy. We find some red liquid splattered on the ground. Someone wanted to get rid of it. We also find a key to the basement, so that's where we go. Down the stairs, and... the radio is going crazy again, which means there are enemies nearby. We don't immediately see them, but they are close. This is how you build tension and raise my anxiety levels so high that I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, it wasn't because of the game, I just needed to go. We find a generator and turn it on, which causes the elevator to start working. We've already been on the first floor, so let's try the second. Unfortunately, there's only one door here, and it's full of jam. So, on to the third floor. This floor also has one door. Well, technically it's 2 doors, and it's also jammed. Shit. Well, I'm out of ideas. There's nowhere else to go. What? What? This was not here before. So yeah, floor number 4 just appeared out of nowhere. This is a pretty popular moment from the game. Even if you haven't played it, you might have stumbled across this moment. For people in the West, it's already spooky. Numbers aren't supposed to just appear out of nowhere, but for people in Japan, it's even more creepy. Japanese people see this number as a bad omen, specifically as death. Number 4, at least sometimes, is pronounced as shi, which is equivalent to how you pronounce the word death in Japanese. The people who created the Japanese language were real pranksters. They spooked the entire nation for all eternity because of this bullshit. Even though it's a sign of bad luck, not having any other choice, we press the button. As we exit the elevator, we suddenly get a vision of that girl going into the antique shop we passed by, which means that it's our next destination. That's not a problem. I'll just go back and... Oh. Yeah, of course this wouldn't be easy. We're stuck here. Even the next door is suddenly locked behind us. And we don't have a map for this place. What's even more creepy is that it seems we were teleported to the other world again, judging by all the rust and dirt. But there weren't any sirens or any kind of transition. It just happened. We can even see the number 4 on the wall, as if it's hunting us. Going down the stairs and through a door, the music gets louder and louder, and we meet a new enemy. Say hello to the nurses. This is before they got all sexy in the second game, which pretty much solidified their design in the franchise. In this version, it seems like they aren't attacking you just because they're an enemy. It's like something is controlling them. There's some kind of red growth attached to their backs, but it doesn't matter if they do it intentionally or not. We still kill them in cold blood. After dispatching some of the staff, we find a blue square with a turtle. What? We find bottles with some kind of drug, so we leave them alone. So Harry doesn't pick this up, but when he sees a random blood pack, woo-wee, he picks it up without a second thought. He's excited for it. Weirdo. We find another square. This time, it's a cat. Here we find another square plate, but this one is stuck on the wall, and it will be a while before we get it out. We also find an old TV. Remember when your parents had this kind of TV? Boy, those were the days. If you don't remember that, that means you're either too young or you have memory problems because you're too old. Like me. There's also a save point, which, curiously, is named Room 302. Why is that interesting? Well, it's not interesting right now, in this game, but it will be when we get to Silent Hill 4. Let's just say that it's important for that game. It's a number of a very special room. Next we find a lighter and some tentacles coming out of the wall. I don't remember this part. I don't want to get close to that. It's blocking our path to the next square. Hitting it doesn't work. Shooting it doesn't work. Look at him. He doesn't even know where to aim. If you'll notice, it's really fixated on this pool of blood. It really likes blood. So what we need to do is throw the blood pack we have to create a new, fresh and more juicy pool of blood. Now that it's distracted, we can go ahead and grab the next square. Bon appetit! We casually find a list of the Grim Reaper's victims. He just hangs it on the wall, I guess. Is that Albert Wesker?
Complete global saturation.
No, wait, no it's not. Going down the stairs, we discover that doctors have also been possessed. Guess that degree didn't amount to much. We managed to get to this version of the generator. It's working, and there's no reason to turn it off. But next to it is a weapon of mass destruction. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I remember using it a lot on my last playthrough, and it's not gonna change this time. Highly damaging, but hard to use? Well, at least half of that is true. This weapon is a beast, to say the least. It can take down enemies with just a few swings. The only downside is that you can't move while using it. But it doesn't matter, because the enemies will come to you, like flies to a slaughterhouse. Going back to the elevator, we can see that the scary number disappeared, which makes it even scarier. It's like it was never there. After more carnage, we finally find the last square. We find a note with some kind of poem. This will probably be important later. That last part is a bit spooky. When I say important later, I mean right now. There's a door with square-shaped holes. That note will help us figure out where to put the squares that we found. There are 8 parts to this poem. We have 4 squares, and there's 4 squares already at the door. We're gonna go clockwise. Clouds are white, so we start from here. But here, we don't look at the sun. We need to focus on the sky, which is blue. Tangerines are orange. Fluffy four-leaf clover, that's green. I feel like I'm a teacher who's explaining this puzzle to my students. How cool would it be if Silent Hill was an actual subject at school? You could get a Silent Hill PhD. Violets are purple. Dandelions are yellow. Sleeping time is black, because when you sleep you close your eyes and all you see is darkness. And last but not least, the spooky liquid, which is red. We put them in the correct order and it worked. Cool puzzle, very visual, makes you use your imagination. Moving forward, we find another key and some disinfecting alcohol. We go back to the basement and use the key to open this door. Inside, there's a cabinet with skid marks on the floor. Whenever you see skid marks in video games, you know that something can be pushed. Come on, you know what video games are. We open the hidden passage and we see a bunch of vines blocking the way. So we put those babies to sleep. Using the disinfecting alcohol and the lighter, we burn Mother Nature's children, and a new path has opened before us, which leads us even further down, below the basement. This place is even creepier and more isolated than before. We find a photo of that girl we keep seeing in our visions. Her name is Alessa. Next to the photo lies an examination key. Continuing our murderous rampage, we come across a tape. Remember that old TV we saw earlier? We can put the tape inside of it, but for now it's not going to show us a clear picture. All it will do is break the VCR. We still have this key. Let's see where it leads us. Whoa! Hey! Hello! I wasn't ready for this.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great.
So this Lisa chick is like Michael. She also doesn't know everything. She was asleep, she wakes up, then boom. All of her friends became mutated and homicidal, which is exactly what happens every time I go to sleep. Harry asks about the weird place where the closet used to be. The closet that led us to where we found a picture of Alessa next to a bed. Predictably, she says that she doesn't know anything about it. That she was ordered to pinky swear that she would never go to that place. But before Harry can elaborate on the situation, the siren comes back and gives him a mean headache.
Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
He wakes up in the normal reality, when suddenly...
You were too late.
The old woman shows up.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness.
Oh yeah, that's helpful. Very informative. She's being all cryptic and mysterious and shit, but she does tell us that we need to go to another church. For some reason. Then why did you tell me to come here, huh? I could have gone there from the start. You senile bitch. She also gave us a key and tells us about the giant symbol we saw a while back. She calls it the Mark of Samael. Apparently it's evil and we should stop it from being complete. But again, she doesn't elaborate. I think she's just hoping that we will understand what she means, even though we have no fucking clue. This is just another typical interaction between a male and a female. And with that, our hospital journey comes to an end. With nothing more to do here, Harry exits Alchemy Hospital and immediately gets bitch slapped by a pink dog. I just noticed something cool. Harry will be holding whatever weapon you had equipped beforehand. Attention to detail. We're back in town, baby. Looking at our map, I don't see any church. But remember that antique shop? We go there and we use the key that Dahlia gave us to unlock the door. Inside, there's another closet we can push. And as we do it, Sybil shows up. Remember her?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
Wow, that's the first time I feel some kind of emotion from Harry.
And you just let her go?
Sybil says she saw her on
Bachman Road.
So now we have a new destination. Before leaving, we tell her about Dahlia and her darkness speech, but Sybil just thinks she's high on drugs. Apparently, there's been a drug trafficking ring for quite a while, but the police still don't know who's behind it.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
Yeah, probably nothing. Instead of going outside to look for Cheryl
on Bachman Road,
Harry decides it's better to go inside of this random hole. Why? Why are you like this? There's nothing here besides a long, empty hallway. Even though this seems random, we did have a vision of Alessa going in here, so maybe we'll find something important. On the other side, we find some kind of altar. Maybe this is what Dahlia was talking about. Maybe this is that other church. There's also a picture of whatever this is. There's nothing useful here besides this X, and I don't even know how useful it is. The altar was so angry I took that X, it erupts with fire. Sybil hears that something's going on there, but when she goes to check, Harry is gone. Just disappeared without a trace. Look at that concerned face. Harry wakes up in the hospital, with Lisa sitting next to him. Remember how he suddenly disappeared the last time we saw her, but she stayed here? Now for some reason, he teleported back to her. According to her, Harry was just having a bad dream, implying he never left, that he was always here, just sleeping. We ask her about Dahlia, and she's like, yeah, that bitch is insane, a total wacko. We actually have an interesting conversation. This is the most informative conversation yet. She tells us about how Dahlia had a child, but it died in a fire. She also talks about the town itself. Silent Hill is actually a vacation town, but it wasn't always like that.
Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Queer religion. Queer religion.
So, everyone was gay? Apparently, there was some kind of cult here, a very powerful and influential cult, but over the years, new people kept moving into town, and the cult's influence started to die down. But maybe there are some remnants of it left. As she finishes our story, we are teleported, yet again. This is the first time the game presents us with the possibility that everything is just in Harry's fragile mind. He even admits it to himself. Maybe he is actually in the hospital and Lisa is taking care of him. But no, I'm gonna spoil it right now. Everything is real. There is an ending where Harry died in a car crash at the beginning of the game, and everything that's happened was just in his head. which is the worst ending you can get, and it's considered non-canon. No, there is an explanation to what's going on in this town, but you'll have to wait until we get to it, or just skip ahead in the video to get to the explanation, but don't do that. YouTube won't like me if you do that. We're in the other world again. Fuck, I can't say the word world. We're in the other world again, and there's a giant symbol on the floor. Again. Going outside, we find that the whole town has transformed. This isn't isolated to a single location anymore, and these monkey people keep jumping at me. Get off! I don't have time for this monkey business. Everything is blocked off, even more than usual. It's like we're stuck on a tiny, dark, floating island. The only way we can go is this hole in the wall, which leads us to the town center. Inside, everything is also corrupted, filled with metal and pipes. Everything is quiet, until we try to use the stairs. We see that symbol again, which is followed by another grim reminder that Harry's daughter was taken from him. She calls for help, but there is nothing he can do right now, besides moving forward.
Daddy? Help me. Please? Where are you?
Cheryl!
If you look closely, you will notice that alongside pictures of Cheryl, pictures of Alessa keep popping up as well. For now, we don't know what it means, but it's obvious this Alessa chick is somehow connected to whatever is going on. If all of that wasn't bad enough, the floor decides to collapse beneath our feet, and we fall into the abyss. And now we have to fight a giant bug creature. This is the second boss fight of the game, and honestly, the bosses are kind of meh. Most bosses in Silent Hill aren't that great, in all of the Silent Hill games. The best ones are the ones that have something interesting about them, like the first boss we defeated. It had a gimmick and a poem written about it, or other bosses in the sequels that have a cool looking design to them. But here, it's just a bug, a big centipede thing that you shoot until it dies. And yeah, you have to shoot it, you can't hit it with melee weapons. For some reason, after enough damage, it falls down and crawls into a fetal position. You can't do any damage to it at this point. You have to wait until it gets up and triggers this cutscene, where it runs away from you because you are a dominant alpha male. We follow it outside and are immediately attacked by a new variant of the flying creatures, which seems to be even stronger and more annoying. The entire town is becoming more and more depraved, with metal fence and collapsed buildings surrounding us. Even the enemies are becoming more ferocious, or at least it feels that way. Because it's so dark and there are dead ends everywhere, you can easily get cornered. There's no way for you to know if you're going to get yourself trapped until you actually go there. Look at this, it's like I'm one of the dogs. I really like this part from a conceptual and atmospheric standpoint, but purely in terms of gameplay, it can be a bit rough. It basically boils down to a running simulator in the dark, where you're literally just running until you finally find where you're supposed to go. This game should have been called Alone in the Dark. I feel like the entire town's population was after me. With everything blocked, the only place we can go is back to the hospital, where we meet Lisa again. She's happy to see us. We tell her that all of the roads are blocked and ask her how to get to the lake. She tells us that near the school, there's an underground tunnel which can take us there. She doesn't want us to leave because she's scared to be alone. You know, because of the spooky monsters. Harry asks her to come with him, which almost gives us an escort mission, which is one of the worst things in video games if done poorly. Kind of like in Silent Hill 4. Thankfully, she rejects the idea. For some reason, she feels like she should stay at the hospital, like she's not allowed to leave. Come on, Harry, you can't ask her to leave. She's on the clock. So what if there are monsters everywhere? She can't just abandon her post, she takes her job very seriously. And with that, we leave her behind. If we go back, she won't be there anymore. It's like she wasn't even real. Going outside, we notice that the streets have shifted again. Literally everything is blocked, and the only way we can go is up these stairs. It's like the town is pointing us in a specific direction. In this case, it's the direction to another giant cockroach, which immediately spits on us. I think it's supposed to be the previous boss, but now he transformed, because it did run away, we didn't kill it. This cockroach can actually be hit with a melee weapon, but that's not advisable. Like with the previous boss, all we have to do is point and shoot, though this time, it's much more aggressive and attacks often. A lot of the bosses can be beaten just by trading damage. If you have a lot of healing items, which you should have if you explore a lot, you can just out-heal any damage they deal to you until you win. Or, you can just be strategic and not greedy and move away before the boss can attack. After an intense fight, we manage to take down the massive bug creature, which starts to fall down and disappears along with the siren and the darkness. Everything suddenly goes back to normal. Well, as normal as it's ever gonna get in Silent Hill. According to Lisa, the tunnel we're looking for is near the school, so we head back to Old Silent Hill. The game actually gives us a hand. It teleports us straight to the school. We didn't need to walk across the whole city just to get here. Thanks, game. You foggy bastard. We find the entrance, and of course it's locked. But this time, there's a visible lock, and it's weak. Since we're at the school, let's act like delinquents and break it. I am so cool. We use the ladder to go underground, and now welcome to the sewer level, where nothing bad will happen and everything will be lovely. Because sewer levels are always good. Oh god! Not only are these creatures disgusting, they don't activate the radio, and we have no map for this place. Two things we've been heavily relying on. Now we're even more defenseless, but we still take them down. Heading deeper, we find a map and a save point. And even more importantly, a key, which we use on the... oh fuck off! Which we use on this door and go even deeper. And finally, we get out of the sewers. Actually no, there's more sewers. Eventually we come across a pool of blood, because of course there's blood everywhere. Inside, we find a sewer exit key. And then...
You picked the wrong house, fool! Oh!
We use the key and the exit, pull some pranks on the enemies that we left behind, and finally get out of here. A new area presents itself, the resort area of Silent Hill, which is filled with monsters, because of course it is. We take refuge in a nearby bar, or diner, or whatever this is, where we find Kaufman struggling with his giant monkey. We save him by shooting the monkey one time. One time! If only it was that easy during the gameplay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
He doesn't even thank us, but he asks if we found a way out of town. We tell him that we didn't, and he says that the military will come and rescue us. Yeah, that's some wishful thinking. Did he just assume they would come, without even at least getting some kind of distress signal? He talks about flapping our gums, and Harry asks an important question. He asks about Alessa. Kaufman says he doesn't know her and just leaves. This whole interaction might seem random and pointless, but it's actually the beginning of a very important side quest. During his monkey scuffle, he dropped a key with the number 3 and a receipt with some kind of code. You have to complete the side quest if you want a good ending. After exploring a bit, we find a door with a padlock. We input the code that was on the receipt, and look at that, it works. Too bad I immediately get jumped by a monkey. Heading inside, we find a locked safe. I try to use Kaufman's key, but it doesn't work. The safe key is actually in the drawer nearby, like 1 meter away, which isn't the most secure thing you can do. The whole point of a safe is that it will be hard to open it. Anyway, we open the safe, and inside we find some good old drugs. Remember how Sybil mentioned something about drug trafficking? Yeah, a lot of people were involved in it, and we can assume that Kaufman is also involved somehow, because the password we used to get inside this place came from him. Maybe he's not just a random guy like he appears to be. We also find a grocery list with a password. Heading back outside, I eventually make my way to some kind of motel, where I find room number 3. Remember the key we got from Kaufman? What's behind door number 3? Let's find out! It's just a normal place. I expected to find something more interesting than, oh, what's this? We find a key, but we can't reach it. This is the second time this happened. But if we go around the motel, we can find a door with a key code. Inputting the password we saw on the grocery list earlier will open this door. And now, we are the proud owners of this magnet. Hey! He said don't look at it. Stop. Yeah, I know you're watching. We find more information about the drug trafficking. And yeah, it affected a lot of people. Maybe we're on drugs right now. Maybe all of this is just a psychedelic
trip. Yeah.
From here, we use a shortcut to get back to door number 3, where we use the magnet to get the key. We then go back inside, go into this room, and use the key on the motorcycle. Inside, we find some kind of glass vial. It looks suspicious, and it becomes apparent that it has some importance when Kaufman shows up and snatches it away. It's like he knew we had it.
That's none of your business. Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
Spoken like a true alpha male podcaster. Always focus on business, kids. Something tells me that Kaufman really isn't as innocent as I thought. I can't quite put my finger on it. So everything I just did was optional. You don't have to do this, but you should if you want to get one of the good endings. All of it will be clear towards the end. Every time I play this game, I always missed this side quest and never got the good ending. After all of that bullshit, we keep exploring. Until this happens.
What's this? Oh!
The town has fully gone insane. Whatever supernatural power is holding this town hostage seems to be going out of control. Usually, Harry is teleported to the nightmarish location. This time, the nightmare comes to us. It's not a different version of reality. This is our reality now. The road we came from disappeared into the abyss. The only way is forward, into the darkness. The only way we can go is inside of this boat, where we find another hanged body. Have you noticed how many similar hanged bodies we found? Right up ahead, we meet with Sybil again, who comments on Harry's disappearance in the antique shop. But then she just says, never mind, like it wasn't actually a big deal. She just brushes it off. Now pay attention. This is probably the closest a Silent Hill game gets to explaining what is actually going on in these games. Anyone who played these games, or even just heard about them, probably knows that everything in the game basically serves as symbolism for something, and it usually comes from someone's mind and mental state. but I don't think it was ever addressed in the games themselves, at least not in detail like this.
It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the otherworld. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
I really like this little interaction. Not only does it actually somewhat explains what's going on, but not fully, so it's still ambiguous, it also portrays Harry as someone who is resourceful with good deduction skills. Even still, it's way too weird for him to fully understand. But that won't stop him from getting the best dad ever trophy, cause he's still going to risk his life for his daughter. I would have just left her there. I would be like, hey, come on, Sybil. Forget about her. We can just make another one, right here. Oh, you only date men who are 6 feet tall, with a 6-figure salary? I knew it. Women are all the same.
Yeah, women love me.
Hey, come on, that's not fair.
Men also love me.
Yeah. Suddenly, right in the middle of this imaginary argument, the old hag shows up and starts babbling again. According to her, a demon is causing all of this. A demon taking the form of a child. And the only way to stop it is by using this orange triangle pyramid thing and one of the big demonic symbols we've been seeing all over town. Supposedly, when the demon finishes creating all of the symbols, everything will be
consumed by darkness.
There are 2 symbols left, one in the lighthouse and the other in the amusement park. Sybil decides to help out and goes to investigate the amusement park. Depending on the ending you'll get, this may be the last time you see her. Sort of. Kind of.
Sybil, thanks.
I decided to use my stealth techniques again to avoid awkward and sticky situations like this. Look at him. He doesn't even know that I'm here. Evading the hellish monsters, we eventually arrive at the lighthouse. The only way forward is up, where we get this beautiful shot of the spiral staircase. It looks like we are escaping from the abyss, only to ascend into another abyss. Alessa is here. Could she be the demon Dahlia was talking about? She did say the demon took the form of a child, and we did just see her standing on this big demonic symbol. She disappeared. There's nothing we can do here. There's nowhere we can go. So we return to the spiral staircase and make our way back to the boat. The game helps us again and teleports us there. The only place left for us to go is where Sybil went, the amusement park. In order to get there, we have to go back to the lovely, beautiful sewers. It seems Sybil also went through here, but she had a slight hiccup. The loneliness and isolation are only getting stronger. Unlike the surface, it's quiet here. Too quiet. Not only that, but this symbol keeps appearing more and more, almost like it's trying to tell us something. Maybe it's trying to give us some kind of warning. The game masterfully creates suspense with just the right sound effects. Usually it's loud and full of enemy screams, but here there's just barely any sound. This game deserves all of the praises it gets when it comes to music, and when it comes to the other stuff as well. We run as fast as we can. All of the sewer monsters are chasing us. The sounds become louder and louder the further we go. Another hanging body appears in front of us. And then... horses? Amusement park horses? Is the sewer part of the amusement park? Did kids go down here to ride on the horses? I hope not. Finally, we're here. For the first time, we hear cheerful music. The flying cars are working, only no one is riding them. Now that's just wasting electricity for no reason. But yeah, this is spooky. I can't delay the inevitable. We have to get to this part now. The first, sad part of the game. That isn't about Cheryl. Hey, Sybil. You're chilling on a wheelchair, huh? I don't know why there's a wheelchair on a horse ride, but yeah, you should rest from time to time. Oh, you're getting up? Your eyes are a little red. Maybe you need some sleep. You're getting awfully close to me. Do you want a hug or something? I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. Whoa. Guys, I don't think she wants a hug. We find Sybil, who is clearly possessed. She's been infected by whatever got to those nurses at the hospital. We're stuck with her on the merry-go-round, which of course starts moving on its own to make this event even creepier. Was she just sitting on a horse in the middle of the fight? She uses her pistol to shoot, something she can also do from afar, which has the potential to one-shot Harry. There's even a second phase, where she throws her gun and just decides to go berserker mode on us. Don't think that just because she's a woman, she's going to be weak. She hits hard, really hard. She can also hit really hard in the first phase and not even flinch when being hit by a massive hammer, bowing down to a woman. Story of my life. After everything we've been through together, which wasn't much but still, we end up having a fight to the death. Besides Lisa, she was the only person that was actually trying to help Harry. The only one who cared about him, and his daughter. She's not even part of the larger narrative. She was just passing by and trying to be helpful, and now she's paying for it. She doesn't deserve this. Usually, this is a boss fight where you have to kill her. But, if you found a plastic bottle and filled it up with this liquid, you can throw the bottle at her to expel a parasite out of her body, and basically save her life. I did get the bottle, but I forgot to fill it with the red liquid, so I cannot save her, unfortunately. Oh well, the ending where she survives isn't canon anyway. Sybil dies horribly, not only from her wounds, but also from that thing inside of her. And yeah, it's a sad and gruesome moment. You can literally see the spark disappearing from her eye. Harry is obviously shaken by all of this, but don't worry, it's about to get much worse. This is the part where the plot twists begin to emerge, so I'll just let you watch this, and later I'll explain what happened. If you don't care about the explanation and the lore, and just want to see what happens, you can skip ahead. But you do care, I know you do. I know you. Okay, pay attention. It's time to get serious. This is going to be a bit long, but it's important. Watch this.
I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn! Huh? What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Alia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
So, yeah, this entire time we were manipulated by Dahlia. She's not just some random crazy old lady. She's actually the leader of a very crazy cult. At first, Harry thinks that he's actually killing a demon that stole his daughter. He's happy. He thinks he's finally going to vanquish the evil of this place and get his daughter back. He even tries to be intimidating, while at the same time having this stiff look. Okay, it actually is scary. Look at that face. Look at that blank face. But as we just saw, all Harry did was actually feed this evil power. What he thought was an item capable of exorcising demons was actually used to paralyze Alessa. Alessa isn't a demon. She's just a frightened little girl. And yes, Alessa is Dahlia's daughter, and as you might have noticed, she has some kind of telekinetic powers. Because of that, Dahlia wanted to use her own daughter for something we will discover very soon. Trust me, it's not something good. If you've played this game, you know what it is. Dahlia used some kind of spell to trap Alessa before the game started. In order to escape, Alessa used her powers. It worked. She was free. Kind of. But, by using her powers under all of this fear and stress, she inadvertently caused, well, all of this. Every single horrible thing we've encountered in this game came from her mind, from all of the trauma and horrible things that happened in her life. Remember that book from the school? Probably not, so let me remind you. It talks about how negative emotions, like fear or stress, can take physical shape. It doesn't happen to just anyone, but for some reason it's quite common among adolescents, especially girls, which basically explains at least half of this game's plot. Alessa felt fear, stress, and basically every negative emotion imaginable because of her abuse at school and by her mother. She was bullied because kids saw her as that weird child with strange abilities. We've all been there. Maybe. Thanks to her psychic powers, all of those emotions manifested as literal monsters. The monsters that we've been fighting all along. We've basically been fighting her inner demons. Each monster represents something negative for Alessa. Her fear of dogs, her fear of bugs, how she views her abusive classmates, and her fear of pink birds? I don't know about this one. I've looked it up and it actually comes from some book she read. I guess she was really scared while reading it. So technically speaking, she's responsible for all of our suffering. But not really. She didn't mean to. Just because she has psychic powers doesn't mean that she knows how to fully control them. It kind of oozed out of her head and became something physical and horrible. But all of that happened because of Dahlia. Eventually Alessa managed to reject Dahlia. Dahlia couldn't do anything about it herself, so she waited for the right opportunity to present itself. She waited for us. For Harry.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Dahlia couldn't get close to Alessa because of her powers, but Harry could. I guess it's because Alessa doesn't view him as a threat or as someone that she hates. That's why Dahlia gave him the Flowerus, which is that pyramid thing. By making Harry get close to her, the Flowerus could activate and immobilize Alessa, negating her powers. That's why Alessa pushed him away. She didn't want to hurt him, she just wanted to protect herself. But it was too late. Now that Alessa is defenseless, Dahlia can easily use her own spell to teleport her away and do whatever she wants with her. And Harry is left alone and confused. So after hearing this extensive explanation, there's only one question left.
Yeah, where's our food?
Oh right, here you go. That was a good question, but it's not what I meant. The question is, where's Cheryl? Is she even alive? We'll get our answers very soon, because it's not over yet. The madness has only just begun. We wake up next to Lisa again, and she looks a bit wide-eyed and twitchy. Twitch. Also Harry looks like he's taking the biggest dump. She talks with Harry and tells him about feeling weird after checking out the basement. It was supposed to be her first time down there, and yet she feels like she's already been there before, like something happened there. Harry tries to console her, which causes her to panic and run away. We are all alone, yet again. We can save the game here and notice how the save file is named Nowhere, which is the place we're in right now. Literally nowhere, but at the same time, somewhere. Because Alessa has lost control, her psychic powers have gone berserk. Reality has started to shift so much, it literally starts to distort space and time. Random places and locations are coming together to form this unique nightmare. Sometimes locations and elevators will lead to completely unrelated areas. You go to a door in the hospital and end up in the antique shop. You go from the hospital to the school. You enter a door on one floor, only to end up on another, completely different floor. There is no logic to it. It's a weird and surreal amalgamation of every notable location in this town. And it's amazing. No other Silent Hill does this. What makes this part of the game even more terrifying is that you don't have a map. In the most bizarre and confusing location, where a map is exactly what you need here, you don't get it. There is no map, because like the name suggests, this place doesn't exist. It's nowhere. You are truly lost here. Shut up, creepy voice. Can't you see I'm busy? From a gameplay perspective, because there is no map, you actually have to remember stuff. You need to know where you've been and where you haven't. Which doors are locked and which aren't. Did I go here? Have I been here before? Maybe I have. Did I buy food for my cat or did I forget? Oh wait, that's just me. So what the hell are we doing here? How do we get out? You know how some games have a boss rush? Where you fight boss after boss after boss? Well, here it's more like a puzzle rush. There are tons of puzzles scattered all over this non-existent place. I'm not gonna go through all of them because that would take hours and this video is long enough as it is. I can't believe you're still watching this. Good on you. You're awesome. Basically there's a lot of key items and lots of keys we need to find and puzzles we need to solve, and for the most part they're all great. You even get a key from a jelly bean bag. Just know that to get the full experience, you have to play this yourself. No matter how many videos you watch about these games, you won't know how it feels playing it until you try it yourself. Also, remember how I said that Are you afraid of refrigerators? There will actually be let's say, a traumatic incident with a refrigerator later on. Yeah, just watch out for suspicious refrigerators with hentai tentacles. Of course, we kill a bunch of noses on the way. I decided to use the little X for that, for some variety. You can hit them while moving backwards, and they won't be able to hit you back. It's not strong like the big red hammer, but it's a nice and fast weapon. Though I used it too. Why is it called a hammer? It's more like a pickaxe. Remember those peaceful, shadowy children who never try to hurt you? Well, now they do try to hurt you. A lot. But that's not important. None of this is important. The puzzles and the enemies are just the side dish. This is the main event.
Harry?
We find Lisa, and she seems concerned. More than ever before.
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me.
After saying that she's the same as them, Lisa starts to menacingly approach Harry. And Harry, who is understandably scared by this whole situation, pushes her away. And then we get probably the most iconic scene from this game. I hope you brought some tissues. This scene, this damn scene, it actually makes my stone-cold heart feel something. And damn it, the sad music keeps playing even after the cutscene ends. This game wants this feeling to linger inside of you. Like Sybil, Lisa was only trying to help. She was always there for us when we needed someone to talk to. She didn't deserve this. But unlike Sybil, Lisa wasn't really Lisa. She was just part of Alessa's memories that became real in this twisted reality. Like she said, she's the same as them, the enemy nurses we've been fighting. But because she didn't realize it at first, she kept her sanity. If Harry didn't get out of there, she would most likely attack him. She became just another monster. Does that mean that all of the nurses and other creatures can retain their sanity as long as they don't realize what they are? Were they normal at first, and then became corrupted versions of themselves? I don't know. Maybe she just disappeared. Since we never see her again, she was just another memory for Alessa. If we go back to where she was, we can find her diary on the floor, where we can learn more about her and even about Alessa. Lisa was just a normal nurse, until one day she was assigned to watch over Alessa, who was burned. Her burns were so severe, it didn't make sense how she could stay alive. That, combined with strange occurrences, like bugs getting inside despite the doors and windows being locked, have caused Lisa to realize that something ain't right with this kid. Lisa couldn't believe it. She couldn't handle it. It was driving her insane. She wanted to quit, but a nice supply of drugs kept her at bay. Yeah, remember all of that drug trafficking business? And how Kaufman seemed more and more suspicious? Well, he was the one providing Lisa with drugs, so that she would keep looking over Alessa for him, and also not tell anyone about what she's experienced. Basically, he turned her into a drug addict, so he could use her as a puppet. Anytime she showed some hesitation, he just dangled those drugs in front of her. She was trapped. Now she's just another person taken by the nightmare, and her theme song is forever burned into my head. Saddest part in the game by far. As we descend deeper and deeper, we encounter glimpses of Alessa's spirit. It's like she's trying to hold on to whatever power she has left. Every place in this place holds some kind of significance to Alessa, like the hospital and the school, and of course, her bedroom. We find it, and it's apparent that despite her powers, despite everything she's been through, she just wanted to be normal. Just a normal child who likes to draw, sleep, and collect bugs. You see all of these bugs? All of the bug monsters and bosses we've been fighting probably came from those. Before getting to the end of the game, Alessa shows us exactly what happened. We see a flashback from around 7 years ago, where Dahlia and the other members of the cult are surrounding Alessa's burned body, while thinking about what to do with her. One of them is Kaufman, because of course, not only did he engage in drug trafficking, he's also a member of a satanic cult. He's the perfect role model.
What do you think you're doing? Get out of here!
We get some major revelations here. They don't exactly give you all of the details in this cutscene, but I will fill in the blanks. This is the most important plot point, so pay attention. Basically, this cult has a mission. According to them, once upon a time, all humanity knew was pain and suffering. And if you go on Twitter, you can experience the same thing yourself. One day, after receiving many prayers from humans who wanted to escape their sad existence, a special god appeared and decided to help humanity avoid this pain and suffering. Apparently, humans didn't understand the concept of time, so God established a linear, measurable time, separating it into day and night. These humans were also immortal, so God took away their immortality and created death, which made people appreciate the freedom and liberation that comes from death? What? I mean, I don't think I would want to be immortal. It seems like a hassle, but at least give people a chance to choose whether they want to be immortal or not. Don't just take it away from everyone. One day, this god disappeared, but promised to return and show them salvation by creating a paradise on Earth, where everyone will be filled with joy and happiness. Sounds nice, right? Only if you think about it, their idea of salvation is to probably just accept death and escape from this reality. I mean, if they really don't want to be here anymore, they can just go ahead and end their own lives. No need for any gods or special rituals. Just boom and it's over. But I guess they want to drag all of humanity with them. They legitimately believe that this is the path to heaven. Apparently they didn't watch part 6 of JoJo's. The members of the cult kept being loyal to their beliefs, which they carried on for generations, waiting for the right moment to bring their god back. And now, many years later, we have these douchebags. They believe that they can give birth to their god. The only problem is that they needed to find a suitable vessel for this task. Because Alessa was born with psychic powers, somehow, Dahlia came to the conclusion that her daughter would be the perfect candidate to bring this god into reality. I wonder who the father is. Who was the man who actually fucked Dahlia? Whoever he is, she probably killed him because he forgot to go to church one time, or maybe he just went to pick up some milk after seeing how insane she is. After Dahlia offered her child as a sacrifice, the cult then performed a ritual on Alessa, which created a forced pregnancy. But Alessa, who understandably didn't want to give birth to a demonic god at the age of 7, used all of her powers to separate her own soul, which cancelled the ritual. This god was still inside of her, but it couldn't be born. Her soul was split in half. One half remained with her. The other one traveled just outside of Silent Hill, where it turned itself into a baby girl. Harry and his wife happened to stumble upon this baby and decided to adopt her, and they named her Cheryl. So yes, Cheryl was Alessa's other half. Cheryl is Alessa, just without the trauma and abuse. She's an innocent little girl with a loving family, which is all Alessa wanted for herself. When Cheryl turned 7, Dahlia and the cult used a
magical spell
to summon Cheryl to Silent Hill. Well, they didn't exactly summon her, but they made her feel like she wanted to go there, which made her ask her dear father if they could go there on vacation. Because Silent Hill is known as a vacation town, it made sense, and that's what we see in the opening cutscene. Just a father driving to vacation with his 7-year-old daughter, when suddenly Alessa's ghost appeared in front of them, causing them to crash. I'm assuming the cult members needed to wait for her 7th birthday because Alessa herself was 7 years old when she split her soul. So if she was 50 years old, would they need to wait 50 years? Anyway, pretty much the moment they got to Silent Hill, Cheryl was absorbed back into Alessa, which made it possible to resume the ritual. But Dahlia knew that Alessa would keep resisting, which is why she needed Harry to subdue Alessa for her. I guess she knew that Harry would come to Silent Hill along with Cheryl, and also had enough faith in him that he will be able to survive all of the weird and dangerous shit in this town.
Remember this?
That symbol was actually there to protect Alessa. For some reason, part of Alessa's ritual involved burning her like a witch. That's why we've been seeing these hanged bodies. It's Alessa's burned husk. At least I think it is. They burned a 7-year-old girl to induce a forced pregnancy in order to force her to give birth to an all-powerful satanic god. Bet you feel bad for calling her a creep earlier, huh, Harry? If you think about it, it's kind of similar to what happened in Fear, only there it's even more horrible because the father of her children was her own father, and we don't need to talk about it now. Seriously, what is up with these people? At least in Fear they didn't need to burn her, at least she wasn't burnt alive. It's sad when that's the only positive thing I can say about it. Alessa's backstory is shown in more detail in Silent Hill Origins, where you can actually see the aftermath of the burning ritual. But Silent Hill Origins is weird. It's like a combination of Silent Hill 1 and 2. An attempted combination. You have Alessa and her backstory, but then you got the sexy nurses from Silent Hill 2 and the wannabe pyramid head. Damn, that was a long explanation. I hope I didn't miss anything. This whole conversation takes place where Alessa was hospitalized after the ritual, where Lisa was watching over her. It's here where we find the last item we need. By using all of the seemingly random items we collected in this place, we can open the last door, the final door that we open in this game. It leads us to Dahlia and Alessa's home, where they have some lovely pictures on the wall. Yeah, Dahlia was always crazy. If I were Alessa, I would have run away ages ago and joined a circus or something, where I could use my psychic powers to earn money. It's better than staying here. There are 2 jammed doors, so the only way we can go is down. Now that you have all of the necessary context and you know everything that happened, we can finally proceed to the final battle. This is it.
This is the final battle!
At the end of all of this, we find Dahlia. Next to her are Alessa's burned body and her spirit, which is Cheryl. She gives Harry the standard evil monologue, the well, you actually made it this far, She would have twirled her mustache if she had one. She then reveals her plans and explains how this god has been feeding off of Alessa's negative emotions.
For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. he has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God.
So, does that make you the grandmother of God? Alessa becomes whole again and is about to give birth. But wait, there's more. Remember how we saved that asshole, Kaufman? Well, he suddenly shows up and shoots Dahlia.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
A glove for this! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, it kept you busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Remember that bottle we found inside of the motorcycle, which he took from us? It's filled with that red liquid, which can supposedly exorcise demons. Dahlia called this liquid Aglaophotis, which is a herb that is occasionally mentioned in works on occultism. He takes it out and throws it at Alessa, intending to stop the birth of God. And it takes a really long time until it hits her. Like 20 seconds. Imagine how funny it would be if that would miss her after all of that build-up. It hits her, but something unexpected happens. Instead of stopping God from being born, it expelled him out of Alessa's body, prematurely. If we hadn't saved him, then he wouldn't be able to come here and throw the bottle, which would lead us to fight this angelic form of Alessa, called the Incubator, and then we would get one of the bad endings. I don't really understand why he went against Dahlia though. We clearly saw him in the flashback. We know they had the same goals. Why did he decide to turn on her now?
He probably didn't care about the god, and just wanted to keep doing the drug business.
Oh, so now you're invested in the video? Maybe you should make the video then.
No, keep working, slave.
Slave? How am I the slave? I literally own you. Whoa, okay. You're not gonna do anything about this? No? Yeah, okay. From his dialogue, it seems like she somehow used him, and that hurt his ego, so he decided to take revenge. Because God was forced out of her body, he was technically born prematurely, which means that he is incomplete. But it doesn't mean that he isn't powerful. He's still a threat. He's here, and he is pissed. I guess he inherited Alessa's anger towards her mother, because literally the first thing he does is kill her by burning her to death. Which is super poetic considering what Dahlia did to her, but now it's after us. Wait, why am I the only one fighting that thing? What about Kaufman? He's got a gun, right? So yeah, meet God. God is pretty strong. Especially on the hardest difficulty. His name is actually the Incubus. An incubus is a demon in male form that seeks to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women. What the fuck? The corresponding spirit in female form is called a succubus. Oh, okay. I believe the reason he looks like this and not like a beautiful angel is because of how Alessa thought he would look. It's still based on her negative emotions and perceptions. We can even see it in one of our drawings. And I guess this one is supposed to be the first boss, that lizard thing with the weird mouth. So cute. Now we get to the really fucked up part of this game. More fucked up than anything I've said up until now, which is, I seriously just noticed that I don't have the rifle. I clearly remember having a rifle at this point. I do have bullets for it, but they're useless to me now. Like, what am I gonna do with them? Throw them at the giant mosquito goat? Apparently, I could have picked it up during the second boss fight, but I just didn't. I just missed it. Look, it's right there. How could I have missed the rifle? How could I have been so stupid? How could you have done this? So anyway, the fight looks cool, but like all of the bosses, you just shoot until it dies. The bosses are not the point of these games. It's just there to show you that you've reached an important part of the game. It shows your progress. The music, if you can call it that, is super spooky. It sounds like the sounds you get from the radio, but way more distorted and disturbing. In terms of story and atmosphere, all of this is good. In terms of the gameplay though, it's kind of a giant piece of shit. It's kind of actually really terrible. The first boss is by far the best. The others are fine, but this one is so bad. Again, I'm talking about the hardest difficulty. If you don't have enough bullets left, then you're pretty much screwed and have to go to a previous save, because you cannot hit it with melee weapons. It's too far away. So pray that you explode enough and found lots of bullets. And also that you haven't used your guns much during the whole game. The same goes for health items, because this piece of shit hits really hard, and he will get you no matter where you run. The only way I found to kind of reliably avoid its attacks is to use the strafe buttons. Yeah, I forgot it existed. Besides the beginning of the game, where I did it just to show you that it could be done, this is literally the first time I'm actually strafe running. I'm circle strafing in a psychological horror game. I thought you only did that in boomer shooters. It's semi-reliable, but you have to do it in order to win. The moment you hear that he's about to attack, start running. No, even before that. Otherwise, he will stun like you and you will die. Because I did not have the rifle, and I didn't have a lot of bullets for the shotgun, I was mostly stuck with the pistol. The pistol given to us by Sybil, so it's like she's still with us. It barely did any damage to him, but I had a lot of bullets. The good thing is that he's stationary. He doesn't really move, so you don't need to chase him around. Fighting him was pretty agonizing. I died a lot. This was by far the most difficult part of the game. It wasn't fun at all, but eventually, I got him. Thank you, Sybil. You know, I don't understand what all the fuss was about. These psychos went through all of the trouble to bring a deity into this world, just so he would be shot by some random dude, which means anyone with a gun could have done it. That's quite a pathetic god. I mean, it was incomplete, but still. Regardless, it's over. It's finally over. I'm going to give you a break from my voice for a couple of minutes. I want you to soak in the atmosphere. And so, we've reached the end. I wanted to shut up and just play this out for you, because I really like this part, and I think that it's a powerful scene. After all of our struggles, all of the torture and abuse she had to endure, after everything she's been through, she still dies. All she ever wanted was to be a normal kid and live a normal life with her mother. That's it. But for some reason, fate just wasn't on her side. And yet, her legacy is not over. Just like King Piccolo and Piccolo Jr., she is reincarnated. Instead of giving birth to a satanic god, she gave, quote-unquote, birth to a new version of herself. A new life, full of hope and the freedom to live the life it wants to live, far away from this place. Well, until Silent Hill 3, that is. But we'll get to that later. For now, this is the best outcome Alessa could have hoped for. Her original self dies, along with Cheryl, but in some way she continues to live on. She opens a portal for Harry and the newborn baby, and allows them to finally escape this nightmare. Her corrupted reality is destroyed, and Silent Hill is free from the cult, at least for the time being. Oh, and Kaufman gets dragged to hell by Lisa's spirit. She finally got her revenge. That's what you get for not helping out during the final boss fight, and also for all of that drug business. But that's less important. I just thought about something. The baby that Harry took is a reincarnation of Alessa, right? Which technically makes it the reincarnation of Cheryl, meaning he got Cheryl for the second time. Harry is the only person in the universe who adopted the same baby twice. Everything you've seen now is just one of the endings. There are 5 in total. The ending I got is considered to be the good ending. There's a good plus ending, where it's exactly the same, only Sybil also survives, and she escapes together with Harry. It is then implied that they raised the baby together, but as I've stated earlier, it's not canon. In the good plus ending, she got to Dahlia before Harry, and she tried to shoot Dahlia, but some kind of force field deflected her bullets. I guess Dahlia can create force fields now? Or maybe she's using the power of Alessa, like how she created a force field against Harry earlier? Then why didn't she do that against Kaufman? I guess she was caught off guard.
Quit screwing around.
The bad ending is actually the first ending I've ever got, when I played it back in the day. This is considered to be the worst ending. It's what I've said earlier. Everything was just in his mind, and Harry dies in the car accident in the beginning of the game. Reminds me of some movie I watched. It's a sad ending, but I think the next one is even more depressing. In the Bad Plus ending, it's not a dream, and Harry actually has to fight his own daughter. She appears like a heavenly angel, but she still tries to kill you. I'm guessing the god is controlling her from the inside? After defeating her, she thanks Harry for everything, and disappears. And that's it. Harry is left shocked and confused. He drops down in disbelief, while everything is collapsing around him. Despite all of his efforts, he couldn't save his daughter. Sybil gets there and slaps some sense into him. She tells him to go, to leave this place. Only, there's no portal to take them outside. Alessa died before she could do that, so they presumably stayed in this place until it collapsed on itself. Which means that everyone in the story just died, and nothing was achieved. So yeah, not a good ending, but you know what the best ending is? By far, the UFO ending, or the UFO ending, as I like to call it. How could I not mention one of the best joke endings of all time? I mean, come on, stop being silly. This ending appears in almost every game, and it's awesome. When you complete the game, you get a new file called Next Fear, which is essentially New Game Plus. If you find a special stone and use it at 5 specific locations, a cutscene will play where aliens appear in front of Harry. But Harry doesn't care that they're aliens. He treats them like any other person he encountered and asks them if they've seen Cheryl, just like he does with everyone else. In response, the aliens kidnap him, and that's it. the game ends before you even reach the final area. This is canon. This is the canon ending. I don't want to hear any objections. Even though the game makes it pretty clear that everything that happened was caused by Alessa's tortured mind, you can still find different interpretations. There's no actual way to know what's real or not. At least if we ignore the sequels. Maybe all of this did happen in Harry's head before he died in the car crash. Maybe Harry was drugged and everything is just a big hallucination. Maybe Harry is like Lisa. He's already dead, but he doesn't know it yet. Or maybe aliens are real and reality is controlled by a tiny dog. Wait, that's in the second game. In the canon ending, which is the ending that I got, Harry returns to reality, presumably outside of Silent Hill, and is finally able to go home. But do you think that this is the final scene of the game? No. No, it's not. Instead, the developers chose to end this with bloopers? What? I mean, I like it. I really like it actually. But it's so goofy. It shifts the tone completely. It's revealed that this whole game was actually a movie, and everyone were just acting. They were all actors. It was just a big prank, bro. We see characters mess up their lines. They start laughing in the middle of the session. Everyone is smiling. It's actually wholesome. Except for this part where Dahlia decides to kiss the camera. This is the scariest part of the game. No, I'm kidding, it's funny. And in the end, it didn't even matter. No. And in the end, we get the man himself. It's the scene where he wakes up at the diner. He gets up, does some hand motions, looks at the camera, and gives us a big smile. It's wholesome and goofy. I like it, what can I say? I guess this is the true ending. You can say that it ruins all of the mood and atmosphere the game has built up, that it completely destroyed it, and yeah, this part doesn't exactly scream psychological horror, but I guess the developers didn't want to leave players on a sour note, so they decided to put something funny at the end. Maybe they also did it for themselves, just for the fun of it. But yeah, that's it. It's over. Alessa's story has ended for now, but her actions will live on. And I'm not just talking about Silent Hill 3. The way I see it, every supernatural thing that happens in the other games are the result of Alessa's tortured psyche. Except Silent Hill Origins and the third game, and Shattered Memories, I guess, the events of the other games have nothing to do with Alessa herself. The town itself is bringing the characters to it, for some nice psychological torture. The town itself has power, and is acting independently, but that power came from Alessa. And because her power was incredibly strong, it remained in the town. Even after the first game, it became part of the town, known as Silent Hill. So basically, if Dahlia wasn't a bitch and didn't torture her own child just so she could give birth to some ugly flying goat creature, Silent Hill would just be another normal town. That's it. This is the end. I stretched this video way too much, huh? Part of me did it because I wanted to spend as much time as possible with this game. It's an important part of my life. All of these games are an important part of my life, and I know that it's going to be a long time until I play them again, because I will be moving on to other games, other projects. Maybe I'll have to wait another decade to play it. Who knows? What I do know is that I really enjoyed my time with it. It's an important game for me and for many people out there. We all had a shared experience thanks to these games. It's also obviously an important game in general. It evolved the horror genre beyond cheesy action schlock and presented new ideas for the gaming industry as a whole. The original Team Silent are legends that will never be forgotten. In their own way, they're as legendary as the original id Software team. It was sad watching Konami neglecting the franchise for the past decade or so. It seems they finally stopped being high on cocaine and finally remembered about it and are working on multiple projects. Well, not them. Other studios are working on it. I don't expect to get anything remotely as good as what the original team created, but I really hope that whatever they do with it now is actually going to be good. And more importantly, I really hope you enjoyed my analysis of this legendary game and my stupid jokes. If you liked it, please do all of the YouTube shit that YouTube wants you to do. Like, comment, subscribe, all of those algorithm stuff. It seems that lately, for some reason, YouTube doesn't want to promote my content, like, at all. Or maybe my titles and thumbnails are shit, and no one wants to click on my videos. I don't think they are though, but just the fact that you've watched up until this point means a lot. So thanks again. See you in Silent Hill 2, for an even more depressing story. Yay! And I'm talking about the original one, not the remake. Not yet. Thanks for watching.
Why'd you do it? I hate you! I knew it! You didn't care about her!
It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi.
Eddie, how can you sit there and eat pizza?
Silent Hill 2 is a great game about a man looking to replace his wife with her hot twin, and you should totally play it. Thanks for watching. Okay, this joke isn't gonna work. You can clearly see that the video is not even close to being over. I don't know why YouTubers do this. It stopped being funny like 10 years ago. Well, depends on how you do it. Anyway, Silent Hill 2 is widely considered to be the best psychological horror game ever, and just one of the best horror games of all time. And I mean, yeah. What, you thought I would say that it's not true? Well, it is. It's hard to disagree. Silent Hill 2 represents the peak of storytelling in horror games, and for more than 20 years, lots of games try to replicate it, with varying degrees of success. And now I'm gonna show you why people actually hold it in such high regard. So buckle up. It's time to talk about Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 was the third Silent Hill game I've ever played. The first one was Homecoming, which is a bit shameful, but I think people are hating on that game too much. It can be quite good sometimes. The second game I played was The Room, which we'll get to later. Before actually talking about the game, I need to quickly point some stuff out. For this video, I'll be playing the Enhanced Edition, because that is the best way to play this game. Thanks to a lot of bureaucratic bullshit, and because Konami were incompetent, Silent Hill 2, along with Silent Hill 3, is basically abandonware. Yes, these amazing, revolutionary, groundbreaking games have been abandoned by the company. And no, we're not talking about the HD collection. Get that shit out of here. Go on, shoo, shoo. Thank the Colt's God, some cool people created the Enhanced Edition. It's lovely. It retains all of the content from the director's cut of the game, including the expansion, which we will get to later. It also keeps the visual style, but makes everything look even better than before. A+. Speaking of the cult, you know all of that spooky cult stuff from Silent Hill 1? Well, just pick it up and throw it in the trash, because it's not important anymore. For now. Anyway, let's start the game. Silent Hill 2 introduced puzzle difficulty on top of combat difficulty, which is genius. More games should do that. The only other game I know that did that is System Shock 1, and its remake. See? If a game has this feature, it automatically makes it one of the best games of all time. This is James. James Sunderland. He got a letter from his wife, who told him to come meet her in Silent Hill. We can even read it, if we want. But why should we read it when she can do it for us?
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
Ah, isn't that cute? So romantic and wholesome. There's only one tiny teeny problem. It's not a big deal or anything, but...
A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
Yeah, she's dead. James somehow got a letter from his wife, who died 3 years ago. Not something that really happens every day, let me tell you. Apparently they visited this town a few years ago, and they really loved it here. I'm guessing that was before all of those monkeys got loose. She tells him to go to their special place. James assumes she's talking about some park. He says they went there and just stared at the water for an entire day. What a waste of time. What a bunch of losers. I'm sorry. This is too romantic for me, and I don't know how to deal with that, so I resort to bad jokes and sarcasm. Anyway, I love this cutscene. It quickly establishes a mystery, which is, how the fuck are we getting a letter from a dead person? And it also establishes a goal, an objective, get to the park. First of all, if you've seen Jacob's letter, then you'll recognize this jacket. It's the same one that Jacob wears in the movie. So that's a nice and constant reference to a nice and lovely film.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry, Merry Christmas!
The camera and the controls are all basically the same. The only difference is that you can't do that little backwards hop anymore. Little backwards hop. So it's a bad sequel. Don't play this. Now we can play with the keyboard, and if you really want, you can play this game with only your left hand, depending on how you set your controls, which is pretty much what I did. Do not ask me what I did with my right hand. And no, it's not what you think.
Yes, it is.
Shut up. In the Enhanced Edition, you can save anytime you want from the pause menu. But if you don't like convenience, you can pretend that option doesn't exist, and use these red stickers to save at specific locations. They act like the notepads in the first game. You'll notice that the fog doesn't look bluish anymore. It looks like an actual fog. We meet the first person on our journey, and somehow the dialogue feels even more surreal, but in a good way. Have a listen.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But...
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Something wrong with Silent Hill? Nah, I'm sure it will be fine. She insists the town might be dangerous, but James doesn't care. He tells her that he's looking for someone important to him, and he says it in the most dry way possible.
I'm looking for someone.
She's also looking for someone, her mama.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother.
Apparently, she was also supposed to meet her father and brother, but they're not here. Don't worry though, we'll get to know them later. I gotta say, for 2001, which is when this game came out, they did a really good job with the character animations. Sure, the character models themselves aren't exactly next gen compared to what we have now, but their movement is kind of realistic. When they're talking, her eyes are moving back and forth, which shows how anxious she is. When she finishes talking, she thinks that James might not care about what she has to say, and she wants to turn around and apologize, but she doesn't turn around immediately. She does it gradually, then tilts her head to the side. Again, because she's kind of timid. She's looking around. James nods his head and interrupts her with a hand motion. Maybe I'm overreacting a bit, but I love this attention to detail. They feel real. Well, as real as an early 2000s video game character can feel. Oh, and yes, this is the character that everyone were memeing about in the trailers for the remake. Personally, I don't care about the changes to her physique. I just think that her character model looks kind of bad. She's the only one who looks like an actual video game character. Everyone else looks okay and kind of realistic. You know, kind of next gen or whatever, except for her. But whatever, it's not a big deal. I'm more worried about the story being changed. The gameplay looks good though. We wish each other good luck, and with that, we continue our journey. Unlike in the first game, where you were forced into Silent Hill, here you are going there willingly, because you actually want to. No one is forcing you to go there, nothing physically pushes you, you are choosing to go there. We're getting closer and closer, and thank God there's no Comic Sans here. We get here, and it says danger, keep out, and then another sign tells us to keep out. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think something is actually telling us to go back, like our subconscious. But we're not gonna listen to no signs. What are you, the sign police? We finally arrived in town. I miss this place. Oh, blood. Spooky. This part mirrors the beginning of the first game. Protagonist arrives at a foggy town, sees someone in the fog, and decides to chase after it. And in both games, you can't go anywhere else until you go after it. But here, we're not trying to find our daughter. So I don't know why James was so curious about this random figure in the fog. Maybe James is just a weirdo. Something important to note, starting with this game, whenever the protagonist tilts their head, it means they're most likely looking at an item. So pay attention to where their noggin is pointing at. After following this person, we reach a dead end. But James hears something inside of the tunnel. So he climbs in. He finds a radio.
Radio.
Which starts to get louder. Remember how the radio can detect monsters? Well, there's been a spooky creature here all along. This was the thing we were chasing all of this time. Awkward. Look at the S on that thing. It's not happy that we disturbed it on its morning run, so it starts spitting on us. Which is something you should always do whenever people disturb you. James isn't too happy about it though, so he grabs Plank from Ed, Ed and Eddie, and we're introduced to our first enemy. We can't escape, even though we just got here from the same path, and there's nothing blocking our way, so James is just lazy. But it's okay, we don't need to escape, because for the most part, the combat in this game is the easiest in the franchise. If you pay attention, you can actually see it in the cutscene, but most people won't notice it because they're too busy staring at James. He's just so captivating.
I didn't mean to scare you.
Now we can leave, but the radio starts talking to us.
Is this thing broken? What the?
That was a lovely conversation. It sounds like every conversation I have with women, because I never understand what they're saying. They're too advanced for me. Maybe I should stop making these jokes. Also, it sounded like Mary, so that's ominous. Maybe she really is here. James leaves bloody footprints, a foreshadowing of his past sins. Or maybe he just needs to clean his shoes. Going back into town, we see that it's crawling around with these creatures. Literally crawling around. Whoa! Leave me alone. How do you even crawl like that? Will you teach me? Like before, we can choose to fight them or to run away. Like a pussy. These games always had a bigger emphasis on the story and atmosphere, rather than the combat. But I feel that it's especially true in Silent Hill 2. In the other games, enemies can sometimes actually pose some kind of threat. Here, it feels like they're here just as a formality. Even the bosses. They are here for the symbolism, but also, this is a video game, so you gotta have enemies. Usually I would have hated this approach, the lack of challenge, but Silent Hill 2 has such a good story, such a thick atmosphere, interesting characters and amazing symbolism, so it doesn't really bother me. I can accept the easy enemies and the lack of combat challenge, because literally everything else is amazing. Of course you can still get hurt and die from an enemy spitting in your face if you're not careful. Our objective is to go to the park. We don't really know how to get there, but the road that was blocked earlier has now opened for us. So that's where we go. We find a corpse, which is always lovely, but next to it we find the apartment gate key, which reads Woodside Apartments. We also find a note about some bar, so we mark it on our map. We go there, and inside we find a map of the town, which shows us how to get to the Woodside Apartments. We already have a key to the apartments, so might as well go there. What's the worst that can happen? We make it to the apartments, and yup, they're creepy alright, mainly dark. I guess everyone forgot to pay the electricity bill. It's dark, quiet. We don't have a flashlight yet, but we do find a map. Never go anywhere without a map. This part is infamous. Many horror games try to replicate it and make their own versions of the apartments. Cry of fear, anyone? The apartments are great. It's well known for a reason. It's the first proper gameplay section of the game. You're stuck in cramped hallways. It's dark, so you can't see what's ahead of you. But you can hear what's ahead of you. Sometimes you don't hear anything. This is supposed to be a normal building where normal people live. Instead, it's a dark maze where half of the doors are locked. This is also where you start solving your first puzzles. But first, let's find that flashlight. I have played this before, so I know there's an enemy behind this mannequin that's wearing a very specific piece of clothing. It's supposed to jump scare you, but this time I'm gonna jump scare it. Take this! Oh, I can't hit it yet. Okay, fine. I'll pick up the flashlight and pretend like it's my first time playing this. Oh no! It's a pair of legs on top of another pair of legs. I don't even know what I'm hitting. Let's go back to that clock. Now that we have the flashlight, we can start solving the puzzles. No matter how much we try, it can't be pushed. But if we go here, we'll see a message with some names. Next to them are clock arrows, and you can see where this is going. The names themselves are irrelevant, only the first letters are important. H stands for hours, M stands for minutes, S stands for seconds. You get it. We go back to the clock to arrange the arrows and oh, the clock is locked. It's not gonna be that easy. Even when you think you've figured out a solution to a puzzle, you might still be missing some pieces. We keep exploring until we find a key. We try to reach it, but a snotty little brat kicks it away. Hey, that wasn't very nice. Ah!
Hey, wait!
Damn it.
Kids were so mean back in the day. Okay. Kids these days are way worse. We need to find a way to get to the other side. On the way, we thankfully find a pistol inside of a shopping cart. This is supposedly a critique on American society, because of how easy it is to buy guns. You go to a convenience store, you wanna buy some apples, some oranges, then boom, you accidentally buy a gun. With nothing more to do here, James decides to go back to the second floor when he hears a noise.
Keep it down!
I wonder what caused it. Here, let's ask this nice gentleman over here. Yes, this is him. The myth, the legend, the one and only Triangle Boy. I mean, Pyramid Head. Same thing. If you haven't played this, you still know who Pyramid Head is. You've seen him in a lot of places he really shouldn't be in, like anything outside of Silent Hill 2, and you're about to see him again in the remake. I'm gonna talk about his role in the story towards the end, but for now, let's just look at this majestic creature. So majestic. You probably imagined that we would meet him in some grand and cool cutscene. But no, he's just standing here. It's the most neutral and passive introduction you can have. But don't worry, that's gonna change real soon. Only after you pick up the pistol, the game suddenly puts a key in the room next to the clock. Oh, and there's suddenly someone here who's watching TV. Hey there, fella. Wow, this is my favorite show. This... Oh, you're dead. Your hair is suspiciously familiar. What? What do you mean who could have done it? Did you forget about all of the monsters that are literally nearby? You don't think they might have something to do with this? Come on, James.
Maybe the monsters didn't kill anyone. These bodies are actual.
Hey, come on. Don't spoil the whole story. We'll get to the explanations later.
It was you!
What?
You did it. You killed them.
What?
You killed them. I saw it. You killed them. I saw it. You killed them. I saw it. You killed
You guys, don't listen to him. Let's just move on, okay?
You killed them. I saw it.
Shut up. We used the key that we found to open this door, where we find a hole in the wall. For some reason, James knows that there's something on the other side, so he decides to put his whole hand in there. He's not afraid of some monster ripping his arm off. He didn't play Homecoming. There is a moment where he feels something, he pulls out his arm, but then he sticks it right back. What? Luckily, his stupid plan worked, and there was actually something inside. It's the clock key, so now we can finally solve that puzzle. Why would anyone lock the bathroom like this? What if I had to poop? Huh? We go back to where the clock is. He's gone. He's not there anymore. We go back to where the clock is, use the key, solve the puzzle, and get to the other side of the building, where the Pyramid Boy was. James reaches the third floor, and we get one of the most infamous cutscenes from Silent Hill 2. I'm not even sure I can show this, even though you can find this clip on other channels, and even though he's not actually doing anything, I think, but it's heavily implied, and YouTube can be sensitive. James is not aroused by this act and hides in the closet, like he's playing a shitty indie horror game. I'm also not sure what Pyramid Head is doing here, but it looks like he's trying to sense James with his hand. James freaks out and starts shooting at him, and the developers did something that I really like. Usually in video game cutscenes, if the protagonist shoots his weapon, no matter how much bullets they wasted, you don't actually lose those bullets after the cutscene ends. It's like the bullets in the cutscene don't count. But here, there's an explanation as to why you don't lose any bullets after the cutscene. James actually picks up some ammo, and that's what he's using to shoot at the Triangle Man. Small detail, but I really appreciate it. After all of that nonsense, we find the key that little girl kicked away. It's for the fire escape. Did you know you can block if you hold the sprint button? I didn't, though I don't know how effective it actually is. I didn't really use it. We gather supplies, run away from enemies, but not because they're tough or hard to deal with, but because they're such a non-issue, I just don't want to waste more time on them. Yeah, I said it. Why deal physical damage to them when I can deal emotional damage by calling them pathetic weaklings who can't even touch me? Why are you inside of a pool with no water? Why is there a coin here? Eventually, I get to the first floor, and literally the only purpose of this place is to find this juice with a six-pack, and it's not even good juice. It's expired. Someone just left it here. Asshole. As we've seen in the last game, collecting random crap is somehow not random at all, because you will be using these items in creative ways in order to progress. For example, the juice we just picked up is used to push something that was stuck in the trash, because for some reason James is very interested in what he calls strange garbage. I don't even know what it means. Is this part a metaphor for not throwing the trash or something? Anyway, after it falls, we can then pick it up on the outside. It was a coin of an old man. What's this? Walter Sullivan? Murder? No, we're not ready for that yet. It's not important, because now we get to meet the most reliable person ever. My boy, Eddie. Yeah. Meet Eddie. Eddie likes to vomit into a toilet and saying that he didn't kill anyone. Over and over again.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I swear. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You see that dead guy inside of the fridge? Yep, he totally didn't do it.
He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
James asks if he's friends with Pyramid Boy, and Eddie says that he doesn't know who that is. What if he was friends with him? Would James kick his head into the toilet like a typical school bully? He also tells us that, like James, he was compelled to come here. Something made him want to come to Silent Hill. James doesn't want to distract Eddie from his vomiting session, so they wish each other good luck and we move on. What? You don't care about football and graffiti? Wow. He's just like me for real. James uses the key to the fire escape and almost falls down because there is no actual fire escape here. There's nothing. Thankfully, the building nearby is super close, so we can just go there from here. We can go back and forth whenever we want. Who was the architect of this place? We don't have a map for this building yet, but we do have this safe. We'll get back to it later. We walk outside and immediately get ambushed by this pathetic fool. I want to quickly mention that I like how the water splashes when you step on it, and even when the enemy steps on it. I don't remember if it was like that in the vanilla ice cream version of the game, or if it was added in the enhanced edition. Either way, I like it. We come across a very creepy hallway. Spooky.
Just gonna relax.
After exploring a bit, we enter an apartment where we find a woman we met earlier. And she's not doing so well.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really?
Her name is Angela, and she's clearly thinking about doing something very bad to herself. James tries to be a good boy and tries to talk her out of it. He actually succeeds. I guess a good way to get someone out of this situation is to talk about your dead wife. They'll think you're crazy and forget what they were doing.
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
From my understanding, from what I've seen online and in real life, this is a really accurate depiction of a person going through a mental breakdown and experiencing post-trauma, especially the trauma that she's been through. We'll talk about her backstory later, but for now, I'll just say that it's one of the more memorable scenes in the game. It's so iconic that Angela is the one featured on the cover of this game, even though she doesn't actually have anything to do with the main plot of Shepherd-Sunderland, which goes to show you the importance of this scene. There's also this part.
But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
I'm sorry.
It has a lot of significance, but like with most things, it will make sense towards the end. Eventually, James manages to convince her to put the knife down, so that she won't hurt herself.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do.
She puts it down, but not before freaking out in self-defense and running away. She left her knife here, which is obviously the smart thing to do considering her condition, but now she doesn't have a weapon to defend herself. James picks up the knife, but you can't use it as a weapon in the gameplay, which is fine, because if it's like the knife from the first game, it's shit. Garbage. But more importantly, it affects the ending you'll get. I'm not gonna spoil it now, but let's just say that if you don't want to drown, don't look at the knife in your inventory. After the cutscene, we find a prisoner coin, depicting a woman, which is kinda fitting to find next to Angela. We take a good look in the mirror to get ourselves psyched up. Indulge in our food fetish and find the coin puzzle. There's a riddle here, 3 coins. Yes, I have those. The old guy doesn't want to sit next to the snake, but he does want to sit to the left of the woman. He's probably a pervert. Hentai. We put these two next to each other while putting the snake far away from them. It took some trial and error, but eventually I got it. After that, we get a key, and even the game calls it the coin puzzle. I finally found a map of this building, and thankfully, every place I've explored is automatically added to the map, because maps in Silent Hill are awesome. Remember that safe from earlier? I go back to it, then I go past it, so I can do this. That's a perfectly normal thing to do. Are you sure? You seemed like you enjoyed yourself. We do the toilet thing, which gives us the code to the safe. Inside, we find tons and tons of bullets. Just so you know, I haven't used a pistol at all so far, so no problem with resource management here. Exploring a bit more, James finds the door that corresponds with the key we just found, which leads him to another shitty apartment with an actually nice balcony, which then leads him to another key, a key to the stairway. Why are there so many keys? There's a save point here, but we probably won't need it. Awkward. Can you let me out of here? Did he just grunt? All of this time, I thought he was a silent antagonist. But you gotta work on your swing, man. That was pathetic. Okay, that was better. So yeah, we're fighting Pyramid Head now. It's very spooky the first time you play it. Not only are you suddenly stuck in a cramped space with this horny triangle monster, you also can't do any damage to him. Yeah, you've been killing some low-level enemies up until now, but it's not gonna be the same with him. No matter what you do, he's invincible. He doesn't even flinch, which goes to show you how powerful he is compared to James. You're nothing to him. It's all very cool, especially when you know all of the context and the symbolism, but I don't actually know if you can call this a boss fight. In terms of gameplay, it's actually laughably easy. All you need to do is run away for a bit until he literally gets bored and goes away. You can easily dodge his attacks. Come on, you can do it. Oh, that was close. Come on, I believe in you. Oh, nope, one more time, come on. And... man, you can do better than that. Oh shit. Having said all of that, he can one-shot you if he actually hits you with this overhead strike, but it's fun to mess around with him, which I guess kind of diminishes the horror you should feel from him, but you're probably not gonna feel comfortable toying with him like this on a first playthrough, so it's okay. I actually got him stuck here and kept whacking his pyramid until he said, "Fuck, you're annoying. I'd rather go drown in the water over here." At this point, if you try to go after him, he will get pissed off and will try to hit you. Every time. I annoyed him so much that he wanted nothing to do with me. We'll see how this fight will go in the remake. The water is drained and we go after him. Finally, we're out of this building. James keeps going until he sees this little girl again, and we get this peculiar interaction.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Oh, James. Getting owned by a little girl again. This whole cutscene seemed super random until she mentioned Mary's name. This little girl is hanging out at creepy apartments, sitting outside in a foggy and spooky town, and somehow she's not scared out of her mind. And she knows about Mary. I smell a big fish, because this is very fishy. Obviously, we don't get any answers right now, so we keep going. James finally reached his destination and actually meets Mary. They give each other a big hug and go home, where they live happily ever after. Yeah, you don't buy it either. I'm sorry I lied to you. He does meet Mary, but not really.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
James asks if she saw Mary, and she's like, "Wait, you just said that she died. How could I have seen her?" And James is like, "Oh, whoopsie, I forgot. Teehee. But let me tell you about the letter my dead wife sent me. Hehe, I'm not crazy at all." she suggests that maybe the park isn't the only special place they had. The moment she says that, we get some kind of hazy flashback of someone, presumably Mary, which then prompts James to remember about the hotel he and Mary stayed in. The hotel is on the lake, and it's called Lake View Hotel. Sounds like something Sam Lake would write. Haha, love you, Sam.
Narrow your mouth.
Anyway, the hotel becomes our new destination. She gives James vague directions on how to get there, and also decides to tag along because, well, what? Well, are you gonna just leave her? Are you gonna just leave her all alone in this spooky town? Yes. So this is Maria, and in my opinion, she's by far the most important character and the scariest character. Not just because I'm afraid of beautiful, sassy women, it's also because of what she represents, which again, we'll talk about it later. The way we treat her will affect the ending we will get. There are some seemingly random requirements for each ending. Unlike the first game, we don't need to do a side quest and save an asshole doctor from a spooky monster, or throw some liquid shit on a possessed cop. It's way more subtle this time. It's the small actions we take during the game. The kinds of actions we might not put too much thought in, or even notice them. Stuff like looking at Mary's photo, reading her letter again, not looking at the knife that we got from Angela, bumping into Maria over and over again, hitting Maria with a plank, you know, small subtle stuff. Don't hit women outside of video games though. You don't want to end up like certain people over here.
With a brick.
If we stay close to her, protect her from monsters, not bump into her while running, visit her when she feels bad later in the game, and you know, generally be kind to her, then we will get an ending associated with her. You will see why later, but I do not want to get her ending. So from now on, we're going to hate her and be very mean to her, which generally means just not waiting for her and bumping into her occasionally. We find a car with a thick, long pipe sticking out of it, so obviously we take it. The roads are blocked. There's no clear way to the hotel. Fortunately, this dead guy left a map with a big circle around a bowling alley, so that's our next destination. We fight some jumping mannequins. They really like to jump. Look at them. How do they do that? We reach the bowling alley and Maria suspiciously doesn't want to go inside, so we go alone.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
We get a cutscene where that little girl is talking with Eddie, and she's not being the nicest person, to say the least.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared.
We learn that cops are probably looking for him because he did something naughty. We also find out that the girl is like us. She's also looking for Mary. But now we get the best scene in the game. Best cutscene in all of gaming. Don't at me.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
Here it comes.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Eddie doesn't want to help James chase after small children, because why would he? James wants to ask her about Mary, but that has nothing to do with Eddie. He just wants to sit here and eat
pizza.
Side note, I really like the soundtrack in this place. Finally there's some calming music. Instead of weird and disturbing noises, or some sad stuff, which I love by the way, we finally get a really nice tune. This is a safe space, but of course, we can't stay here forever. We have to go back outside, and look for Lara.
Laura?
And look for Lara.
Laura.
Lara.
Laura?
Lara.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
That's what I'm doing, lady. We follow her trail into an alleyway. This shot always reminded me of the original RE2, where you're in that alley in the beginning, shooting these zombie freaks. We can't go after Lara, because she went into this narrow space between the wall and the building. Maria says that we can get to the other side through this door. We try opening the door, but it's locked. Thankfully, Maria has a bunch of keys hidden in all of her vital places. We go inside, and again, there's some really lovely music. Heavenly music. Just play this game, if only for the soundtrack, but also for the game. This is basically a strip club. Maria had the keys to this place, so maybe she works here. But we didn't come here for that. Or maybe we did. No. We exit this fine establishment and manage to get to the other side of the street to continue searching for Laura. She runs away, deeper into the fog. This is like Cheryl all over again. These damn little kids, always running into fog. She then decides to go inside of this hospital, so that's our next destination. I guess we just forgot about going to the hotel. If you try to go forward, James will say that he can't just leave her alone with the monsters, and also she might be able to tell him something about Mary. She seems to know her somehow. So unlike certain YouTubers and streamers, James at least has some good and valid reasons to chase after minors. As expected, the hospital is abandoned, dark, and most of the doors don't want to work. Yeah, the lock is broken, of course. You're just like every other door, you're not special. We do find an interesting note describing a mental patient and whether it's even a good idea to heal him. Maybe it's best if a person just stays in their own delusions instead of living in our shitty reality. Some might say that it's a shitty reality. I'm not saying that, but some people might say that. I might be part of those people. Next to the note, we find a key for some mysterious box. We take it because we take everything we see like a kleptomaniac. For now we keep going, but there's almost nowhere to go, because literally every door on this floor is either locked or jammed, so we have to go to the second floor, where I immediately get ambushed by a new enemy type, which I couldn't see because the camera freaked out and I almost died. As much as I love the camera in these games, it can fuck up occasionally. Of course, I kill them with my big, long pipe and then step on their heads. Meet the nurses. Like the other enemies, they're not difficult to deal with, but they are a bit more challenging. One of them actually gave me a jump scare, but that's mainly because she started glitching out. I don't know if that's part of the symbolism. They are one of the most iconic enemies from the franchise, which is mostly because of their revealing features, but also because, like with Pyramid Head, some geniuses decided that the nurses should appear everywhere. Why are they in Homecoming? Why were they in the movies? Because whoever made that decision was a big dum-dum. Like Pyramid Head, they should only appear in Silent Hill 2, because, as we will later find out, they are directly related to this game's plot, and only this game. But I guess people thought that they were just too cool, so they used them everywhere, and they probably also said, hehe, boobies. Yes, they are a cool enemy, but they only make sense here, in this game, so stop it. They obviously also make sense in the remake. Right now, eh? Besides the dirty magazine, we also find an examination key inside of this coat. We also find a prick teddy bear that pricks us.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Which gives us a bent needle. Yes, it will be important later. But more importantly, next to it, we find a shotgun. Look at this woman. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it? Come on, let's get going. I'm a good person, I swear.
Are you sure about that? What's 2 plus 2?
4?
What's 4 plus 4?
8.
What's my color?
Green.
When is the universe going to explode?
What? I don't know that.
Well, I do. I knew it. You're not a good person.
How is the universe's destruction related to my morality?
One day, you will find out.
Okay.
Soon.
Next we find a key. James goes back to the first floor and uses the examination key to open this door. Inside, there's a code. We then go explore the 3rd floor. There's nothing here besides a couple of nurses. And a door locked with a password. James uses the code we just found and it actually works. Something in my life actually worked. I mean, in James's life. Yeah, that's what I meant. Welcome to one of the more goofier puzzles in the game. Look at this mess. So many locks. There's gotta be something really important if it's locked this hard. Right? Before I got here, I found a code on a typewriter. 6995. We use the code to open one of the locks, but we have to keep exploring to find the other combination. All of this exploration and door opening made Maria tired. She sits down, starts coughing, and takes some suspicious pills. James tells her to lie down and rest, while he goes searching for Laura. Yes, James. Yes. Tell her to rest here, alone, in this monster-infested hospital. We can come back to visit her, which will increase the chances of getting her ending. So obviously, we're not gonna do that. Have fun sleeping here. More importantly, next to her, we find the key to the roof. So that's where we go. Suspiciously, we can't save here. That's odd. I wonder why that is. Yeah, fucking great. The only time you can actually hit me is in a cutscene. You cheater. James falls down to the 3rd floor and loses most of his health. But because the game is easy, I have tons of healing items. So that's not a problem. I got your back, Jimbles. We're in the special treatment section of the hospital. All of the doors are locked, except for this one, where we find a nice room with some lovely decorations. It gives us the code that we need. So I run back before I forget it and open the lock. Next, we use the keys that we have to open the remaining locks. And after all of that, after opening all of these locks, we get a piece of hair. Someone used 4 locks to hide a dirty, smelly piece of hair inside of a box. Are you fucking kidding me? But it's okay, because now we can actually combine it with the other random thing that we got, the needle, which we use as a sort of hook to get a key that was stuck inside of the shower hole. James really likes to poke inside of tight holes. It's the key to the elevator, and it's got an ear? Using the elevator leads us to an unexplored area of the first floor, where we finally find Laura, who is just playing with her teddy bears.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
You snotty little brat!
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I?
Because there are spooky monsters here.
Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes!
She really isn't afraid to be in this creepy hospital, in this creepy town, which will be explained later, but she somehow has the key to this door, which I don't think was explained. She just has it, I guess. Anyway, she tells James to go get the letter in this dark and hellish place. And then...
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
You think this is funny?
In a cosmic sort of way, yes.
Well, Mr. Funny Man, is this how you get your sick kicks?
What? It's just an ordinary... Oh my goodness!
Laura locks James, and it just so happens that there are some fucked up hanging creatures here with big lips.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You fuckers!
Fart face? Fart face?
You fuckers!
Ow! That's the most damage I've gotten so far. These are the first flying enemies in the game, and they really like to strangle James with their feet. Hitting these enemies with melee weapons can be done, but it isn't really convenient. So I'll finally use my guns. I think I have enough bullets. Probably. I guess this is considered a boss fight. These are the toughest enemies so far, so I'm okay with that. But even still, they're not difficult, as long as you move back and forth, which is the strategy for pretty much all of the bosses. Also, when you kill them, another one shows up from the ceiling. I guess it was sleeping over there, and I woke it up. Sorry. Towards the end of the fight, the siren makes an appearance, for the second and final time in this game. Remember how the siren appeared pretty frequently in the first game? Well, here it's almost non-existent. It only appears twice in the entire game. The first time it appeared was in the first pyramid fight. I guess that was his cue to go swimming. You remember what happens when you hear that siren, right? James is suddenly in the hospital garden. It sounded like he was transported on a hospital gurney. He enters the building, and we realize that we're in the otherworld. Did you miss it? You'll notice that it's much less aggressive than last time. Less aggressive than in the other games. It's also less frequent. When it does show up and suck James into itself, it's doing it in a more subtle and quiet way. It just kind of happens. Well, except for this time with the siren. Now the nurses seem more corrupted, and they hit much harder. You're a nurse. You're supposed to heal me. We find the pills Maria was taking, and James wonders if she's sick, like his wife was. Yes, she's sick. Good. Do not choose her. Why is there an ambulance outside of my window? Seriously, there's an ambulance outside of my window. And I can't record my voice. We can't seem to find Maria, but we do find a door with hands. We go to the second floor, annihilate some more members of the working class, and then find even more hands. Kira could have a quiet life here. They give us a cell battery and a basement key. We then find a refrigerator just lying on the floor. I don't really want to open it, considering what happened last time. No. Thankfully, James is not a super alpha male with a podcast, so it's too heavy for him to open. Which means we'll need the help of Maria. Okay, let's go to her. Or better yet, let's have her randomly find us while we push this closet.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway?
Ooh, awkward.
Anyway,
how is your sex life?
You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me?
Because I don't want to get your ending.
What about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
You know what? You're right. We should protect her. Even though she did call me a fart face. Oh, the humiliation. But first, let's go down this random hall where we find a ring on the floor. Don't worry, I'm not proposing. Also, let's go on a game show inside of an elevator. Wait, what? That's insane.
Trick or treat! Here you either answer the question correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James Sunderland!
Okay. Basically, you get stuck in the elevator until the imaginary game show host asks you 3 questions, which you can answer later if you want, or ignore completely. This seems like a random, wacky, goofy scene, but this is Silent Hill we're talking about. Nothing is random. Everything has a purpose. But yeah, it's super goofy. I like it. Just an out-of-nowhere game show in the elevator. After that pop quiz, the game ends ominously, and everyone is left confused.
Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye!
What was that?
This was probably the weirdest part in all of these games. Imagine just standing in an elevator and suddenly hearing a voice telling you, "John, you're a stupid, ugly mofo who's bad at everything he does. Fuck you and have a nice day." That would be kind of weird, right? Sorry if I offended any Johns out there. If you want to get the rewards he was talking about, you can go here, where you will find a special box. In order to open it, we need to answer the questions correctly. If we don't, the box will be locked forever, the ceiling will literally fart on us, and we'll have to go to a previous save if we want to open it. If we do answer correctly, we get a lot of goodies. It feels a bit like cheating, but it's your reward if you paid attention to notes, street signs, and even the previous game. It's a test to see if you're a real fanboy, or fangirl, fan person. We're almost done here. We open the fridge together, which gives us another ring.
Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
We use both rings and the door with the hands, which allows us to open it. We go inside, go down into the darkness, Pyramid Head shows up, and... I think I broke him. Maybe not physically, but mentally. Look at this poor fellow. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a very spooky and epic chase sequence where we run away from him while he's chasing us with his long and pointy penetration stick. Okay, let's pretend this never happened and follow the script. Oh no, please stop chasing us. Oh no, help, I really like your hat. Please don't kill us.
Open up!
I know I've been goofing on this part, but I actually really like it. Love it, even. It's a sad moment where James has some time to reflect. It's becoming more and more apparent that this town is doing whatever it can to torment James. He thinks he's found his wife. Nope, spooky spitting monster. He meets a woman who, even though she's not his wife, she still helps him and keeps him company. Nope, dead. He meets a little girl. She steps on his hand.
Ow!
And calls him a fart face. The torture never ends. And like in all of Silent Hill's stories, it's about to get much worse. Yay! Before exiting the hospital, we find a note that tells us to look for the truth and to follow the map. We take the map and get some new destinations: a ranch, the park where we met Maria, and the Silent Hill Historical Society. Sounds like an interesting place, we should totally check it out. Also, Lara is just casually walking down the street. James exits the hospital and is feeling kind of bad, but he's not giving up. He's still determined to find Mary. We're back in town, and oh boy, it's super dark, and the streets are crawling with monsters. So watch out. This part of the game feels like filler, but I love it. You should definitely play this with headphones, especially in this place where there's tons of monsters outside, and you can hear the lovely and deranged sounds they make. It's amazing. this is a really spooky part. You know how it's scary when you're walking down a dark corridor? Well, this is basically the same. This is basically a really long and dark corridor. Also, the nurses can teleport again. Look at that. 2 colleagues going home together after a long day of work. How wholesome. We can even go back to where the apartments are, but we can't enter anymore. At the same time, this door that was locked before is suddenly open. You don't have to explore as much as I did, you can run straight to the objective. But it's really worth it, especially on the hardest difficulty. You want to be loaded with as many bullets as possible for the boss fights. On the way, we meet a new enemy. It looks like an enemy from the next game, but it's stuck underground and can barely do anything. I didn't even remember this creature. This poor, dumb, imprisoned creature. Okay, sorry.
You're not actually sorry.
Shh. Eventually, we find a wrench and a letter addressed to James. It basically tells him to find a statue in the park and use the wrench to open a box that contains a key that will open the doors to the Silent Hill Historical Society. So that's what we do. We arrive back at the park and find the lady statue. Behind her, we dig a big hole like a dog, find the box, and use the wrench to open it, which actually gives us the key. That note wasn't lying, unlike all of the notes that I get in my mailbox. What is this note? Bills? I need to pay bills? Nah. You're pulling my leg. Get out of here. After acquiring all of the items, we finally arrive at our destination. Welcome to another lovely attraction. Here we can see some amazing artwork, like this selfie that Pyramid Head took after killing a bunch of people. He probably got a lot of likes for this one. There's actually some backstory about the town. You can stop and read it, but that's not important now, because we need to go into this hole in the wall. Why do we need to do it? Well, it's a video game and there's nowhere else to go. But also, it's symbolism, which I'll explain later. We'll be going into a lot of deep holes very soon. And I mean that literally. Listen to how creepy and evil it sounds. Somehow, we're in prison now. This is probably the place with the most symbolism and important plot points. Also, it's very spooky. Yes, we eventually find a big hole on the floor. See, I told you. James is like, the hole is dark, and you can't see how deep it is. Okay, it means I should jump down. That sounds like a smart idea. What? I'd like to point out that James is choosing to do it. Nothing is actually forcing him to do it. He's literally given the choice whether he wants to jump or not. And he chooses yes. Yep, he survived that, but now he's stuck in a well. Forever and ever and... oh wait, he's not. You can just break part of the wall. We've reached the only part of this game that I kind of don't like. We pick up this key and suddenly our flashlight stops working, and we're locked in here. There's a keypad that opens the door, but Silent Hill protagonists have really bad eyesight, so they can't touch anything without a flashlight. So we used the battery we picked up at the hospital to power up the flashlight, and now there's bugs everywhere, literally everywhere, and they make these annoying sounds. Fuck. They also infinitely respawn. All of that is annoying, but what makes it worse is how awkward it is to actually press the keypad. I don't know if it only happened to me, but I needed to stand in a very specific angle in order to interact with it. After you're finally able to use it, you need to pretty much guess the password. It's obvious that you only need to press these 3 numbers, but you don't know in what order. So it's literally a guessing game until you get it right. And every time you get it wrong, you're pulled back into the gameplay, and will most likely get hit by these loud bugs. I think the idea is okay, but the execution was pretty lame. Whatever, what's next? Oh, another hole. Yeah, okay, let's jump in, I guess. I got nothing better to do. Wow, James is looking right at you. Yes, you. Yeah, you know who you are. Oh wait, no, it's actually Eddie. It's been a while since we've seen him, and he's a bit completely insane.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not?
Freeze. Zoom in. That's a good question. Why not? But no, if you're actually asking that, you're too far gone. You've lost it. You've lost your marbles. But also this situation is sad when you know the context. Sometimes bad people, and just life in general, can push you over the edge.
Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too!
Okay, now you've gone too far, mister.
Eddie!
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie!
So that was unsettling. Yeah, spooky monsters are spooky, but humans are still the scariest creatures. If you don't believe me, then go on Twitter. Wait, now it's called X Gonna Give It To Ya. Anyway, something is definitely wrong with our boy Eddie, but most likely the town is playing tricks on him, just like it does with James. It makes him see stuff. We can't worry about him though, because we need to solve this puzzle next to this spooky pyramid head painting and this lovely noose. There are 3 square holes here. We already have the first square. The second square is in this jail cell. This time, I'm not gonna make the same mistake I made in the first game. This time, I found the rifle. No one can mess with me, baby. Also, here's the final square. What's this? Books about sacrifice and resurrection? It may be tied to one of the endings. But yeah, you're right, James. Let's not worry about that right now. we put the squares in their respective holes, hear a lovely scream, and fall off the stairs. And then, are you ready for this? This is also kind of goofy. We use a horseshoe and a lighter, and this... Yeah, there's only depression left. Anyway, we use those things and a wax doll to somehow create a makeshift door handle. We open the door, and of course it leads to another hole. James doesn't even hesitate this time, he just jumps. Almost immediately, he jumps into another hole. Because why not? But wait, then he jumps again. Don't worry, he's not just being an idiot that likes to jump into the abyss over and over again. Well, maybe he is, but it's symbolism. Of course it is. I'll explain it towards the end. If that wasn't enough, he goes into an elevator which takes him even deeper. God only knows how deep underground this is. But maybe it's not really happening. After all of that, after this long and insane dark descent, after all of the madness it took to get down here, what do we find in this abyss? The most normal looking door. Just one regular door, which is the most anticlimactic thing that can happen. It doesn't fit here, but because it's something so ordinary, in such an insane place, it somehow makes it scarier. On the other side, we find a path, covered in wires. We need to find something to cut it. We also kill a bunch of spooky monsters, but who gives a shit? Then we... Oh, hi Pyramid Head. Let's see who has the better stick. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't... What's this? Oh yeah. Come here. Now I am you. I will punish you now. Taste the power of... Oh, okay, never mind. Can I have your spear instead? Yes, we can actually get Pyramid Head's weapon. I really like it, because it's so goofy and impractical. Pyramid can wield it, because he's a strong boy. But James is just a normie. Just a regular dude. You can barely move, but if you actually manage to hit something, you can one-shot almost anything. A good strategy is to first equip something lighter, like any other weapon, get close to your target, and then switch to the great knife, and slash away. It's fun. Inside of Pyramid Head's dungeon, or man cave, or workshop, or whatever this place is, we can see a bunch of scissors, and those flying bosses we fought at the hospital. Maybe he made them himself, as another means of tormenting James? Eventually, we get to this weird face puzzle. It's the only puzzle in the game that I would call kind of bad. Or maybe I somehow just didn't get it, but the way I see it, it's literally a guessing game. From what I know, there aren't really any hints to get to the solution. I don't know, I didn't get this puzzle. I kind of solved it by accident. But hey, at least I like the design of this cube. It has some cool faces. Anyway, it opened a secret passage, which of course leads us even further down. I think at this point we've reached the core of the earth. But now, it's finally time. It's time for the most mindfucky scene in the franchise. And maybe the most mindfucky scene ever.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
So, what the fuck just happened? Is probably what you're asking. Well, as you might have guessed, like pretty much everything in this town, Maria also serves as symbolism. We'll go into all of the details later, but I need to go a bit into spoiler territory. As you know, Mary, James's wife, was sick. What you don't know is how James felt at that point in time. Yeah, he was sad about the whole situation. Obviously, he loved his wife and wished she would get better, but deep down, there was a part of him that started to resent her, despise her, or at least despise her situation. Part of him wanted a better version of Mary. He wanted her to be healthy, hot and spicy, and in some way, he got what he wanted. His desire was manifested by Silent Hill, and thus Maria was born. Maria is like a remake of Mary. She's like the enhanced edition, with all of the DLCs and microtransactions included. Or at least that's what James wanted her to be. I don't know if you've noticed, but none of the other characters have ever interacted with Maria. She said that she's seen Laura, but Laura herself never mentioned her. No one ever mentioned her. No one besides James. Which means that, yup, she's not real. She was never real. James was basically talking to his imaginary girlfriend. Only that's not completely true. He can literally feel her. She's technically real, but it's only a manifestation of James's desires and temptations. This is basically the antagonist of this story. It's so much freakier when you realize that what you've been talking to isn't even a person. You're not even talking to a real human being. It's a thing created by the town to torment you. It's almost like a succubus, which is kind of fitting considering the final boss in the previous game was called an incubus, which is the male version of a succubus. Kind of. Before we continue with the main story, we gotta talk about her side of the story. Even though I just said that she's just a manifestation, she does have a backstory. This will explain how she got here.
And now for something completely different.
Born from a Wish is an expansion that explores Maria's backstory before she met James. It will leave you confused, but it might answer some questions, or at least give you something to think about.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now?
She contemplates whether she should fight the monsters. Maybe it's better to just give up and die. She even says that she doesn't have any reason to go on. But
I'm
I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain.
She decides that she wants to find somebody, so she wouldn't be alone. But was it even her decision to begin with, or is the town dictating her actions? She goes outside, and look, it's that strip club we passed by in the main game. Remember how she had the keys to get in here? Well, now it makes sense. She either works here, or lives here, or she was created here. In terms of gameplay, she pretty much plays the same as James. The main difference is that she has no flashlight and no radio, so you can't really tell if monsters are nearby. Except you can, because they make loud noises. They really want attention. There's some stuff that happens here, but basically, she goes through Silent Hill, fights a bunch of monsters, until she encounters a giant mansion. She enters, and I guess the developers finally decided to make a Resident Evil clone, just like Konami wanted. Of course it's empty and a bit creepy. She explores the place, until she meets someone on the other side of the door.
Is somebody there? Open up! Hello? Open up! Is somebody there? Hello? Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Is somebody there? Hello?
He kind of sounds like he has a text-to-speech voice. Or maybe it's just me.
No. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
He's just like me for real. His name is Ernest Baldwin. And he's actually not a text-to-speech AI. He's actually voiced by this guy. First of all, cool name, bro. And second, even if you don't know who this is, you do know who this is. Because he's the guy who said these magic words.
Resident Evil. Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil. Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, that guy. I guess he was tired of being cool and growly and wanted to do a simple and bland voice. Which is fine, he does it well. He sounds so tired.
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Anyway, he doesn't want to see or talk to anyone. He doesn't even care about the monsters. He just wants to be alone. When Maria questions him about it, he does say something interesting.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane.
Well, maybe. We can have a deep discussion about it.
Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
Oh, okay. So he basically tells us to fuck off, but Maria tells him that she'll be back. If we immediately try to go back, he's not gonna answer. I mean, what did you expect? He's probably busy in there. Busy gooning.
No. I guess not.
No, actually, he has a pretty sad backstory. Like every character in this game. After exploring and solving some puzzles, we go up to the attic, when suddenly, we hear some voices.
Oh no, she fell out the window!
Don't move her!
What happened?
We use a match to light a candle so we can see, because we don't have a flashlight, which enable us to check under a chair, where we find a birthday card. A child made this for their father. The child's name is Amy Baldwin. Hey! Wait a minute. It's the same name as that person we talked to. You probably get where this is going. Not a happy place. If you're still not sure, then the child's ghost will just tell you what to do.
Give it to my daddy.
Your daddy?
Yes. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny. I'm not sure which one is sadder.
I really like this sentence. It's so basic, but so true. You can forget what you ate for breakfast, but you'll never forget something traumatic.
Like that time when you played Doom 2, and you were so scared you almost shit your pants?
Hey, I was only 4 years old. Those imps were spooky. Look at that 4-pack. Anyway, his daughter died 10 years ago, when she fell out of the window. But after Maria gives him the birthday card, he suddenly says,
Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
He realized who or what Maria is. He realized that she isn't exactly a person, that she was born from a wish. Ah, get it?
Wait a minute!
She was born from the wish that James made in his subconscious. In some sense, her existence is a miracle, which makes Ernest wonder if he could get his own miracle. A miracle that might have something to do with a ritual that might bring his daughter back to life. Maybe. He asks her to bring him a bottle with white liquid from a familiar apartment building. For some reason, he can't get it himself. And she's like, yeah, I'll do it. It's boring to just sit and do nothing, so why not?
Maria, thank you.
Before she goes, Maria finds a note written by Ernest. It alludes to the cult from the first game, and it also talks about resurrecting the dead, which is... let's just say that it's relevant for one of the endings. It also might imply that Ernest was part of the cult, but we don't have enough information to know if that's true or not. For now it's only allegations. Here I realized how dark this game actually is, and I'm not talking about the tone or the plot. I mean, it's literally dark, because you don't have a flashlight, so I turned up the brightness a bit. It's not Doom 3 levels of darkness, but still. We exit the house and... what's this? Keep out of haunted mansion? Ha! Ghosts aren't real. This is a humorous foreshadowing. We go to the apartment building next door, which looks awfully similar to the one we visited in the main game. And that's because it is the same place. Also, you get so many bullets, the game almost becomes a run and gun shooter. You have no reason to conserve ammo. We find the safe that James opened in the main game, but we don't know the combination. If we try to look for the combination, like James did, Maria doesn't really want to do that. I wonder why.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
We get to where the pyramid boss fight happened, but the cute fellow isn't here right now. This path leads to the park where she will eventually meet James. but her little side quest for Ernest isn't finished yet, so she goes back. We eventually find the white liquid that Ernest wanted. But I turned down the brightness. How can you still not see? With our fetch quest complete, we go back to the Spencer mansion and give the liquid to Ernest. Or do we?
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
I'm not sure God is the right word.
He knows a lot of stuff for some reason, but then...
That James. He's a bad man.
James... Yes... I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway.
Anyway?
What do you mean, anyway?
Yeah, what do you mean anyway? You literally asked him if he knows something. He was about to tell you something about your identity, and then you say, anyway, I don't want to know, even though I just asked you, but I don't want to know. Duh. Then why did you ask? So anyway...
That's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. She finally opens the door, but he got offended, so he disappeared. No, actually he was a ghost all along. Remember that graffiti on the house? I told you this was an epic foreshadowing. So yeah, she was basically talking to nobody this whole time. It's not clear if Ernest was actually talking to us, if he was a ghost, or what even is the purpose of their interaction. Why does this side story even exist? Obviously, this town is making all of this possible, but why would Silent Hill want them to communicate with each other? Is it just so that Maria could hear the name James and realize her true purpose, her fate? Because that's basically what happens. She instinctively starts going towards James, like she can't control herself, like she's pulled to him. But with the last bit of her individuality and decision making, she wonders if she should just end it all, ultimately deciding that it's best to go on living. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to psychologically torture James, which is the best reason to keep living, but whether or not that was actually her decision, or Silent Hill forcing her to do it, is unknown. Everything I just said about her is obviously my speculation. I don't think there's a concrete answer, but it makes sense, I think. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just crazy. The story ends with the moment they meet each other in the park.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
Oh, shit!
This whole scenario gives more credibility to my theory that the entities that the town creates, about how the entities the town creates are actually self-aware with their own will, to a degree, like Lisa from the first game. She was also kind of not a real person, but was created from someone's mind. She had her own personality, but she was still bound by some rules, like how she wasn't allowed to leave the hospital. She had her own will and individuality, but eventually she had to succumb and fulfill the role given to her by the town, which was to become another monster. Imagine if we got a side story and could play as her, just like we did with Maria. Well, it might have been boring, because, from what we know, she was just hiding in this room all of the time. Her campaign probably would have ended right before she transformed and became like them. All of that is similar to what happens with Maria. She has her own goals and individuality. She does pretty much what she wants, but her personality slowly starts changing as she starts to play her role and starts going towards James. She's basically like a robot, a puppet the town created for James. And eventually she... well, you'll see. It's time to go back to the future. Remember how Maria was worried about Laura? Like, really worried? Like she knows her? Because Maria is basically a different version of Mary, she has some of her memories, and probably some of her emotions and attachments. Meaning, if Mary was close to Laura, Maria would also feel close to her, even if she doesn't understand why. And like Laura said, Mary was her friend. They met each other while Mary was in the hospital. A part of her knows that Mary's dead. Another part thinks that she is Mary. She's going back and forth. We can see it when she starts calling James honey and starts talking about something that only he and Mary would know. Either way, she wants to replace her. She wants James to surrender and accept her. She subconsciously started affecting him right at the beginning of the game. You see those posters? Yup, that's her.
That's me.
She was there all along, but at the end of the day, she's just a tool. The town is using her to communicate with James. It reminds him about the tape he recorded with Mary. It wants him to watch it. And in order to do that, he needs to reach the hotel, which was the objective all along. Ooh, okay, we've talked about James and his AI girlfriend for long enough. Let's see how the other characters are doing. They're probably fine.
Daddy, please don't!
Yeah, they're not doing so great. Oh no, it's this part. Buckle up. Ew, 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 ew. Okay, you're right. I just wanted to see what James would say if he tried to leave. Welcome to the most disturbing part of this game, which says a lot, because a lot of this game is disturbing. She just called this thing Daddy, and not in a kinky way, but more in the, yeah, that's actually her father way. It attacks by grabbing you and pulling your head down to its... I don't even know what's going on here. So yeah, you can figure out what's going on here. While James was chasing little girls and OnlyFans models, Angela was dealing with her own demons. And one of them is this abomination. It's called the Abstract Daddy, and it represents, well, her abusive father. Her sexually abusive father. Again, this is the most disturbing content, so if you're especially sensitive to this stuff, just skip ahead. Because that's not all. This thing also represents her brother. Remember how in the beginning she thought that her father and brother were here? Yeah, well, apparently they both abused her. And only thinking about it is scarier than any monster in the game. It's like, the father wasn't enough, let's also add the brother too. God damn. But also apparently, she killed them both. Just before this boss fight, we can read a newspaper where it basically says that she killed her father by stabbing him multiple times. We can also see her running away from her house in the intro cutscene. Presumably this happened right after she killed them, and right before the start of the game. Just outside of the boss fight, there are tons of newspapers scattered around. I assume they also have articles about Angela's father, and they have today's date, which implies that, yeah, she killed them today. She did it with the same knife she gave us. All of these events explain why she acted in such a bizarre way. Having this kind of childhood will most likely fuck you up for life.
I feel bad. Please don't.
Why would she think that they were coming here, though? We'll later learn that James had some repressed memories, so maybe the same is true for her. She kind of forgot that she killed them. Also, like James, she came here looking for someone, her mother, but like Mary, she might already be dead. According to creature designer and art director Masahiro Ito,
only Angela knows what she sees. Her abstract daddy, James, players, and I cannot see what she sees. We are on James's side, and who can say if the abstract daddy, which James sees, is the same as what Angela sees.
Which basically means that every character who came to this town sees something different. So for example, if James sees a feminine creature that likes to spit on his face, Angela or Eddie might see something completely different. They might also see a monster, but to them it will look differently. This creature is made out of a big mouth and some things rubbing against each other. They're all lying on a bed and are covered by a blanket made out of skin. Also, the arena is filled with holes with tubes that are moving back and forth inside of them. And yeah, I think you can figure out the symbolism yourself. How Angela sees this creature is probably way worse than how we see it, which is fucking terrifying. We'll see how the remake will handle this part. He's so disgusting and demented as he's limping and dying, he can't help himself and he still tries to get to you. He's still coming at you, in every definition of the word. It's like the only thing on his mind is sexual assault. Luckily, even monster predators can be put down with a few shotgun rounds, or with a giant sword. Let me just get the right angle. And yeah, fuck you.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Because of what she's been through, you can imagine that she's not the biggest fan of men. She thinks that James is just a lying, manipulative, horny monkey, because that's what her father and brother were. Even though James just saved her, her trauma makes her not trust him. We also don't know exactly what she's seeing. Like Ito said, we, the players, only see what James sees. To us, he seems normal, but maybe she sees him as a literal monster, because of the town's influence. Or maybe the town showed her something bad about James. Maybe there is some truth to her words.
You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes, she was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
She doesn't trust him, but at least for now, she's safe. Also, I believe that this is her apartment or at least Silent Hill is showing us a representation of her apartment. This has to be the living room. And the place we met her, when she was lying on the floor, that was probably her room. Okay, that was traumatizing. Let's check up on Eddie. Maybe he's doing better. Actually, wait. Let's take a break from horrifying backstories. We need to solve this puzzle first. It's actually an important and thematic puzzle. This place has 6 bodies. Each body represents a criminal who was hanged for some horrible crime they've committed. Damn it, I just said that we're taking a break from horrifying backstories. We need to figure out which one of them is innocent. We do it by going to another identical room, which is filled with 6 nooses. Each corresponds with the hanging bodies in the other room. Symbolism! This puzzle is here to test us, to see if we have the capacity to make a proper judgment and distinguish between sinners and innocent people. The theme of past sins is important in this game, as you will clearly see later. We need to pull the correct rope to show that we've figured out who the innocent one is. But how do we do it? Like we do with pretty much every puzzle, we read notes. This one tells us that we need to find the innocent one, and if we don't, we will be punished. Supposedly monsters will appear and attack you, but it didn't happen to me. The other note gives us the actual solution. Pay attention. Dead man swinging on a tree. Kissing. Wait, no, that's not the solution. At least not for this puzzle. We need to read about the bad stuff that each criminal has done. The first one was basically Hannibal Lecter. The second was selling children to some very bad people. The next one was playing too much thief. This one was playing too much Monopoly. This one was scamming people. He was probably selling a course online about dropshipping. And this one is our man. It's a story about an arsonist. Some houses were burned down, but the sheriff didn't have any suspects, so he just blamed a random person and sentenced him to death. Very not cool, especially because of all the heat from the fires.
That was lame.
So that's it. We did it. We found the innocent one. This is the man blamed for arson. We go to the corresponding rope, pull it down, go back to the other room, and now, instead of some hanging innocent schmuck, we find a key, which we use to unlock these handcuffs. Who the fuck put handcuffs here? Now we can turn the valve and open this damn door. And after all of that bullshit, what do we get? Maria's rotting corpse. Literally. She was killed by Pyramid Head at the hospital, then somehow she was here, alive. James told her that he'll come and save her, but then she dies, again. I am sensing a pattern. Even though there's blood everywhere, this time it doesn't seem like it was the handiwork of Pyramid Dude. Look at her face. It looks more like a disease. Like Mary's disease? The town is trying to show James that, no, you can't replace your wife. She's dead, and every time you try to replace her with this woman, she will die too. Mary isn't coming back. The last stage of grief is acceptance, right? James needs to accept these facts.
No. Acceptance, Ethan. Acceptance.
You snotty little brat!
So that was kind of depressing. I mean, his wife died, his wife's clone died, Angela was traumatized and she hates us. Everything's shit. Maybe I should just give up. Maybe I should just dig my own grave and jump inside of it. Oh, someone already did it for me. Yeah, whatever, I don't care anymore. And I guess the game also doesn't care anymore, because there wasn't even a cutscene of him jumping. We're just teleported to whatever this place is. So, we've seen lying meat. We've seen some hanging meat. Speaking of hanging meat, we're about to see it. Now it's time to talk about Eddie. And I don't mean that he's the meat. I mean, there's actual hanging meat. We're getting closer to a freezer. See, there's like freezer fog and shit. You'll see. There's also blood. Well, here we go. Let's pile up more trauma on our shoulders. We find Eddie standing over a dead person, which he killed. Yeah, he's gone completely insane-o.
Eddie? What are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh.
Well, that was some edgy shit. But yeah, I guess he's right. Dead people won't react to you no matter how much you talk to them. Trust me.
From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him! Just like that.
Okay, that was some edgy shit. Also, are you planning to kill any person who looks at you funny? How many bullets do you have anyway?
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Unfortunately, this is realistic. Being bullied for a long time can really damage your self-esteem and make you paranoid. You think that everyone is out to get you, even though most people don't even know that you exist. And if someone says something to you, no matter how innocent or logical it may be, you'll take it as an insult and a personal attack on your character, which is what happens here. But no matter how bad I might feel for Eddie, he's still trying to kill us, so we have to defend ourselves. Let me show you how to deal with someone who wants to kill you. First, you block their attack. Then, you let them hit you, just to give them false hope. You then pull out a massive sword from your pocket and one-shot them. But because there's two phases to the fight, he survives. For now. You see all of these bodies? Supposedly, he killed all of them. We'll talk about it soon. We go after him and... See? Told you. Hanging meat. It's symbolism for how he thinks that other people think about him. I think. Eddie was bullied for a really long time. Eventually, it started messing with his head. He started believing that he has no value. But eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted revenge. So he came to the guy that was bullying him, shot him in the knee, and then shot his dog. And then, like James and Angela, he was somehow called to Silent Hill. We don't actually know what exactly made him come here. For James it was his wife, for Angela it was her mother, but Eddie, he just says that he ran away, and it's implied that the police are chasing him, probably because that bully reported him to the police for shooting him. Look, I can understand shooting that douchebag, okay? But why that dog? Nothing justifies shooting a dog, unless it's a really bad doggy that tries to bite your head off. He also says that he enjoyed it. Now, okay, just for that, we gotta kill him. I'm sorry. Unalive him. Game end him. Is that what the kids say? He also says something interesting and accurate when James tries to lecture him.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James! This town called you too! You and me are the same! We're not like other people! Don't you know that? Let's party!
I don't really like parties, so... In the first game, Alessa was the one projecting the nightmare. Here, the devs wanted to mix it up, so you wouldn't know who was the one that was projecting this nightmare. Eventually they said, let's make it all of them. I'm assuming that's what happened. Every character we've met has their own version of Silent Hill. We might be looking at the same thing, but they will see something different from us, except for Maria, since she is our own projection, and Laura. She doesn't actually see anything bad in the town. That's why she's not afraid of hanging out in creepy apartments, and the creepy streets, and creepy hospitals, because for her it's not creepy. She doesn't see any monsters. The worst she might see is the fog, and that's because she's just an innocent little girl. She's the only one without a troubled past. She's the only one who hasn't committed a grave sin. Well, besides stepping on our hand and calling us a fart face. I'm still sad about that, you know, but the same can't be said about Angela and Eddie. While Angela had a very good reason to kill her father and brother, it's still considered a sin. At least according to Silent Hill. What? You think you're the police or something? Since when do you decide what's good or bad? Huh? Please don't send me a letter from a dead relative. And Eddie, well, according to Masahiro Ito, Eddie actually only killed a dog. The bodies that we see in the cutscenes are just delusions. So I guess all of the people that he quote-unquote killed were just projections created by Silent Hill. Maybe in his version of Silent Hill, instead of seeing sexy mannequins and weird things that spit on you, he just saw his bully over and over again. At the end, he became a way bigger monster than anyone who was ever mean to him. Which is a sad cycle that happens in reality. Monsters creating bigger monsters. But hey, at least we get to kill him with a fuck-off sword. Ow. Come on, don't interrupt me. That's rude. Alright, there we go.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
He was a filthy dog killer, but yes, he was a human. We were killing monsters throughout the whole game, but this is the first time we killed an actual human. And I feel really bad about it. Real bad.
He was dead when I got here, honest.
Also, like with Angela, I think we got a glimpse into his past. I believe that this place, next to where we first meet him, is his room. It seems fitting. Remember how he and Laura were having a conversation while he was eating that delicious pizza? Of course you remember. That was the best part of the game. Anyway, it kind of seemed like they already knew each other, right? Well, that's because they did. You can see them together in the intro cutscene, and it looks like they're using a map to get to Silent Hill. Laura probably asked him for a ride. It's a little detail. Miss and you blink it. Wait, what? Blink it? Blink and you miss it. Hey, yeah, that's right. Stupid. Though it is kind of weird how he didn't get super angry when she called him a gutless fatso right in his face. He was just like, oh, come on, please don't say that. Please?
Gutless fatso.
After hearing everything I said about this character, you would probably never think that his name was taken from Eddie Murphy. I'm not kidding, by the way.
Oh! You're so wrapped up in layers, onion boy!
I realize that the older I get, the more I understand and appreciate these games. It's like I can feel what they were going for. All of this psychological horror is much more disturbing than flying monsters and cult shenanigans. Inside all of the supernatural bullshit, there is something a lot more personal and real. This is a very complex and emotional story. It's more than just good versus evil, like in the other games, or most games for that matter. That concept doesn't really exist here, actually. What's good or bad is ultimately for you to decide. Here, it's a battle against yourself and your inner demons. I don't want to know what my demons would look like.
Demons? Where?
Oh no, not you too. Anyway, it's time for the final stretch. Who wants to go to a 5-star hotel in a spooky town? I hear it's cheap this season. I was stuck in a spooky hotel in a spooky town for 40 days. And no, we're not doing that here. Okay, let's go. After a very quiet and atmospheric boat ride, we finally arrive at our destination. Unsurprisingly, everything is foggy and creepy, but James says this place hasn't changed one bit, which is not super reassuring, let me tell ya. There's nothing left to explore in town. There's only one road ahead of us. So we brace ourselves and go inside. Immediately we find a map and... Oh? What's this? Waiting for you. Ah, that's sweet. I'm always happy when my dead wife is waiting for me inside a creepy hotel in a nightmare town. I get butterflies. The hotel seems like the most normal place so far. It doesn't mean that it's not spooky though. It's not dark like most of the other locations, but it's quiet. The hotel knows you're here. It even sends you personal letters. You have enemies roaming around. Even the Big Daddy shows up. 2 of them. For some reason, they don't attack you unless you get too close. Sometimes you'll hear... stuff. We find the key to where they stayed. The 3rd floor is our destination. For now the entire floor is locked off, but if you pay attention, you'll hear Mary's voice.
Jay!
And also, watch what happens when I examine Mary's letter. You know, the letter that she supposedly wrote to James, the letter that brought him here, the thing that started this whole journey. Yeah, it's blank. It's not clear if it's the town pulling a big prank on James or if it was all in his head. But regardless, the letter was never real to begin with. After exploring a bit, we get jump scared by Laura. I guess she also used a boat to get here?
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
No, James, you're not supposed to admit that.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Apparently there's an actual letter for Mary. When she was still alive and was at the hospital, she gave it to a nurse. Laura then stole it from that nurse, and now she's giving it to James. And yeah, it's sad. She talks about how she really appreciates her friendship with Laura, that she's sorry for not saying goodbye. She also tells Laura not to hate James, and describes him as surly.
You snotty little brat!
He's a bit surly. Mary tells her that she loves her like a daughter, and that if things were different, she would have liked to adopt her. Happy 8th birthday. I'm feeling emotions. I don't like it. I want to cry, but I'll save my tears for the ending. As James finishes reading, he asks Laura how old she is, and discovers that she in fact turned 8 last week, which means that Mary wrote this letter very recently, which then means that she was alive very recently. So yeah, that whole "she died 3 years ago" thing was also made up by Jimmy's mind. Something is seriously wrong with Jimbles here. Laura suddenly remembers that there's another letter, but she dropped it somewhere. I guess Mary really liked writing letters to everyone, though this is a weird part, because Laura never finds it. I think it's supposed to be a letter you get in the end. You'll see. Hahaha, hey, that's not very nice. Oh, okay then. After exploring the hotel and solving some pretty easy puzzles, we come across an elevator. If we go inside, an alarm will start ringing. There is power, but the buttons aren't working. I wonder why that is. Huh? Only one person? I am only one person. Are you calling me fat? We have too much stuff in our invisible inventory, so we're too heavy for the elevator, which wasn't a problem on the other elevators, but this time we need to put all of our stuff in this closet. I don't know how Pyramid Head's knife fits here, but okay. After getting rid of everything, the elevator finally works, and we're able to go down to the first floor. We're unarmed, so enemies actually pose some kind of threat now. So we run away like chickens.
You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
The game new players might get hurt because they can't defend themselves, so it gives us some healing items. We find a bar key, so we go to the bar and try to use it. What do you mean it's too dark to find a hole? You like digging through dark holes? You've been jumping into them for the whole game now. Oh, don't give me that look. We go back upstairs and finally find a videotape. We've been hearing about this tape for a long time now, so whatever's in here is probably important. Watching tapes in Silent Hill games is never a happy experience. Now we need to find a place to actually watch it. We also find a can opener, which we use on a can. I know, shocking. Inside we find light bulbs, because of course there are light bulbs inside of a sealed can in the kitchen. Maybe that's normal, I don't know. I usually keep them in the bathtub when I go take a shower. James uses one of the light bulbs so he can finally find his hole and unlock the door. We're back at the main section of the hotel. We can get our equipment back. The hotel is dark. Now it's really quiet. There's no one around. It might even be spookier like this. At least when I hear the radio and the screaming of the monsters, I know I can go kill them and be on my way. Here, I don't know what to expect. We solve an easy music box puzzle and get the key we've been wanting to get all along. The key to the third floor. We use it, and finally, we're here. Quite a nice room you've got here, yes. Some nice decorations. A lovely view. Kind of makes me want to go on vacation. Well, I guess there's nothing more to do. It's time. It's time for the biggest plot twist in horror games. Well, it was the biggest plot twist more than 20 years ago, but still, even if you already know what it is, it's still very effective. There's no music. There's no monsters. The town is just waiting until we decide to learn the truth. This whole fucking game has been leading up to this moment. It's time to get serious again. Enjoy.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
We finally know the truth. Mary was sick, but she didn't die from the disease. Her doctors told her that there was no cure. She didn't have much long. Sometime before she was supposed to die, she was released from the hospital so she could spend her final days at home with her lovely husband, James. Which sounds sweet and wholesome, but it meant that James was now supposed to take care of her. It was okay at first, but the more it went on, the more he felt trapped. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore, and decided that the logical thing to do is to end her life. He killed her with a pillow. It sounds evil and horrible, which, Yeah, it is. Obviously. It's not a very good thing to do, but it's a bit more complicated than that. We'll get to it at the end. For now, we can assume that he suppressed his memories and started subconsciously lying to himself about how she died 3 years ago and not recently. Of course, murdering his wife wasn't actually on the tape. It was a way for Silent Hill to show him the truth about her death. It's like a part of his memory was put inside of the tape. Is that how it really works? You kill your wife and just forget about it? Also, you have no idea how much I wanted to use the Dancing James meme in this part, but this is a very serious moment and the biggest plot twist ever. So I didn't want to ruin the vibes by showing it, even though I just showed it. Damn it. Anyway, it's time to explain all of the symbolism. As we've established multiple times already, the monsters aren't just random creatures that appear out of nowhere. They are projections of someone's inner demons, their past sins, their negative emotions, and how they view reality. Angela saw her father as a horny monster with a giant mouth fused with a bed. Eddie supposedly saw the guy who bullied him just standing and laughing at him. That's not very nice. And all of the monsters that we've been fighting are obviously coming out of little James's head. The first enemy we meet are called the lying figure. The upper body represents someone inside of a body bag, meaning someone dead. Usually people who are alive don't go inside of body bags, no matter how much you ask of them. Its movements look like a patient, struggling in pain. Both of which were true for Mary. She was a struggling patient who died. That's how James viewed her. The sexy cleavage nurses, it's a little hard to notice, but their head is actually swollen. They are suffocating, which represents how James literally suffocated Mary with a pillow. And I guess their cleavage represents how James was looking at the nurses whenever he came to visit Mary at the hospital. That naughty scoundrel. He loved her, but because Mary couldn't exactly please him in her condition, he probably started to feel sexually frustrated. He started looking around at other women and having naughty thoughts about them. At least that's what I think. That's probably what happened. Angela's dialogue kind of implies it.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
Next, there's the mannequins, and I don't think there's much to explain here. It's the same deal as with the nurses. They're literally two legs on top of other legs, and James probably wanted to see what's between them by hitting them with a plank. When you meet the first mannequin, there's another mannequin wearing Mary's clothes. What about this weird thing? It's called the Mandarin. It's only ever found below a cage, and that's exactly what it represents. Someone trapped, which is exactly how Mary and James felt. The bosses we fought after Laura called us a fart face are called Flesh Lip. You know, because of their big lips and it's all fleshy. They are kind of similar in appearance to the horny daddy, only here it's not sexual. It's basically a flying bed, with the lips representing Mary's mouth, which abused James with bad words. Mary loved him, but sometimes her disease made her not the happiest person in the world. She would lash out at anyone out of frustration and helplessness, which just sucks for everyone, but it's understandable. God damn it, why is this so sad? I want to stop talking about it. I love this game, but...
Soon!
Let's do this. The creepers might be just bugs, but they might also be connected to Alessa from the first game. Remember, all of this symbolism shit is only possible thanks to her. Maybe some of her projections are still lingering here. And Maria, well, we talked about her already. A lot. Like with the nurses, James was sexually frustrated, but he still wanted to be with Mary. So Maria is the ideal, healthy version of her. But now, Finally, we get to talk about the big man himself, Pyramid Head. When James and Mary visited Silent Hill, they went to the Historical Society, where James saw this picture of Pyramid Head. You know, that selfie he took. It's actually a painting based on the town's executioners. Because yes, Silent Hill was always fucked up. Apparently, having executioners was common here. They had a distinct look, and Pyramid Head was based on that look. See, their heads are kind of similar. After James killed her, his brain combined the memory of this lovely picture with his guilt and desire to be punished. And this fusion resulted in a real-life Punisher executioner, which is Pyramid Head. Masahiro Ito said he designed him right after finishing working on the first game, and he already knew that he would grab players' hearts. Well, as we've seen in the cutscenes, he likes to grab other stuff besides hearts. But yeah, he's obviously very well designed and is the most well-known creature in the franchise. I'm glad people love him, but anyone who didn't play Silent Hill 2 will get the wrong impression of him. They see him in other games or movies and they think, oh, it's that big, muscular triangle man. He just goes around killing people. But that's not how he works. And he's not even that big or muscular. Look at him. He's not even taller than James. They're about the same height. He only looks taller because of his pointy hat. He's been used in a lot of wrong ways, to the point where Ito himself was so frustrated that he wished he didn't design him. Personally, it doesn't bother me that much that he appeared in other stuff. He's cool no matter what. It's just important to understand that the purpose of this beautiful creature is to basically be the Punisher, but only for James. That's why he only makes sense in Silent Hill 2. Supposedly at one point, Silent Hill 2 was going to have random unscripted encounters with Pyramid Head. He would have been kind of like Mr. X. That could have been cool and creepy. Something I learned when making this video is that Pyramid Boy was inspired by a specific quote from Jacob's Ladder. I love this quote.
Eckhart saw hell too. You know what he said? He said the only thing that burns in hell is the part of you that won't let go of your life. Your memories, your attachments, they burn them all away. But they're not punishing you, he said. They're freeing your soul. Relax. So the way he sees it, if you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels, freeing you from the earth. It's just a matter of how you look at it, that's all. So don't worry, okay? Okay?
You snotty little brat!
First of all, go watch this movie if you haven't. Second, if you did watch this movie, go watch it again. And third, I didn't think about it like that before making this video, but yeah, it makes sense. As long as James keeps resisting, Pyramid Head will keep persisting. But if James learns the truth and accepts it, then Pyramid Head will leave him alone. Oh, and his Japanese name is Sankaku Atama, which means Triangle Head. That's goofy. Well, I guess Pyramid Head is also goofy. Before we move on, remember all of the bodies we found around town, like the one in the apartment building? Notice how their face isn't really visible, and they all have a similar hairstyle to James. Yeah, all of them are James. The developers literally used the same character models for them.
ですよ、あそこは。あの死体は実はジェームスが作り出したジェームスなんで逆に見せちゃいけない。
Maybe it's a foreshadowing to one of the endings. Whatever it is, it's clever how it was under our noses the whole time. I almost forgot to mention it, but all of those holes James was jumping into, well, I think you can guess what they represent. He's going deeper and deeper into his own psyche, going deeper inside of himself. and getting closer to uncover the truth buried within his mind. Or something like that, probably. It's all speculation. All of it. I'm just trying to sound smart, okay? That's the real purpose of this video. Okay, I've been yapping for too long. I think it's time to get back to the story. You have the whole context now. James has the whole context. And I brought tissues in preparation for the ending. It's time to finish this.
Mary?
Laura comes in and asks James if he found Mary. And he's like, well, you see, she's not here at the moment. Actually, she will never be here. Laura calls him a liar, pants on fire. Then James just tells her the whole truth. She didn't die from the illness. He killed her. And Laura is... well, she doesn't know how to react at first. She just stands there for a few seconds until she finally realizes that she's not very happy about what he did. She calls him a killer.
You killer!
And starts beating the shit out of him. Then Jimballs gives her the coldest delivery ever.
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here.
God damn, man. You'd think that our journey is over. We know the truth. Now we can go home. No, no, no. Silent Hill isn't done with us yet. We still haven't confronted all of our demons.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James! Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. James.
The town isn't satisfied yet. It wants James to keep going. The music is distorted. And if you check her fake letter again, not only is it going to be blank, but it doesn't even exist anymore. Not only was James imagining that there were words on a blank piece of paper, he even imagined the piece of paper itself. It never existed. Or again, it might be the town messing with him and it just made it disappear after he watched the tape. We don't know. When James arrived here, he says that the hotel looks just like he remembers it. Now that he found out the truth and snapped out of his own delusions, we can see what the hotel actually looks like. Old, decrepit, unkept, burned. Apparently there was a fire here sometime after James and Mary left this place. It's bad. When we first arrived here, we were actually in the other world, and now we've returned to the normal world. It's usually the opposite. There's water leaking all over, the lower floor is flooded, and we're physically stuck here. There's a wall of concrete blocking our way back, which means we can only move forward. No matter how much we try to avoid it, the hotel, this town, won't let us. It will keep messing with us. If we try to enter a door, it will teleport us back to the hallway. There's no escaping it. We can't run away anymore. We have to confront it. We have to confront her. But it's still a good idea to go back and explore previous areas. You will find a lot of useful items that might help you if you're struggling. If everything that happened up until now wasn't sad enough for you, then here's another depressing kick in the balls. We see Angela standing on a burning staircase. She's admiring some fine art, which is actually her father, and there's another one that's her brother. Pause the video and read this if you want confirmation. Remember how I said that everyone sees Silent Hill differently? Of course you remember, I said it like 5 times. Because apparently I like to repeat myself. Watch what happens when James approaches her.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
This is how she sees Silent Hill, not as a foggy town, like it is for James. She did see the fog, but only in the beginning. The fog probably represents foggy memories, which fits both James and Angela. She also doesn't see it as a freezer with hanging meat like it was for Eddie. She sees the town on fire. Everything is burning, all of the time, and James just happened to cross into her reality. This is serious stuff, but when I think about it, it's kind of like how summoning works in Dark Souls. I noticed that we've encountered both Angela and Eddie a total of 4 times. I believe that was intentional. The developers are Japanese, and in Japan, the number 4 is a sign of bad luck, or death. And considering what happened with these two, yeah, that number seems appropriate. Laura is the only one we've met more than 4 times. No matter how much we try, we can't go after her, which sadly represents the fact that she's too far gone. Because Angela spent the whole game looking for her, it's implied that her mother was the only one in her life who was kind to her, even though she told her that she deserved what happened to her, which is not something a kind person would say, I think. Maybe if there were more nice people in her life, things wouldn't turn out like this. Maybe if she had some kind of support system, things would be better. But she wasn't so lucky. She had to deal with all of this shit by herself, and now it's too late. Even though James saved her, it's not enough. Like she said, it's not like he's going to take care of her and fix all of her problems. He just helped her because that's what you're supposed to do. But it's not enough.
That's what I thought.
It's not clear if she dies or not, but this is the last time we see her. There's nothing we can do to help, and either way, we have our own sad journey to complete. We cross a deadly hallway with enemies that can damage us by touching our feet through the grates, which Silent Hill shamelessly stole from Cry of Fear 11 years earlier. We get to the last save point in the game. As you can see, there are 9 notes instead of the usual 1. Each note represents an enemy or character that is related to James. It's like a reminder of what we've been through. It's time to face judgment and watch Maria die again. Also, Pyramid Head has a brother now. I'm not sure what it means, Maybe James feels twice as guilty after remembering what he's done?
James!
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone!
He's looking at him like, oh, that guy is so loud. Whatever, do your thing. Yeah, okay. Wait, let me adjust my aim. Steady now. James falls to his knees. Seeing your imaginary girlfriend killed over and over again must be traumatizing. But finally, he understands why this is happening. He understands what Pyramid Head is. I love this part.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
He's so confident now, they're actually walking away from him. They're like, oh shit, he actually wants to fight. I thought we were just gonna scare him a little. We actually get to fight two Pyramid Bros, and unlike the first fight, we can actually do some damage. James is physically showing them that he's learned his lesson. He doesn't want to be punished anymore. He doesn't need them anymore, but he needs to prove it. I wouldn't call this fight amazing, but at the same time, I think it's one of the best fights in the franchise. Not only because of the story and symbolism, that's obviously good. It's actually a pretty good fight in terms of gameplay. You do what you do in every boss fight in this game. Run around the place, get as much distance as you can, shoot the spooky monster, and then repeat. It's not complicated, but it doesn't have to be. It's sufficiently challenging. You have to deal with two enemies at once, you can't be too greedy with your shots, and you can't be too slow. Otherwise, they will poke you with their sticks. Whoa, I've never seen this attack before. Cool. The best weapon to use is the rifle. The only downside is that it takes a while to reload, but it does the most damage. Or, you know, don't use guns at all. Use their sword against both of them at the same time. Kill them with style. You're judging them now. With their purpose complete, their existence is not needed anymore. That's why they kill themselves. Their purpose is fulfilled. We grab an egg from each triangle and use them to open the doors. The eggs probably represent our rebirth, because you know, stuff come out of the egg. It's like it's giving birth, and like James is rebirthed as a new man, and oh look, a door with a face. Let's listen to one of the last conversations Mary had with James. Like a lot of things in this game, it's sad, but you have to listen to it if you want a good ending, and if you just want to get more out of the story.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusted. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James!
Wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake?
Oh, hey Maria. You decided to cosplay as Mary, huh? I admire your dedication. When did you dye your hair?
Mary is dead. You killed her.
Wait, you knew all along and you didn't tell me? You bitch!
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
First, she cosplays as Mary, then she cosplays a nun? I'm not actually sure what she's supposed to be, and now she's choking me, and not in a kinky way. I think this is probably the most underwhelming final boss in the franchise, at least visually. It's the only monster where I don't understand her symbolism. From what I searched online, nobody really understands either. There's only speculation. Maybe she's supposed to represent how Mary was trapped in her bed, but then why does she kind of look like a nun? Whatever, she doesn't look very interesting, but I kind of like this fight mechanically. There is some strategy to it. Well, I mean, it's the same strategy as every other boss fight in the game. You run to the edges of the arena, shoot at her until she gets close, run to the other side of the arena, and then repeat. But you gotta nail the timing. It's leagues better than the Incu shit from the first game. It's the only game from the original team where you don't fight some kind of version of God at the end of the story. Instead, you fight an AI-generated clone of your dead wife, which transformed into a flying demon stuck in a rectangle, which is less weird than fighting God. I like how if you get caught by the moths, she doesn't attack you. Instead, she waits until you're free, then waits at least another second, and only then she can grab you. It's fair. If she could grab you while you were getting stunlocked by flying bugs, it would be the most frustrating fight ever, because her grabs can almost one-shot you. Like with every boss, it's way better to use guns rather than melee weapons, but sometimes you want to do it in style. Ha! Worth it. By the way, her theme song is insane. I hope I won't get a copyright strike somehow. Listen to it. It's like Akira Yamaoka turned chaos into a song. She's still not dead. She desperately clings to life while calling to James. By killing her, James destroys the part of his mind that wanted to replace Mary. Soon, he will finally be free. Well, there's only one way to end this. James meets Mary, the real Mary. After everything he's been through, everything he's done, he's granted one final meeting with her. We knew that he killed her. Now we're about to find out why.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life.
She gives him the actual, real letter. I'm gonna play the whole cutscene for you. It's gonna be long and sad. I already brought some tissues. If you don't want to cry, just skip ahead. I mean it.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you, something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it.
I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
I'm not crying, you're crying. God damn it. I usually never tear up from anything, but hearing all of this actually makes me tear up. That almost never happens. It's funny, or sad, how I can get way more emotional about a video game and not about real life. Even if you hear this whole monologue out of context, it will still make you cry. Despite everything he did, she understands and forgives him. She genuinely wants him to just move on, stop being obsessed, and go live life. Maybe it's also a message to the player. The game is telling you to stop being obsessed and hang up on the past. We need to learn to let go and move on, or else we will be stuck in an endless cycle of pain. Whether this conversation was inside of James's noodle or if it was actually her is unknown, but regardless, he got the closure he needed.
Mary?
I got arguably the best ending. It's called the leave ending, because James leaves. What did you expect? James redeemed himself and gets to live on. It even looks like he adopts Laura, presumably to honor Mary's wish of adopting her. And I guess Laura forgave James for killing Mary? This is arguably the best ending he could have gotten. Some people, though, might think that he doesn't deserve this kind of happy ending. That he's a horrible person who has to be punished on top of everything he's been through. He needs to be in jail and maybe even executed. Legally. By an electric chair or a spooky needle. Not by a pyramid executioner. Especially now that he's stuck T-posing. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, a hot take if you will, but I think that James is genuinely a good person. But he's a good person who did a really terrible thing. That can happen. Obviously I'm not defending his actions. He did something horrible. No matter what you're going through, killing your wife is not good. Don't do that. But life is not as black and white as a lot of people might think. Just because you did something bad doesn't necessarily make you a genuine evil person, and vice versa. Just because you did something good doesn't mean that you're suddenly a pure-hearted angel. whether you should be punished for doing something bad and how harsh your punishment has to be, well, that's a different discussion. In this case, I think he got punished a lot. I do not know if it's enough. His wife definitely didn't deserve what happened to her, so maybe it's not even close to being enough. But it was certainly an enormous amount of judgment and punishment. But because we read her note, looked at her picture, and ignored the AI cosplayer stripper,
Anyway!
we showed that James does actually love her, which made Mary forgive and understand him. She really is the perfect wife. There are other endings, of course. The in-water ending is achieved by not showing enough will to go on, like not healing yourself fast enough, or examining Angela's knife, and even though he tells her that he would never kill himself,
Me? I'd never kill myself.
there is a part of him that wants to just give up. We can see it with Pyramid Head, of course, and basically every enemy. They are his manifestations, and they are actively trying to kill him. Basically through them, his mind is telling him to give up. But there are other hints in the environment. All of the nooses we've seen in the prison area, and all of the nooses that are also in the prison. If you get this ending, James realizes he can't go on without Mary. He wants to be with her forever. So he does what every sane person would do. He takes her corpse and drives them both into a lake, drowning himself. Now they are together in death.
Now we can be together.
Or not, she probably went to heaven, and he's not getting in there with his track record. He's going to hell, where he will probably meet Dahlia, who will then start telling him about the backstory of the cult, and her whole monologue will be almost as long as this video. Almost.
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
You snotty little brat!
The Maria ending is, well, it's where you choose Maria over Mary. Duh. If you're not a big meanie, like me, and you treat her well, James will show that he's succumbing to the temptation of this fantasy, of an idealistic version of his wife. The final boss will be the same, but now you're actually fighting Mary, and because they look the same, the developers didn't need to actually change much in the cutscene aside from the dialogue. They literally just used the same character model. Smart move. James lives together with Maria, but then she starts coughing, and anytime you hear coughing in fictional stories, it always implies that the person is sick, usually with a fatal illness. James pretty much ignores it and continues with his delusions and fantasies, showing that he didn't learn anything from his adventure. He's a dum-dum. Maria will eventually die the same way Mary did, and he's doomed to repeat the whole process over and over again. Next time, he'll come to Silent Hill, and there will be a clone of Maria named Miriam or something. Now the next one is a bit more complicated. It's called the Rebirth ending. You can guess what happens there. To even attempt to achieve this ending, you must first complete the game at least once. You then need to collect 4 special items, which in some strange way are supposed to help James resurrect Mary. Allegedly. If you'll remember, that's exactly what Ernest Baldwin tried to do in the side story. He wanted to resurrect his daughter. After defeating the final boss, James realizes that he can't go on without Mary. But instead of drowning himself, like in the spooky water ending, he instead decides to appeal to the gods. From reading about the history of Silent Hill, James comes to the conclusion that the gods are still here, and they have powers.
Power to defy even death.
So he puts Mary's corpse on a boat and goes to some kind of church, which is normally inaccessible in-game. There are actually people who hacked the game, and they show you how this church looks. It's on a small island, but there's nothing actually you can do there. He supposedly goes there and asks the gods to please give him a teeny tiny part of their powers and bring his wife back to life. It's unknown if it works or not. Maybe it worked and she came back as a zombie or something and then killed him. But it probably didn't work, because from what we know so far, there aren't any actual gods here. The only quote-unquote god was the aborted fetus we fought in the first game. And he didn't seem like the kind of guy that wants to bring people back from the dead. He kind of wanted to do the opposite, which is cool, but not a very nice thing to do. But all of that is not important whatsoever, because again, we have a joke ending. 2 joke endings. Oh boy! Like in the previous game, there's an UFO ending. Aliens are coming back to Silent Hill again, but Harry is standing next to them. He still hasn't given up on finding his daughter, so he asks James about her. But James is like, I don't know what's going on here, my dude, but have you seen my dead wife? He doesn't even acknowledge the aliens. They probably got offended by that, so they zap him, and Harry even helps them carry James into the spaceship. Either they brainwashed him, or he just became friends with them. I hope it's the second option. All of it is presented in this black and white early cinema style. It's so goofy, I love it. But then, we have the true ending. The most canon ending. Or should I say, the most canine ending?
Oh brother, this guy stinks!
I'm of course talking about the doggy ending. If you manage to get a special key, you can open a special door in the hotel. And then you see it. This entire time, a little dog has been controlling the events of the game. Every horrible thing James has been through was orchestrated by this nefarious puppy, this yellow prankster. You know he did it for those YouTube clicks, for the clout. It probably uploaded so many videos of James just crying and suffering, and those videos got a lot of likes. The doggy tells James that it was just a prank, bro, and licks his face. What follows is a very goofy credit screen with the best song in the game. And a very muscular James. Whoa. Take it easy, bro. This is the canon ending, and I don't want to hear any objections. You know, the first time I played Silent Hill 2, I didn't finish it. Of course I completed it throughout the years, but when I played it for the first time, I got stuck somewhere in the spooky apartments and just gave up. I was too young and foolish to understand this game, but at least one of those things has changed over the years. I'm not that young anymore. Like I said in the beginning, Silent Hill 2 has perfected psychological horror. It's the greatest psychological horror ever, and one of the best video games of all time. And part of me doesn't really want to play it anymore. It's too sad, not only because of the subject matters and the horrible things that happened here, but also because of the performance. The voice actress for Mary did such an amazing job that she literally cried during the recording session. I read that somewhere, and I believe it. Okay, I can deal with sad stuff, and I am exaggerating a bit. I love this game. Really love it. I'm sure I'll play it again. But I'll have to not take the story so seriously next time and think about happy stuff like cats or prankster dogs in order to distract myself from the depression of this game. I can usually handle sad stuff very well. I'm usually a big, tough alpha male who doesn't cry from anything, but this feels different. It feels so real. It's something I can kind of relate to in my personal life. Maybe because of that, I actually do want to play it again. I don't know. We talked about all of the story and the lore and all of that, but there's something that's still bugging me. I only have one question. It was stated by one of the developers that Mary was actually in the trunk of James's car this entire time. There's another tweet about how she's actually in the back seat. Regardless of where she is, did James not notice her corpse when he drove to find her in Silent Hill, even though he's the one who put her there? I mean, okay, I get it. If you've been through something very traumatic, it can give you some form of amnesia. I get that. But did he still forget that he killed her as he was carrying her corpse into the car? And when he was driving to Silent Hill, he was like, okay Mary, wait in the car, I'll be back soon, I just need to find you in this creepy town. Did he repress his memories so much that he became blind and didn't see her in the car? I mean, he would have been the one to put her there. All of this doesn't really matter, but it's kind of funny to think about. Bottom line, this game is amazing and everyone should play it. It's one of the most interesting games out there. we still haven't gotten to the remake, and I'm really worried, but also excited. This is probably the hardest game to remake. Not in terms of gameplay, the gameplay can be easily improved upon, and it seems that that's what they did, so that's good. But in terms of story, atmosphere, and especially the very, very heavy subject matters, I'm afraid that they won't go as in depth as the original did, and they will tone it down, because they will think that it's too controversial, or something like that. Maybe it will be a disaster, or maybe I'm just panicking and it will be amazing. I really hope so. So far it looks really good. It seems like they've been listening to player feedback, and that's a very good sign. So I'm happy. We'll see it very soon. I think that overall it will be good, but no matter what, we will always have the original. And that's a timeless classic. Oof, wow, what an experience. I'm glad I'm not hallucinating and bringing my own delusions into reality. I don't want to end up like James. That would be bad. Isn't that right, Takin Toy of Doom guy?
You know that I'm not real, right? I'm just a figment of your subconscious. I only exist thanks to your
troubled mind. My one purpose is to judge you and guide you to your ultimate fate.
Wait. Really?
I don't know. I don't know.
Huh. Well, this video became a bit of a downer. It would be even more depressing if it would just end abruptly. Thanks for watching. Hello? How are you? I just wanted to say, this video took a long time to make, so if you happen to enjoy my yapping, please consider liking the video, subscribing, and doing all of that YouTube stuff.
Who are you?
That's a bit personal, isn't it? Now, let's begin. Welcome to Silent Hill 3. In Silent Hill 3, we play as a cool, angsty teenager.
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Silent Hill 3 is considered to be the last truly good game in the franchise. I think that Silent Hill 4 is also good, but we'll get to that later. The third installment is also considered to be the scariest one. And, well, watch the video and decide for yourselves. It's actually a direct sequel to the first game. It was originally supposed to be a standalone title, just like the second game, but there were a change of plans. We'll get to that later. Her name is Heather, and she fell asleep in some kind of mall, which is weird. I could never fall asleep in such a public and crowded place. There's too many smelly humans there. She wakes up, goes home, and lives happily ever after. Okay, you know that's not what happened. I can't believe you fell for that. Come on. The game actually starts with a nightmare sequence. We see a carousel that forms a symbol that will soon become very familiar to us. For the first time, we see this cute pink bunny that isn't creepy at all. Maybe there's even someone inside. We'll see more of him later. Heather realizes that she has a knife, and if you experienced Silent Hill 1, you realize that this is a very familiar amusement park. The second we start to explore this place, we get attacked by weird and creepy monsters. You know why Silent Hill 2 is considered to be the best game in the franchise? It's not because of its deep and psychological story. It's because it's the only game from the original team where there are no dog enemies. These poppers are annoying in every game. So anyway, we keep exploring, avoid monsters, and then she dies. Well, that was fun. Let's move on to Silent Hill 4. Okay, no. It would be kind of bad if the game just ended here, so of course she survives. It was just a dream. This is very similar to the beginning of the first game, where Harry, the protagonist, also dies in the beginning, and then also wakes up in some diner. Also, this Blondie is Harry's daughter. At the end of Silent Hill 1, he got a baby from his daughter? Yeah, that baby, that's his new daughter. She's the reincarnation of his original adoptive daughter, Cheryl. And at the same time, she's the reincarnation of Alessa. Alessa is the poor child who gave Silent Hill its spooky powers, and who was supposed to give birth to a demonic god. Heather is the reincarnation of all of that, but she was a literal newborn baby at the time, so she doesn't know any of this. It's been 17 years since then. 17 years since the greatest dad ever took down a giant moth god monster and used geometry to progress forward. It also takes place several years after a depressed, horny amnesiac tried to find his dead wife, but was then abused by geometry. Thanks to Harry, she got to live a normal life, away from that cursed town of Silent Hill. Well, until she gets approached by this creepy guy with a fedora.
Heather, I need to speak with you.
Oh, wait. He's not wearing any pants. We don't wanna get age restricted right away. Let's fix that, shall we? There we go. Now it's less creepy.
My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
He keeps following her and insisting that someone wants to meet her. He's a private detective, and apparently someone hired him to track Heather down. It has something to do with her birth? She basically tells him to buzz off and get out of town, but like a creep, he keeps following her.
Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Like all creepy stories about underage girls, this one begins in the woman's bathroom. After evading the stalker, we go into the ladies' room where our attention is directed at this symbol. It's the symbol we saw in the nightmare. It seems Heather knows about it, but she can't quite remember how. It also serves as our save point, though you can save anywhere you want from the pause menu. If that old geezer decides to come in here, we can defend ourselves because we still have that knife from the nightmare. I wish I could bring weapons from my own dreams into reality. I once dreamed about wielding a giant sword, but then I realized that I was the sword all along. Heather actually had this knife all along. According to the description, Heather always carries it with her, just in case. Well, I'm sure she won't need it. She also has a key to her house and a pendant she got from Harry, with a strange red jewel inside. It might come in handy later. For now, our objective is to just go home. That's the most relatable objective you could hope for. Because we don't want to deal with this old Redditor, our only option is to climb through this window. You'll notice an improvement in the graphics department. It looks better than the second game, which is to be expected, but this one also looks really good for its time, and even looks nice today. Even though it's still normal and nothing supernatural happened yet, it already looks kind of creepy. Look at this red sky. You will also notice that the performance, voice acting and dialogue isn't as weird and cringy like in the previous games. It's more realistic, I guess, but it doesn't mean that it's not weird. Oh boy is it weird. You'll see. This is the first time a Silent Hill game starts outside of Silent Hill. Usually the protagonist arrives at the spooky town and then spooky stuff starts to happen. But this time, the spooky stuff come to us. Heather walks into a clothing store, but instead of clothes, she finds a gun. Like any good American, she picks it up from the floor, and she did it just in time. You see? This is why I hate going to the mall. There's a giant fleshy monster and it has a giant mouth, which might be its nose, which looks like a face? I don't know what's going on here. If you look closely, you'll see that it kinda resembles that weird monster from the second game. It's mostly a visual resemblance, but it also kinda has a symbolism similarity. We'll talk about it later.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me!
I don't think it understands you. Let's speak in a more universal language that anyone can understand. Bullets. She runs out of bullets, but the monster dies just in time. She handled that surprisingly well. I would have probably shot myself by accident. Oh, really, Heather? I actually thought it was a human. How did you come to that conclusion? By the way, this dead woman is actually Angela from the previous game. Well, it's not really her, but it's her character model. With nowhere else to go, we move deeper into the mall and find a map for this crazy place. You'll notice that Heather is more playful than any of the other protagonists. Even though she's literally a teenager, she somehow deals with this whole situation surprisingly well, and maybe better than the other main characters. Yeah, she gets scared and panics, but she also has time to crack jokes and be sarcastic. I like it. I probably would have acted the same way, but for me, it would be a coping mechanism to help prevent a mental breakdown. Heading deeper, we meet a new purple creature. If you look closely, they look like the stuff that comes out of you when you touch yourself at night, when you're alone in your bed, with no one to hold you. What were we talking about? Okay, Heather, I think it's dead. Stop. Yeah, you better run. Navigating the inventory is more convenient here. You have a separate section for key items, weapons, and health. It's not just one big pile of items. Additionally, the game is really good in showing and not telling. Instead of just giving you a wall of text as a tutorial, which explains some kind of mechanic, the game just naturally shows you what you can do. Like how it shows us that dogs can be distracted with beef jerky, by literally showing us a dog eating beef jerky and putting beef jerky next to it as an item that can be picked up, though I never used it. Why waste perfectly good food that I pick up in dirty and questionable places? There's a key down here, and we can get it, but not because it's impossible, but because Heather is too lazy to move some boxes. Okay, you spoiled princess, let's use some tweezers we picked up. That's exactly what I say whenever I need to clean my house. Examining the key gives us the name of some kind of shop, so that's where we go. This place is the home to this game's most infamous puzzle. Do you like Shakespeare? It's actually an easy puzzle, but on the hardest difficulty, you actually need to have prior knowledge about these books. A Shakespeare PhD. If you don't have it, well, you're fucked. You can always look at a walkthrough, but you're not doing that, right? You're not using walkthroughs. You're a true gamer, right? But on normal difficulty, you don't need to worry about it. You just need to arrange them correctly to reveal the password for the door. Did Silent Hill manifest these puzzles, or was it just a normal thing that the employees of this shop had to deal with? Did they need to solve a Shakespeare puzzle just to open this door? After being stuck in this Mall of Doom, we eventually come across a very peculiar woman. Remember when I talked about Silent Hill 2 and I told you to throw all of the cold stuff in the trash? Well, you can bring it back now. Just don't touch it for too long. It stinks. Yeah, that very wholesome cult from the first game that wanted to murder everyone, it's back. Or rather, it never really went away. This lady represents that stupid cult, I guess she was just standing there waiting for us all of this time. She starts talking about paradise and rebirth and other bullshit that both Heather and I don't care about.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Heather's reaction is just perfect. It's so refreshing having a protagonist just talk back at the bad guys. Heather asks her if she made a monster appear, which is kind of a weird thing to ask. Claudia gives a vague answer and somehow causes Heather to have a mean headache. She then leaves and Heather goes back to normal. It seems like she knows Heather from somewhere and wants her to remember her true self.
Remember me, and your true self as well.
Whatever that means.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
But we don't have time for religious shenanigans. We gotta get home to dear old daddy. He's worried about us. So we're gonna take this inconspicuous, normal elevator. And everything will be just fine. We can't get out until we pick up this
radio. What's going on with that radio?
A radio suddenly drops down, which isn't weird at all. We pick it up, the doors open, and now the game truly begins. There's a reason this game is considered to be the scariest one in the franchise.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be.
Yeah, kind of unsettling. We're suddenly and aggressively thrown into the otherworld, an even more nightmarish version of them all. The otherworld in this game shares a lot of similarities with the one seen in the first game, more than it does with the second. Everything is more metallic and rusty, but in every version we always see a fan, best recurring character. Now that we have the radio, we can tell if enemies are nearby, but we really don't need it here, because the monsters are so fucking loud, you're gonna hear them from a mile away. Soon after, we find a flashlight, so now we can see in the dark and there's a lesser chance we will poop our pants out of fear. If you're still scared, then the next part will help you. We make it to the nightmare version of the bathroom we were at in the beginning of the game, and we get the best cutscene in the game.
Forget it. This is way too gross.
If your name is James Sunderland, Heather has something to say to you.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Yeah, she's looking right at you. She's breaking the fourth and fifth and sixth wall. This game is probably the funniest in the franchise. It has a lot of intentional goofy moments, but at the same time, it's also the spookiest. Silent Hill 3 does a really good job of unsettling you, not just with monsters and sound design, which are great, but also with how something in the environment can change in real time. Like how you can go back to the clothing store and see that there's nothing special there, literally nothing. But when you try to leave, you hear something falling. Or the part where you can knock on the door and someone knocks back. Which is already kind of spooky and weird. I mean, why would someone knock back while taking a shit? I would just yell at them to go away. But after you start to leave, you hear the door open behind you. Maybe whatever is there got up and started walking towards you. It's tense, but you're curious, so you turn around and what do you know? There was no one there. So either you were hallucinating that someone was knocking back, or someone was here and they left in a hurry after taking a massive dump while being on their period. I don't blame them for going away. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the one to clean this up. The other games occasionally had stuff like that jump scare in the first game, where you check a locker, realize that it's empty, you feel safe and then boom, a corpse suddenly falls out from another locker. In Silent Hill 3, I feel like these things happen way more often, but not too often, so it doesn't get repetitive or predictable. After getting jump scared here, we find a bulletproof vest, which is basically an armor. We take less damage, but we also move slower, like we suddenly became really fat and are trying to walk underwater. It's worth putting on if you're mostly trying to kill enemies with melee weapons and you want to conserve ammo. After using a coat hanger to reach a ladder, we manage to reach the upper floor, where we find something that's not really supposed to be inside of a mall, I think. Familiar looking hospital gonies are scattered all over the place. Reminds me of Silent Hill 1. But what's even stranger is this TV. If you interact with it, it will show you a very familiar scene. For all of you keen observers out there, yes, this is the exact scene from the first game, where Harry also saw her on a TV screen in some kind of mall. It's Cheryl, Harry's original daughter, and Heather's previous incarnation. Why did she suddenly appear in front of Heather? Is this some form of a repressed memory? Heather doesn't even recognize her. Maybe Silent Hill is trying to remind her of her past. Claudia did tell her to remember her true self. Maybe she wants her to remember what happened in the first game. Regardless, we have more pressing matters to attend to, like going here and getting these nuts. We also find a dog on a plate. Someone actually wanted to eat it. I didn't know we were in China. We move on and find a steel pipe, which appears in every game and is the most balanced weapon. After I picked it up, I noticed the description of the knife has changed. It probably changed before that. At first, she said it's just for self-defense, but now she's excited to walk around with it. That's a bit concerning. We go out into the lobby and find a giant ladder. It's probably even longer than the one in MGS3. It's going down into a frightening abyss, so that's probably where we need to go. Eventually, we come across a million flying bugs, or bats, or whatever these fuckers are. They're blocking our path, and Heather doesn't want to stand there stabbing each and every one of them. I told you she was lazy. Okay, fine. We'll use some nerd science to take them out. We combine bleach and detergent with a nearby bucket to create a very toxic gas. The way Heather screams always makes me laugh. After completing our little science experiment, we turn on a fan to spread the gas and kill these flying buggers. So if the fan wasn't there, we wouldn't be able to kill them and Heather would be stuck here forever. Also, if the fan is switched on while you're combining the chemicals, you die with those bugs. After evading some enemies, not now Heather, don't examine stuff when there's tons of hellish creatures around you. After evading some enemies, we find a nutcracker, which we use to crack these nuts that we picked up, which gives us a jewel called the Moonstone. I don't know why a stone from the moon was inside of a walnut. We use the stone to open a door with a picture of a moon. And with that, we're about to reach the end of our little shopping spree in the mall. This is where that giant ladder is located. Heather slowly makes her way to it. With no other choice, she decides to climb down into the darkness below. Making her way down, she finds herself in some kind of abandoned part of the mall. More abandoned. The ladder breaks down behind her, which means she's stuck here. And you know she's not alone down here. Now I have a very important question for you. Maybe it's a little bit personal, but did you like fighting the purple spore monsters? Well, how about fighting a giant purple dick monster instead? Yep, that's what we're fighting now. This might be the freakiest looking boss in this game. Maybe even in the franchise. It's just a long and thick monster, but I love how it looks like a genuine monster. And there's something kind of realistic about its movements. I can't quite put my finger on it. And I don't really want to put my finger on it. That would be weird. Like with every fight, you shoot until it dies. But this one can hide inside of its protective penis shell, where it's invincible. If you keep shooting, you'll just be wasting your shots. He can go in and out of these tunnels, and can also tackle you, so you need to follow its movements to avoid making contact. There is some strategy here. It can even use a headbutt on the ground to create an earthquake. It's a genuinely cool boss. The only downside to this fight is that it takes 1,000,000 years for Heather to get up if she's hit. She just lies there, taking a nap. Come on, Heather, get up. I don't really want to think about how a giant schlong just hit a miner in the face. Let's wrap this up. After sustaining enough damage, the giant dildo goes down, and the mall is saved. But I still hate malls. Just like in the first game, the bosses are like the nightmare's hosts. If they die, the other world disappears, all of the enemies are gone, and everything goes back to normal. Maybe normal isn't accurate, the environment goes back to its less shitty state. Of course, this shift is a bit much for Heather.
Am I back?
With the mall restored to its former glory, Heather makes her way out of this place. By the way, go here before leaving. If you run straight to the exit, you won't be able to come back here, and you will miss out on some health and ammo pickups. Of course, we can't just quietly walk out of here, because this creep is still stalking us.
Heather!
It's you.
What just happened?
You must be one of them!
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her?
He tells Heather that Claudia was the one who hired him to find her, which is immediately suspicious, though he says that he's more like a freelancer. He just does the job and gets paid. He doesn't pick sides. Like us, he seems confused by this whole situation. And also like Heather, he's able to see the monsters, so it's not a Silent Hill 2 situation, where everyone sees the monsters differently, and some might not even see any monsters at all. It's more like in the first game, where everyone is seeing the same shit. Maybe he is just a normal person, a random detective who was randomly chosen by Claudia to be her private investigator, and he has nothing to do with the cult. At this point, we don't know enough about him, and we don't have a reason to trust him, so we just kind of leave him behind.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Damn, she knows exactly what to say. We're in the subway station, and of course it's spooky. What did you think? Like the mall, it seems abandoned. Like everyone just disappeared. We find a subway map which tells us where to go. Oh, okay. It's good that you know that, Heather, but I didn't know that. You didn't think to tell me where we're going up until now? She lives on Bergen Street, the same street seen in Jacob's Ladder. This whole station is similar to the beginning of that movie. In every game the developers put some kind of reference to that film. It's lovely. we find the correct platform, Borgen Street Platform 3. And for now, there aren't any monsters. But you can still tell that something is wrong. No one is here. No one but us and the sounds of our footsteps. And other sounds. Yeah, this really embodies the feeling you feel when you're at the train station alone at night. We eventually go down to the platforms and some bad doggies show up. You know what else shows up again? Another nutcracker. I don't know why this game is obsessed with nuts, but we've had sperm and dick monsters, so I guess it makes sense. This time we're not cracking nuts though. We use it to break some chains and open this door. Going down the stairs, we find a train that stopped moving, which is good for us because it contains a really cool birthday present. No, seriously, it's literally gift wrapped. It's a shotgun. Thanks, Silent Hill. I always wanted a shotgun. I always get socks instead. I'll be sure to give you something cool for your birthday as well, but nothing actually comes for free. The moment we pick up the shotgun, a new big enemy shows up. And now there's also enemies in previous locations. This new enemy is tough. It takes a lot of hits to go down. He's like a sumo wrestler. At least we can turn him into a pancake. Look at him becoming all flat and shit. Exploring the station further, we come across a dead end. But not quite. We can continue by jumping down on the tracks. We have nowhere else to go. Plus, there's a door here. It's glowing. It draws your attention. Obviously this is where we need to go. Right? Wrong. This is Silent Hill's most infamous trap. It makes you think that you need to go here, and it even sends enemies to discourage you from going back. But the door is locked, and there's nowhere else to go. And before you have time to think, you die. Dick move, game. Dick move. What you're actually supposed to do is interact with the door and immediately run back to the platform. The train narrowly misses Heather and then stops. I guess it ran over the demon dogs and killed them. We enter the train and the doors locked behind us. Heather, I don't think banging on the doors will help. You're just hurting yourself. Welcome to the train level, or more like the train segment. We get to fight more sperm demons. Did you buy a ticket for the train, or are you just a freeloader? Hey man, thanks for waiting your turn. I really appreciate you not attacking me while I was murdering your friend. Now die. We even fight giant sperm demons, who can still be stun-locked easily. Even the sumo wrestler can be stun-locked. Pathetic fools. Like every part of this game, it feels spooky and claustrophobic. But it's especially true here. You're basically stuck inside of a moving, cramped metal box. At least in other areas, you have the illusion that you can run away because it's a more open space. But not here. You're stuck here. For now. Eventually the train decides to stop. We get out and see that whatever is going on, it's following us. Even though we're not even in Silent Hill just manifests around us, wherever we go. There is a reason for that, which we will learn later. This symbol also keeps appearing wherever we go. No matter where we go, it's there. It's always there. It's affecting our reality. No. Tap the video. Tap the video before it gets to you too. Tap the video. We head to the exit, and this camera shot makes it seem like something is literally following us. The exit leads us to a long tunnel, which gives us a little break, some time to reflect. You might think, oh boy, finally, we're getting out of the subway and we're going home. Nope, you're still stuck here, and there's monsters everywhere, literally everywhere, and the atmosphere is extremely foreboding. But don't worry, we find this huge weapon, so now we can easily kill the monsters. It's shit. It can't hit anything. Look at this crap. It won't hit anyone unless it's a big target. And even then, it's not worth it because it's super slow. That's stupid. I need a drink. We were supposed to be heading home, but no matter what we do, we're trapped in these tunnels. The mall, the subway station, all of these places are supposed to be ordinary. Instead, they serve as our prison. The only way out of here is this hole. But unfortunately, it's filled with water, so we can't go down there. There's a machine that can drain the water, but it has no fuel. Nearby, we find some kerosene. We pour some of it into the wine bottle, we fight more giant cum stains, go back to the machine, and force it to drink the fuel. The machine turns on and sucks the water away. We can finally leave this place. At last, we can go home. Welcome to the sewer section. It stinks down here. It also has long and dark hallways, and there might be something waiting for us inside of the water. Nope, I didn't see anything. There's nothing there. Danger? Keep out? Nah, you're not the boss of me. I'm a rebellious teenager. I can do whatever I want. So maybe there is something in the water. Let's use a hairdryer to give it a little shock. Yeah, take that. That's the last time you're gonna touch little girls with your long tentacles.
Can you stop talking about little girls and get out of the sewers already? It stinks!
Oh, I thought you're not gonna show up anymore. I thought you were only part of my subconscious.
Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
Bitch!
Ooh, we go deeper into this stinky place and avoid enemies. Go down the stairs, then go up the stairs, climb a ladder, and finally, we are home. Psych! We arrive at some construction site. Heading inside a nearby building, we find notes about how multiple floors had their ceiling crumble. I guess the construction site workers didn't finish their job. They were probably underpaid. We go to the highest floor and find a collapsed ceiling. Apparently, some poor person is living here. They probably had nowhere else to go, so they made this makeshift home. That's rough. Oh well, they probably won't need this mattress. They can sleep on the cold, hard floor. Whee! I only needed to use it to cushion my fall. We climb through a hole to get outside. You know what? I liked it more on the inside. Heather manages to avoid the flying Beyblades and climb into another building, which is of course very dark and creepy. It would be weird if it wasn't. It's filled with monsters, a lot of them, everywhere, and creepy mannequins too. Don't worry, they cannot hurt you. Wow, I guess she couldn't handle the pressure, and she lost her head. Ah!
That's cringe!
Ow! It seems like this building served many purposes. You have a dance hall, you have something like an art gallery, you even have a room where a fat asshole ambushes you the second you enter. It's great, but it's mostly an office building where a lot of people probably worked their 9-to-5 jobs, which is by far the scariest place in any Silent Hill game. But it's an office building that has a fucking katana. I'll take that. Time to make some sashimi. There's also a screwdriver and our only way out of here. An elevator with slightly open doors. In order to fully open them, we use a car jack we stole from one of the offices. The elevator isn't working, but with the doors wide open, we can go down and... Wait, no, we can't. It's too high. What we actually need to do is use the screwdriver to break into this desk and get a rope. Why did this person have a rope in their office? I don't know, but there's probably a kinky reason for it. Man, we're just stealing everyone's shit. Just stealing everything we see. We're so cool. Anyway, we use the rope to climb down the elevator, where we eventually come across a random bathtub on the floor. For whatever reason, instead of looking for a way out, Heather decides to examine the bathtub. It doesn't work. There's just blood coming out of it. It's probably on its period. Wait, what? After passing out, we hear a very familiar voice. It's our daddy, Harry Mason.
It's being invaded by the otherworld, by a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
For some reason, we hear something he said in the past, how he described the events of the first game. The past is slowly coming back to her, but it's time to wake up now.
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
I've said it already, and I might say it again, but Heather is dealing with this surprisingly well. She's not really scared, she's more pissed off. Whatever fear she had in the beginning gradually turned into anger. I don't know if it's supposed to be smiling or screaming, but one thing is certain. This person was clearly going to the dentist often. These are some pretty white teeth. We're in the other world again, and goddamn, watching it take over reality in real time is so cool. I mean, I would be shitting myself if I was there, but as a player, it's amazing. And all of that happened because we decided to touch some random bathtub. In the next room, we see some kind of feminine figure holding a child. We've seen sperm, penises, bloody period bathtubs, and now we see something resembling maternity. There's clearly a theme here, but we don't have time to figure that out because we see that someone was spying on Heather and called her the Holy One. This picture is located next to someone who is a real eccentric fellow.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? So Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that! Sorry, I apologize.
So this weirdo seems to know a lot. He knows about Heather, about Harry, and he seems to know Claudia personally. They are both part of the Order, this fucked up cult, but according to him, he wasn't manipulated like her. When he said that she was brainwashed by an old hag, he was talking about Dahlia. Technically, yeah, she is Heather's original mother. She was Alessa's biological mother. Well, before she turned into fried chicken, she was one of the people who brainwashed Claudia when she was little. Which really isn't surprising. It's not unreasonable to think that she was spreading her religion and brainwashing children for years. She probably came to schools and did lectures on how God will bring about eternal paradise. She just forgot to mention the part where everyone dies, but that's not important. What is important is that Claudia was one of the kids who listened to her, and she took it very seriously. But we'll talk about her later. Right now, we have to focus on this goofball. Calling Vincent strange would be an understatement. It's like saying that Kratos was a little annoyed when he killed all of the gods. Weirdly enough, he's the nicest person we've met so far. Vincent, not Kratos. Though I wish Kratos was here, but he's not exactly a friend. It's more like a the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of situation. He seems to enjoy being in this nightmare place. He's fascinated by it, almost like he wants to study it. He's also not harmed in any way. Either he somehow knows how to manipulate the otherworld because he's part of the Order, or the monsters just don't attack him for whatever reason. Heather understands that he's not really going to help her right now, even though he claims that he could. So she basically calls him a weirdo and leaves. I'd say Vincent is the most interesting character in this game. You can bet your sweet tushy that we'll see him again. Moving on, we go into an elevator and get locked in here. Forever. That's it. It's done. Or we can just push a button and the door just opens up. So I guess the metal gate was just an intimidation tactic. Let's pick number 4. Japanese people love this number. Yup, not creepy at all. Totally normal stuff. All of the doors are locked. There's nothing to do here. So we go back to the elevator and go to floor number 1. We supposedly find the exit that will finally get us out of here, but it's blocked by this. No, Heather, don't provoke the creepy monster with a spinning nipple. This creature is called the Glutton, and whatever it is, it's blocking our way, and we can't do any damage to it. We'll have to find a different way to deal with it. But fuck, is this thing creepy. I think Silent Hill 3 has the creepiest imagery in the franchise, and maybe the creepiest sounds too. Apparently Heather used to smoke, but she quit. Good for her. After exploring, we find a story about a naive priestess that wanted to defeat a monster, not with violence, but with kindness. And then she died. Seems about right, but this is only the middle of the story. The beginning and ending are missing. Here we meet these, I don't even know what they are. They're called a slurper. And yeah, they are slurping my patience. They look like they lost their glasses, and they're looking for them on the floor. These enemies are so annoying. They knock you on the ground, and it takes half an hour for you to get up, and then they try to climb on you. Let's move on. Life insurance? In a place like this? That's a good one. We go back to the first floor and find the beginning of that story. Heather seems to remember reading it some time ago. Heading deeper, we find the last part of the story. After dying, the priestess came back to life and uttered a single phrase. Heather then mutters that same phrase to herself.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
Something happened. The monsters that were here are gone. More importantly, the indestructible creature, which obviously represented the monster in that story, is also gone. If you're wondering what that tofu ego stuff was, it's Latin for I was you, you will be me. Or, as you are, I was. As I am, so you shall also be. Or something like that. So we basically told the monster that we used to be gluttonous, and it will eventually become like us, a blonde teenager. If you're wondering how that phrase managed to defeat the monster, I don't know. I guess it was offended and ran away like a giant fleshy bitch. But now we can get out of this crazy place and finally go outside. We're outside. It's weird wandering streets that aren't part of Silent Hill. If it wasn't clear up until now, we're not actually in the spooky town. We're in some random town. Strangely, it also seems abandoned. No matter where we go, there's always a sense of isolation. These games are masterful at giving you that lonely feeling. At least there's no fog here, and yet, for an as of now unspecified reason, we still had to deal with Silent Hill's bullshit, the monsters, the puzzles. Somehow it came here. All we know is that it has something to do with Claudia, and that weird dude that reminds me of Atakan from Metal Gear, if Atakan was a religious nutjob instead of a weeaboo.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Heather is just running around with a katana in the streets. Maybe she's the weeaboo. We get inside of our apartment building and we haven't got any mail. There's no letter, from a dead wife or otherwise. Heading inside, we're finally about to reunite with our beloved father, but what we'll find will shock us. It will shock us to our very core. Up until now, the game was genuinely terrifying, and at the same time, kind of goofy, but it wasn't particularly emotional. Well, that's about to change. But before that, why is Heather acting so casually? She doesn't seem like someone who literally got out of hell. She sounds like someone who is tired after getting back from the gym.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
I love you, Dad. You're the best dad ever. Oh, you're dead. Fuck.
No! No!
Harry is dead, sitting in a pool of his own blood. While we were making our way home, something came here and killed him. We thought that whatever is going on is only happening around us, but no, it got here too. This is way sadder than that part in The Last of Us, where the protagonist from the first game is also killed. The voice actress for Heather, who is also named Heather by the way, did an amazing job. She can be sassy and sarcastic, but can bring out a great amount of sadness when the scene demands it. And that's exactly what she did here. This is by far the saddest part of the game, and one of the saddest moments in the franchise. After everything we've been through with Harry in the first game, after everything he did to protect his daughter, he's met with a gruesome fate. Yeah, maybe he wasn't the most interesting or charismatic character, but he was determined to protect the only family he had. Not anyone would go into a spooky town to find their daughter. He was the best father ever. He didn't deserve this. Though, now that I think about it, it is weird how he lost to the creature that killed him. I mean, this is the man that murdered a flying fetus god and a lot of other weird creatures, all by himself, with no combat experience. And you're telling me that he died to one random monster? Come on, you could have taken him, but it's okay. I'll take him down for you. Also, was Harry wearing the same clothes from the first game? He hasn't changed in over 17 years? Well, I guess he saved a lot of money by doing that. After crying for a while, Heather notices a blood trail that leads to the roof. She goes up the stairs, and who does she meet?
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
So everything's happening because of this annoying, smug, shit to cunt. She didn't kill Harry just out of revenge though. She mainly did it to fill Heather with hatred. She wants Heather to give birth to God, who will supposedly create some kind of paradise. Claudia is just trying to do what's best for mankind, guys. She's definitely not delusional. Apparently, God is already inside of Heather. This is why the otherworld and all of the spooky monsters could manifest around us, without us actually going to Silent Hill. The power of the God is making this happen. So it doesn't matter where we'll go, it will always be there. It's literally a part of Heather, and Claudia somehow activated its power when Heather was at the mall. In the first game, Alessa, who was 14 years old at the time, was supposed to give birth to a god. Dahlia said that God was nurtured by hatred. Strong negative emotions make it more powerful. Because Heather is the reincarnation of Alessa, somehow God was carried over to her. Basically, it was inside of her since birth. It just needed to wait until Heather was mature enough and full of hatred. First of all, I thought God was dead because we killed it in the first game, so how come it was still inside of her? I guess a part of it survived. Second, God damn it. This fucking cult is really obsessed with impregnating minors against their will, and they teach this stuff to children. You see this child? The child that is the same age as you? Yeah, so we're going to do everything in our power to get this child pregnant so we can have our demon god. Write it down, kids. It's going to be on the test tomorrow. Jessica, are you paying attention?
You snotty little brat!
Claudia keeps yapping about God, but all I hear is
God's lessons are so beautiful. I'm sorry, is this crazy?
Heather isn't really happy about this whole situation, so she points a gun at Claudia. But she's like, nah, you can't shoot me, sister. I'm not the one who actually killed your father. It was this guy. And I'm like, okay, so shoot them both. Shoot them both, Heather.
I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
You could have just shot her so many times before she left. Also, Claudia just left him to die here. Was he just standing there this whole time, patiently listening to our conversation? This is the second boss of the game. He's called the Missionary, and is supposed to be the member of the Order. Even though he looks like a freakish monstrosity, he seems to have a good amount of intelligence, since he understood Claudia's command of killing Harry. It's unclear if he's just some dude, but Heather sees him as a monster because of Silent Hill's influence, or if he's an actual monster. We can't know for sure, but I think it's the first option. He's supposedly a member of the cult, and as insane as they are, I don't think they let literal monsters enter their secret tree club. Also, he actually listens to commands. He has loyalty to Claudia and the Order. A random monster wouldn't do that. In the first game, we even see a creature attacking a member of the Order, but it doesn't matter what it is. It killed Harry. It's going down. I know you took out your pistol, Heather, but we're not going to shoot him. We're gonna beat him at his own game. He used a blade to kill Harry, so we'll use a blade to kill him. Something interesting about this boss, he can't see us if we turn off the flashlight, so you can easily just shoot him from afar, but no. This clown doesn't deserve a quick death. For a Silent Hill boss, and any game with tank controls, he's a really fast and nimble enemy. He can quickly run away or close the distance, but it doesn't matter. His speed won't save him from us. You wanted my heart to be filled with hatred? Here, taste my hate upon my blade, and upon my foot, and die! After killing that piñata, we go back inside and find Douglas. He's shocked as much as we are. Naturally, Heather is a bit shaken by everything that happened, so she lashes out at Douglas, ordering him to leave. He does agree, but after calming down a bit, she realizes that he's really not a part of all of this. He's really just a random guy that was incidentally hired by Claudia. They decide to give Harry a makeshift burial. That's the best they can do right now. Douglas asks Heather what's her next plan, and she tells him that
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Well done, Claudia. Your plan of pissing her off worked. You smug bitch. Heather wants to go to Silent Hill, which is her original home. Douglas tries to be a nice guy and tells her that revenge is bad, but Heather doesn't give a shit. She's going to kill that witch no matter what it takes, even if it means going into a literal nightmare town. Douglas knows that he can't stop her, so he at the very least offers to drive her there. He does feel partially responsible for what happened. Also, Heather probably doesn't have a license, and she starts showing signs of concerns for him. That's nice. Douglas is a weird but kind character. We don't really learn much about him, other than him saying that nobody is going to cry for him. Which is sad, but is here to help. Before leaving, we can explore the house, interact with some objects, and with the bloody chair. This isn't the last time we'll be able to explore the protagonist's apartment. We can take a look at Heather's room and learn a little bit more about her. She has posters, some books, some dolls, even a stun gun, normal stuff that any woman should have. But more importantly, she has her own bathroom. That's incredible. I'm really jealous. Do you know what it's like wanting to go, but someone else is already sitting there, and now you have to sit and wait until they get out? That's my version of Silent Hill. After saying her goodbye to Harry, Heather meets Douglas outside. Before leaving, he tells her that weirdo Vincent came by and told him that when they get to Silent Hill, they should look for a guy named Leonard, whoever that is.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it.
He says he's been to Silent Hill once, on a missing person case. He couldn't find that person. Maybe he was looking for James? Except for maybe one ending, he does go missing there, though I don't know who hired Douglas to look for him. Probably some random relative. Oh, that James went to search for his dead wife in Silent Hill. He was always a bit crazy, that naughty scoundrel. I don't know how to do a old person voice. It was supposed to be some old aunt or something. The closer we get, the more she remembers what happened there. Even though she's a different person, she's technically a reincarnation of Alessa and Cheryl. So somewhere deep inside of her, she has their memories and even their emotions. She basically summarizes the first game for Douglas, and for anyone else who hasn't played it.
But in the end, that God was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being.
Hey, that's what I said.
But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice. After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms before she died. She gave the baby to my father.
Yeah, that was pretty accurate. I guess she watched my video about it. She then talks fondly about Harry and thanks him for everything he's ever done for her. Later we can even read the contents of Harry's notebook that he left for Heather and get a glimpse into his character. This game tries to establish that he did indeed had a character beyond just wanting to be a good dad and being confused half of the time.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Huh? What was that? I don't know what happened. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? Who in the hell was that? Who are you? What are you talking about? Have you seen a little girl? So you don't know anything either. Great. What? What are you talking about? I just don't get it.
He also summarizes the plot of the original game, which is really handy for anyone who was still confused and didn't fully understand the story. He also shares his feelings. At the end of that game, he received a baby. It was his daughter, but at the same time, it wasn't. It was something new. Could he love this baby? What if it's evil? Her existence isn't natural. He even thought about killing her. Just wrapping his hands around her tiny neck and knowing that she came from that awful place made him feel her. You can't really blame him for that. Heck, I wouldn't even take her in the first place. I would have tossed her on the side of the road the second I got out of that crazy place. Last time I received a child from an angelic entity, it didn't end well, let me tell ya. Basically, a lot of terrible thoughts plagued his mind. He felt horrible about it, but despite it all, he ultimately decided to raise her. He saw how she smiled and laughed. He knew that deep down, he did truly love her. What a great papa. It really is a heartbreaking moment, but we don't have much time to think about it. We're getting closer to Silent Hill. Man, I wonder how many times I said the words Silent Hill in this video. If you want, you can start taking a drink every time I say it. Or even watch the video from the beginning and then start drinking. But I'm not responsible for the bad decisions that you will probably make after drinking so much. Also, we need to share a stinky room with Douglas. That's kind of awkward. Somehow they know where that Leonard guy lives. I guess Vincent told them, and for some reason they also decide to search for him in the hospital. I feel like I missed something. I don't know what made them think it's an important place to check, but that's our next destination. Douglas will go check his house, and we're going to the hospital. I have one question though. How did they get to this motel? Obviously they drove here, but I mean, how did they get inside of this room? I don't think there was anyone here that could have given them the keys. So what? They just stole the keys and took them without paying? They're gonna ruin the economy in this town. We get another nice scene between Heather and Douglas, where he admits that he's afraid. He's just a normal dude. He doesn't have experience with weird supernatural bullshit like this. It's a really heartfelt, kind of wholesome moment. We're finally in Silent Hill. And it's literally the same map from Silent Hill 2. That's fine. It makes sense for the developers to copy the same map. The Yakuza games do it all the time, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can visit the same locations we did in the second game. And the monsters aren't the same. It's mostly dogs now. They're everywhere. But also this flying pointy shithead. I think these are my most hated enemies. Specifically because of the sounds they make. It's maddening. We can't go bowling. But that's the place. It's the place where Eddie ate that
pizza.
We can, however, visit this place, the strip club. It looks exactly the same as before. You're right, Heather. This is a better paradise. I also prefer beautiful women over purple semen monsters. If you explore this place, you'll find a poster of Maria from Silent Hill 2. Does that mean that she was a real person? But it describes her as having long black hair, which wasn't the case. I'm not sure what it means. Maybe it's just an Easter egg. Maybe not everything has symbolism and it's just here for fun. God, stop taking everything so seriously. Just enjoy yourself. There's not much else to explore outside. So, we find the hospital, which is the same hospital we were in the previous game, and go inside. Immediately, there are tons of creepy sounds, and I'm actually on edge. And 2 seconds later, we get ambushed by nurses. They look similar to the ones in the previous game, but it's mostly due to their uniforms. They don't have their round and big personalities. No, they act more like the ones from the first game. They're hunched over, and they run at you in a weird way. Like the last time we've been here, most of the doors are locked. These games really are a locked door simulator. We find a note about this Leonard guy. Unsurprisingly, he's a mental patient, and is kind of insane. There's also a note about someone named Stanley Coleman, who is also a mental patient. He's described as being obsessive. In 2 seconds you will see that this is a total understatement. Nearby, we find another note. This time, it was written by Coleman himself, and it's addressed to Heather. Wait, did he come to the first floor, leave the note here, and then went back to his cell? Now that's some dedication. He says he's been thinking about her every day, waiting for her, and he thinks she's been waiting for him too. He also says that he loves her, and that he left a doll for her to play with. Yeah, he's a total simp, which is not creepy at all. Heather has some choice words to say about it. Another letter, then another letter. Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit obsessive. I'm gonna give you a spoiler now. I don't really know what's the point of him, because we never actually meet him. There's a locked door here, and we need a password to open it. Next to it is a good old-fashioned riddle. It's actually more like a math problem. Oh boy, time to take out a piece of paper and write it down. Seriously, you thought I was joking? Take out a piece of paper and write it down. Yes, I'm talking to you. Do it, right now. Okay, I know you came here for a Silent Hill video, but now it's time for math class. No, not that kind of math. Unfortunately.
You snotty little brat!
The geeky kind. Hey, don't blame me. Silent Hill manifested this puzzle for some reason. I guess it really likes math. Okay, so the important thing here is to not read it chronologically. Start with the second page. It says that the numbers are not repeated, which means that every number is different. 3 of the numbers are not in the top row. The code consists of 4 numbers in total, so only 1 number can be in the top row. 2 of them are not in the right row, and 1 of them is the final key. That line made me think that it's referring to the number 9, because it's the final number. But no, I actually don't know what this means, so just ignore it. The memo says the last number is half the first number, which means that the first number is an even number, because you have to be able to divide it by 2. We can't have something like a 1.5 here, it has to be a full number. With all of the information we have, it means it can only be a 6 or an 8, and the fourth one can only be a 3 or a 4. So the third one is smaller, so it can be a 2 or a 3, and the second one has to be a 4 or a 6. But if we go with the first option, it violates the second rule. 3 of the numbers are not part of the first row. Only one number can be here, which means that this has to be the correct combination. None of the numbers are repeated, 3 numbers are not at the top, and 2 of them are not on the right. Bingo bango, it works. I don't know if I'm the only maniac who tried to explain math homework in a Silent Hill video. It was almost an entire page of my script. I could have just said something like, oh, there was a really nice math puzzle here, and then I could have just moved on. But whatever. You enjoyed it, right? Please tell me you enjoyed it. Oh shit, they're packing heat. I didn't realize I brought a sword to a gunfight, but I still win. Obviously. The hospital is genuinely creepy. More than before. These nurses are everywhere, and they're more unsettling. It's fucking great. We find an alarm clock and use the numbers on it to unlock a briefcase, which then gives us a camera. This is where the teddy bear and the shotgun were previously. Instead of those, now we get nail polish removal and a perfume. You can actually equip the perfume, which will make enemies more attracted to you. I guess it smells really nice. That obsessive weirdo who keeps writing love letters to us used glue to stick a key and some other stuff on the wall. Using the nail polish remover, we are able to remove the key. Heading down into the basement, we see a creepy wheelchair that serves as another reminder of our past life as Alessa. She was stuck on a wheelchair because of her injuries. And oh, a submachine gun. Cool. Heading into a nearby room, we find a narrow path, but we can't get through. So we use the camera we picked up to see what's on the other side, which gives us some kind of password. After we use it, the camera just disappears from the inventory. I get that from a game design standpoint, it shows us that we don't need this item anymore, but what happened in game? Did Heather just throw away a perfectly good camera? Does she even know how much it costs? These are the real questions we should be asking in these games. If we want, we can follow James's tracks by going to this roof. This is where Pyramid Head used James to break this fence. I guess someone fixed it. I like how Heather is reassuring us that it won't break like last time, like she knows exactly what happened here. We're getting close to Leonard, maybe even closer than we thought. We enter a nearby room and get a mysterious phone call. No, it's actually the guy we're looking for, Leonard, and he mistakes us for Claudia. He basically calls Claudia a dumbass for believing that God will save mankind. But who is he anyway? Why is he randomly calling us?
Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather. Who are you?
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Yep, this guy is Claudia's daddy. He's locked up in here, and he quickly deduces our motives. He knows we want to murder her ass. Even though he just randomly called to yell at her, it seems he still cares for her. I'm not sure if he doesn't want his precious daughter to die, but he does want to stop her plans. If Heather can get him out of here, then maybe he can help us.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal?
The way he said please was a bit suspicious.
Please.
And hanging up like that is rude, but at least now we have an exact destination. The end of a hallway on the second floor. I've already explored this place, so I don't know what he wants. Oh. This door wasn't here before. It's not even shown on the map. I don't think that's normal. Yep, something isn't right here. I just can't seem to put my finger on it. We're suddenly in some kind of corridor from hell. There's no place for exploration here. We can only go to one specific location. A single metallic door. But then we find ourselves in the same hallway. The process repeats itself. Only this time, it's even creepier. Eventually reaching another door, we get to another hallway. It keeps repeating, and it gets even more creepy and unsettling each time. This is scarier than PT. Eventually, we get trapped with a big red symbol. But it's different from the rest. It's not the same circle we've been seeing. This one doesn't make her head spin. It's less sinister. It looks very familiar.
Still has no usually high beat. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
Yeah, she did get a little weird when her head started bleeding and she tried to hug your father to death. It can happen to anyone. So yeah, Heather is getting more and more visions from the past. Her memories as Alessa are flooding back. Also, say hello to Valtiel. He looks creepy, but he won't hurt you. If you watch the opening cutscene while waiting in the main menu, you will see him turning a valve, and you might see him a few times throughout the game. Like a lot of things, we'll talk about it later. The phrase "we'll talk about it later" is a catchphrase in any video essay. So, if you haven't noticed, we're in the otherworld again. I think you noticed. This is where we get, probably, the best set piece in the franchise. I've been waiting to get to this part. We enter a room with a giant mirror. If you examine the mirror at the beginning of the game, Heather will say that she doesn't like them. She feels like there's a spooky reality on the other side, and the person in the reflection isn't really her. She probably has spectrophobia. It's the fear of mirrors. Yes, that's a real thing. There's a phobia for everything. Now, what do you think happens if you're somebody who's afraid of mirrors and you get locked in a place that has a giant mirror and you're in a town that can turn your worst fears into reality? Well, probably something like this. Scariest part of the game. First the inside of the mirror became twisted, and now your reflection stops moving. and everything distorts around you, which is totally ordinary, don't worry about it. Staying in here for too long can result in your demise. The door will be locked most of the time, but eventually you will be able to get out. The deeper we go, the more disturbing things we'll see, like this upside down corpse that filled a bucket with its blood, and a hand outside of a window. Thanks for the ammo, Handy. This whole area reminds me of the otherworld from the first game, which is intentional. Everything is dark, rusty, and red. There's bloody hospital beds everywhere, exactly how it was for Alessa all those years ago. We solve a really easy puzzle and get a key, which is then used for... Hold on a second, someone is calling us again.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear, who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Oh, you think you're funny, huh? Some weird guy calls Heather and wishes her a happy birthday out of nowhere. Man, we've been attracting a lot of weirdos lately. Is this what it's like being a teenage girl? She asks him if it's Leonard. Even though he sounds nothing like him, the caller denies it and even calls Leonard a murderer. When Heather tells him that it's not actually her birthday, he gets really upset. He's like, Facebook told me it was today, damn it. That's nice of him. But he says that it's her 24th birthday, even though a minute ago he wished her a happy 31st birthday. But she's actually just 17. So which is it, you weird freak? Oh, you left me a present? Okay, never mind. Thank you. He says some more weird shit and hangs up.
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
Really? Is that really what's bothering you, Heather? You're not even gonna question who it was? I actually have no idea who that was. But we'll get to the speculations later. He even wrote us a message on the wall. And even gave us presents. Ah, shucks. You shouldn't have. Well, actually you should have. I did need it. You weirdo. If you think about it, he might also be the one who left the shotgun on the train. It was gift wrapped, like a birthday present. Also, if you're thinking that it's that creep who wrote us those love letters, then no. He specifically states that he's not him. He says that guy is actually dead. He also called Leonard a murderer, so maybe Leonard killed that creep? I genuinely don't know. Moving on, we find a note from him that says, Happy 48th birthday. Basically, he's aware of all of her incarnations. It's the combination of all of her ages. Alessa was 14, Cheryl was 7, and she's 17. Okay, so he can do some math, huh? He's quite something. A real tough guy. The hospital in this game is genuinely unsettling, and is one of the best locations in the franchise. But every good and terrifying thing must come to an end. Using a plastic bag, we get blood from the upside down man. Oh, you don't like to carry it? Don't lie, Heather. You're a weirdo just like your father. He also carried around a bag of blood in a creepy hospital.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
We find an altar and fill it with the blood we collected. I mean, what else are you supposed to do with an altar located in a nightmare reality? The blood is spilled on the ground, and somehow it magically creates a ladder behind us. It leads to a really deep and dark hole. It's kind of spooky to go down there, but we must do it. If James could do it, so can we.
Yahoo!
Heading down the ladder, we get to a sewer-like location. We don't see anyone yet, but we do hear a familiar voice.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do.
So it seems that he's also a religious nutjob? Of course he is. He's part of the Order, and for some reason he thought that Heather was a true believer of God. Clearly she's not, and let's just say that he doesn't like atheists.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
After everything you've been through, you really thought that someone here might be a normal person? But I like how she just says it to him. Leonard isn't really happy about our supposed betrayal, and he kind of maybe definitely wants to kill us. Also, he somehow transformed into a monster?
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Best dialogue in the game. Heather is just rolling with it now. If you couldn't tell, he's not really a friend like we might have thought. He doesn't actually want to stop the birth of God. And he's actually worse than Claudia, if you can believe that. As much as she believes in her stupid fantasy of a glorious paradise, at least she wants everyone to enjoy it, no matter if they believe in God or not. But her father thinks that only those who believe may enter paradise. The non-believers are heretics that should die. Also, did you catch that? Heather says that he's not a person anymore. She sees that he doesn't look human, but like with the previous boss, it's not clear if he's actually a monster or if that's how she perceives him. This fight is kind of interesting. Unlike bosses in previous games, all of the fights are kind of interesting in this game. The bosses in Silent Hill 3 actually have some kind of gimmick to them. They don't just move slowly and let you shoot them, they each have their own unique pattern. The purple dickworm could protect itself and could hide inside of the tunnels. The asshole who killed Harry was very quick and nimble, and Leonard is trying to play hide and seek by hiding in the water. He can stay there for a long time. I guess he was a swimmer when he was younger. It's almost like a stealth boss, only the boss is the one using stealth against the player. But at the end of the day, you still just hit the thing until it dies. After playing Fruit Ninja with his body, the old man crumbles away. Claudia, I would say that now we're even. We both killed each other's fathers, but Harry Mason was worth much more than this asshole. He was way more handsome. The other world disappears with Leonard, and everything is back to normal. You didn't see my quotations, but I did quotations with my hands. So wait, help me understand this. We came to this hospital and went through literal hell just to kill some religious old guy who somehow turned himself into an ugly and really tall fucker? You know what? Worth it. We also got this seal from him. It's the seal of Metatron from the first game, the seal Alessa was using. We've seen it a lot back then when she tried to use it to stop God. And we've seen it not too long ago when we entered the otherworld. Maybe this will help us. With our objective complete, we head towards the exit. But at the same time, in a different place, a conversation is being held.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent.
It's Vincent and Claudia. It's the first time we see them together. They're arguing about their different views towards God. And for some reason, they decided to do it in our motel room. Why? While Claudia is a fanatic freak who thinks that everyone should go to heaven by force,
Paradise, paradise.
Vincent is more down to earth and acknowledges the simple pleasures of this world. He also reveals to us that Claudia was physically abused by her father. He did it to force her to become a believer of God, and Vincent just watched from the side. I guess they were both children when that happened. Leonard literally beat the religion into her. He turned her into what she is today. Vincent decides to give her a psychiatric analysis.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
Of course, she rejects the idea. Even if it was true and she just needed a hug, I would still kill her. They're both insane, but I kind of like Vincent. He at least seems somewhat reasonable. He doesn't want everything to burn, and he made fun of Claudia, so that's nice. We head back to the motel, and this weirdo is still here. He's probably lying, but he says Douglas left a message for Heather.
Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, I don't think he said it like that. English, motherfucker.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now.
Good. Was that so hard? He tells us how to get there. We still don't know exactly why he's helping us, but whatever, I'll take it.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
Amusement park, huh? That's our next destination. That's a familiar destination. We've seen it in the beginning of the game. We've seen it in the previous game, where we killed that nice lady in blue. She was very strong. And now we get to go there again. But this time things will be different. We head out back into the foggy town, run towards the amusement park, and kind of just teleport there. Heather enters inside and starts to feel a bit queasy. We then hear that very disturbing sound that plays at the beginning of the intro cutscene. Something has begun to move inside of her. Probably just a stomachache.
Oh, hell.
Heather is so desensitized at this point, she says there's nothing interesting here while looking at the creepy body that's stuck inside of a weird box in a nightmare reality. Yeah, nothing interesting. This is pretty much the same as it was in the nightmare we had in the beginning of the game. The only difference is this part. Before going out, we hear something fall behind us. It's a box. Inside, there's a roller coaster key. We go back to where the roller coaster killed us in the beginning, but now we can use the key to shut it down. So, everything's gonna be fine now. We're not gonna get run over. Oh shit, it turns back on. By itself. All of this was pointless. Okay, come on. Get it over with. Kill me and... Wait. She could have done this all along? Why didn't she jump the last time this happened? She survives. There was no actual point in shutting off the roller coaster. Whatever. In the meantime, Douglas has a heart-to-heart with his employer. He's not really happy about being part of a plan that involves forcing a teenager to give birth to a demon god. So he finds Claudia, who I guess was just standing in the amusement park, and confronts her. But she's like, "Oh, but you don't understand, sir. Heather was stolen from us at the end of the first game. Watch the Silent Hill 1 video to understand. Harry kidnapped her from us." Yeah, okay, I guess technically she was kidnapped, the same way a father beating his child can technically be considered quality time, or how Metal Gear Survive is technically part of the Metal Gear franchise. It's not. She keeps yapping on and on about how everyone will go to heaven, there will be no disease or war, and everything will be lovely forever. But Douglas is like,
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
Douglas is the GOAT. He threatens to shoot her, and she has this shocked expression, like, "Oh my, how can you shoot me? You monster! I've done nothing wrong. How can you shoot a pure soul like me?" So basically, Heather has that demon god from the first game inside of her. I guess we didn't fully kill it back then. Part of it was still inside of Alessa, and I guess it was transferred to Heather when she was born. That sucks, but it explains everything. That's why reality has been warping around us, even in places outside of Silent Hill. It all comes from the god inside of her. Wherever she is, he's there too. Claudia used some kind of spell to activate it at the start of the game. That's why Heather didn't feel so good when she met her. Yeah, being a woman in Silent Hill is a bad idea. All they'd want to do to you is impregnate you with a demon fetus and burn you alive. Not fun. Heather arrives at the spooky haunted mansion. It's just a haunted house. It's never actually scary. Have you ever been to one? It's usually filled with cringe. Instead of something that is actually scary, a voice greets us and tells us to step inside. We go in and it starts to describe how a man killed his entire family. Just because, which is basically the plot of PT. But then, he says that it's just a prank, bro. The man only killed himself. He just wanted to scare us. And Heather has the same reaction as me. Yeah, cool story, bro. Where are the actual scares? We go to the next room and meet Danny.
That's Danny.
Oh, hi, Danny.
Yeah? That's all you got? Moving on, a spiky ceiling almost falls on us. The voice apologizes and explains how the place is falling apart and that
It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
yeah, that is reassuring. Thanks.
There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
We are presented with a fake exit. We go through it and then get killed by a spooky red light, which is exactly what happens in Downpour. First PT, now Downpour. I didn't realize how much those games copied from this one. This place really is haunted. What's good about it is that you can skip everything and run straight to the exit. You don't have to listen to everything over and over again if you die. Heather runs away from the red light district and now we're back outside. What is this? Swing racket? Ow! I'm reading here. We find a chain and attach it to this column and to this rusted door. Activating the ride makes the column spin and break the door. On the other side, we find Douglas, and he's not doing so good. I guess Claudia deflected his bullets at his leg, but then decided to leave him alive.
I'll call an ambulance.
Really, Heather? You're gonna call an ambulance? How are you gonna do that? You have no cell phone, and you can't really get out of here and call for help.
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be?
Heather is cool, and yeah, last time a normal person just kicked God's ass, so maybe it really is not a big deal. This is actually another wholesome moment between them. She's worried about his well-being, Douglas admitting he always wanted to be Superman, which means the DC universe exists in Silent Hill, and he fondly compares her to his son, his criminal son, who died while robbing a bank. Okay, maybe this isn't that wholesome. He also kind of wanted to shoot Heather. At first it seems like a big betrayal, like he was lying to us the whole time. But no, he just came to a reasonable conclusion that maybe by killing her he would be able to stop God and finally end this nightmare. Even so, he can't bring himself to do it. Heather even trusted in him enough not to turn around and stop him. Douglas is truly the GOAT, as the kids say. So let's just leave him here, all alone, with all of the monsters crawling around. Bye. Also there's a rabbit here who got his head smashed. Cool. All of this time, we've been drip-fed more and more of our dark past. Now it's time to face that past. Physically. 2 seconds after entering, the carousel starts moving, and we have to kill 12 horses before we die from their farts. How are you supposed to figure this out? Well, someone stuck a note on this horse, which tells you what to do. After completing this task, the carousel starts descending, while we get a visit from ourselves. Kind of. This is our dark side, or more specifically, Alessa's dark side, which took physical form. It's called the memory of Alessa, and even though it's literally trying to kill us, it's not actually evil. It kind of has good intentions. It's a manifestation of Alessa's hatred towards the cult and what they did to her. It doesn't want Heather to suffer like she did, and it wants to prevent God from being born. So she decides to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In her mind, the logical thing to do is to kill Heather to release her from her suffering. Makes sense, but nah. I appreciate your concerns, madame, but I can handle it. You can go back to wherever you came from. It's actually a really cool fight, maybe the best in the franchise? It's a mirror match. Mirror fights are usually cool. She uses the same weapons as Heather, and she's a tough cookie. She's probably wearing armor, like us. But eventually, we take her down. She disappears, leaving only a message behind her. about how she wanted to save us. Heather scoffs at the idea, and we move on. Poor Heather. She needs to deal with all of this bullshit just because her previous self was burned and abused by her idiotic mother. Being a reincarnation sucks. After defeating ourselves, we enter a church just to see this stupid fucking cunt! Heather is finally about to shoot her, but then Claudia says,
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand.
And Heather actually stands there and listens to her and doesn't shoot her. You're really not going to shoot her just because she said not yet? Is it that easy to control you? Have you no self-respect? Oh, okay. I guess we can try a different approach. Let's prank her. Let's pretend that we're Alessa.
Oh, Alessa. The world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa. Your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa? Is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation!
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
What's growing within you? You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
Basically, Claudia and Alessa were childhood friends, which means that they were the same age, which means that this grandma-looking witch is only 24 years old. You see what being a stupid fanatic does to you? Anyway, the Order spread misinformation about how Alessa was the one who wanted paradise. And after the first game, the cult used her death to promote their propaganda even further. Basically, they just ignored the fact that she literally tried to stop them in the first game. Of course, Claudia believes all of this, so in her mind, she's just doing what her childhood friend wanted. She's just trying to make the world a better place. We can later read her diary and see how deeply attached she was to Alessa. Her father abused her and she had no friends, except for Alessa, who was kind to her. Claudia cherished their friendship. So much so that she still keeps the birthday card Alessa gave to her when they were 6 years old. After Alessa's death, she was already planning on using Heather to birth God. We see a more human side to her as she acknowledges that forcing her friend to be impregnated with a demon god is kind of cruel, and maybe she shouldn't do that. It's like there's a hint of her realizing that it's kind of a bad thing to do. On the other hand, she was reading a book called Young Slave, Child Exploitation, so I'm not sure she has the best moral judgment, but she did truly love Alessa in her own twisted way. Of course we're still gonna kill her, The church is an interesting location. It looks like it's the base of operation for the Order. It's where the last few revelations are revealed. The otherworld makes a final appearance, and all of this is located right on top of Alessa's old bedroom, which we also saw in the first game. We'll get to it shortly. We move on and find a map? Made out of crayon? Whatever, I'll take it. Before actually moving on, there's an optional interaction with a member of the Order. If we enter inside, we can hear a woman crying and weeping. She prays and asks God for forgiveness for the sins she committed. She acknowledges that she deserves to die for whatever she did, but still wishes that her soul would find peace. She also mentions a dead daughter, a daughter that she murdered. Religious woman who committed unspeakable acts which caused her daughter's death? Sounds kinda familiar. I think this woman is meant to be Dahlia, or at least a representation of her, meaning this is our mother crying in front of us. Though she didn't seem very regretful in the first game.
My daughter will be the mother of God! You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? Do what Mommy tells you now. But what a pity, yes?
Maybe after she died, she gained some clarity and self-awareness. Realizing how horrible her actions were, her soul started begging for forgiveness. If it's not her, then it's a random member of the cult who realized how fucked they are. Throughout this whole exchange, Heather just kind of awkwardly stood there all of this time, and now we're presented with a choice. Heather can choose to forgive her, which will ease the pain of this woman.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Lord.
Then she keeps standing there awkwardly. But you know what? I'm not gonna forgive her. I'm not gonna say anything. She can go to heck for all I care. I'll get into more details about it towards the end, but forgiving her also raises the chances of getting the bad ending, which to me confirms that forgiveness is the wrong choice here. Maybe you can forgive your mother for burning you and causing you to get pregnant against your will, but I can't. With nothing more to say, we move on. This is the last time we get to visit the otherworld in this game. Unlike how it usually is, it's not thrusted upon us unexpectedly this time. We actually literally see it coming. We can physically see the otherworld on the other side of this gate. It's just there, existing on its own. With no other choice, we head towards it. There are some notable things that happen here, like seeing a giant save point on the floor, these red circles we've been seeing throughout the game. We find a note explaining what they are. They represent the halo of the sun, which is some kind of deity. Apparently you can draw it in any color other than blue, because somehow that would be considered a curse upon God. So too bad I don't have a blue crayon or something. We can also find a painting of ourselves, our previous self and our current self, Alessa holding us. I don't know who drew this, but how did you know how she looked at that moment, whoever you are? But good job. There are some spooky parts where footsteps can lead us into secret locations, like going through this painting. Of course, how can I forget about meeting this lovely gentleman again? Hey there, Valtiel. how's the weather down there? Look at him crawling around. He's so cute. We get to meet mini versions of that asshole that killed Harry. They're way weaker here. I guess they are just other members of the cult. We can find a book that shows God from the first game. And this woman, who kind of looks like Mary? There are interesting things here. But by far the most fascinating part is what happens next.
Hiya, Heather.
It's weird seeing someone so chipper in this place.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
I really like how Heather just talks back at the bad guys. She's the only one who does it. Obviously, Heather still doesn't trust him. Yet, Vincent explains that, yes, although he and Claudia believe in the same God, they still have different ideologies. Unlike her, he doesn't get mad if someone disrespects God.
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side.
For whatever reason, Vincent truly doesn't want God to be born. According to him, it would be too unpredictable. From what we know about him, we can infer that, although he's a part of this satanic cult, he doesn't want everything to burn and die, which is what will happen if God is brought to our reality. Vincent probably doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to enjoy what this world has to offer and live a peaceful life. And he wouldn't be able to do that if God kills everyone, so in order to prevent that, he needs to get rid of Claudia. He's using Heather to do it, which might sound selfish, but Heather also wants her dead. He's very logical in that sense. At the end of the day, you gotta do whatever it takes to survive and live a happy life. At least that's what he believes. Which leads us to the greatest moment in the franchise.
You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Oh, don't worry. It's just a joke.
What the fuck? That is so chilling. This is the most fucked up part in these games, and it's just some dialogue. This one line might recontextualize the entire game, the entire franchise. Think about it. Every creature we've encountered might have been a human. Whether they were random passerby or members of the cult and Heather just sees them as weird creatures is unknown. The line was already kind of blurry with the missionary and Leonard. They might have been people who were transformed somehow, or Heather just didn't see them as human anymore because of Silent Hill's influence. Who's to say it's not the same with every monster we've seen? In the beginning, after Heather asked Claudia about the monsters, she said they've come to witness the birth of paradise. That's not how you would talk about mindless monsters, which suggests that they might actually be human. The fact that Vincent can seemingly travel freely without getting harmed while being in the otherworld, which is usually an extremely aggressive and violent place, can also suggest that the monsters are actually just members of the cult, so they wouldn't attack him. And Vincent, he's not really confirming or denying it. That prick. It's just a joke to him. It's left ambiguous on purpose.
It's just a joke.
Which makes it all the more disturbing. From now on, whenever you're fighting enemies, there will always be a lingering thought at the back of your mind. Maybe you're actually killing people. Yeah, it seems like they started it and you're just defending yourself, but still. Maybe you're murdering entire populations, and you're not even aware of it. Not just in this game, but in every Silent Hill game, past or present. I find this whole topic super interesting. I was going over my footage, and I found something even more interesting. Look at Vincent's shadow. This doesn't look like a human shadow, right? Look at the shape of his head. It looks different than his actual head. It's more square. Look at his hands. Claws? He has claws? This was very cool to see. I never noticed this detail, and I never saw anyone talk about it. At first I thought that I was hallucinating. I was stunned when I discovered this. My jaw still hurts after it dropped to the floor. This little detail that you can easily miss suggests that what we're fighting are actual people, but we see them as corrupted monsters. But it also might be the opposite. Maybe everyone's a monster, but some of them just appear as human to us. They're actually monsters, but we see them as humans. God damn, now I'm even more confused. But you know, it doesn't matter. We're still gonna execute everyone we see, in cold blood. After being mindfucked, Vincent tells Heather that the seal she got after butchering Leonard is the key to defeating Claudia and stopping God. We move on and, hey, it's Veltiel torturing a nurse. Did he bring her all the way from the hospital? And somehow he's here too. He's seemingly everywhere, omnipresent, and he's filming the beginning of the game's opening. Carry on, I'm not gonna bother you. Before getting to the end of the game, there are a few important locations we need to visit, like this horrible yet familiar place. Heather sees Alessa's photo. Her own photo. The exact same photo we saw in the first game. This was her hospital bedroom. This is where she spent her days after being burned alive before the events of the first game. Heather remembers being stuck here. She remembers the suffering. She says that she doesn't want to remember, and asks me personally to get her out of here. Well, yeah, sure, okay. Let's go. This whole section is like going down memory lane, while being stuck in hell. It's very similar to Nowhere from the first game. One location can lead you to a completely different location. It's all jumbled up. On that note, I really like how they recreated these places in this new engine, like the classroom where Alessa was bullied. We can walk around in it and examine her desk. It's wonderful. We even find a note from Kay Gordon, who was a teacher who noticed that Alessa was abused by her mother. And in the first game, we stole his key and broke into his house. No hard feelings. There's a cassette tape we can find, which will allow us to listen to a conversation between Vincent and a random cultist. Apparently, Vincent is Father Vincent, and Claudia was considered to be at least a little bit insane, even by the cult standards, which really says something.
But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes.
After doing all of that, Heather then enters the penultimate area. It's another familiar, but less horrible place. Her bedroom, which we saw at the very end of Silent Hill 1. It looks the same, and it even has those drawings on the floor. Claudia was Alessa's childhood friend, and Heather always beat her at card games. That's a fun detail. There's even Cheryl's sketchbook, the one she was holding in the first game, but it's not just a random Easter egg. It actually tells us how to solve the final puzzle. I'm pretty sure that Cheryl didn't write all of this. I didn't mention it up until now, but we need to find 5 tarot cards in order to open the door. You can find them just by exploring. They're not hidden or anything. The sketchbook explains how to use the tarot cards. There has to be 1 or 2 cards in each row. The upside down man is alone at the bottom. There's no one next to him. So he's just a loner introvert who doesn't want to talk to anyone. I can relate. A scary thing is not on the right, which means it's on the left. This eye looks scary, so let's put it on the left. An excellency is praying to God up above. This spooky thing probably represents God, so she has to be beneath him. The moon is at the top, above a crazy clown. The fool. We put all of them in their place, which unlocks the door. We run through the last corridor. There are no monsters. At least for these few moments, there is nothing that is trying to hunt us down. At least nothing we can see. There are only disturbing sounds, which is disturbing. And I gotta say, I love these camera angles. Really adds to this feeling like we're being watched. We also see a big, beautiful fan. I told you it was a reoccurring character. Okay, enough goofing around. Now it's time to end this.
Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from those two people.
Claudia and Vincent are arguing once more. Vincent has some great expressions. He confirms to us that all of this, everything that we've seen, from how the monsters look to the visuals of the otherworld, all of it actually comes from Claudia's mind, not Heather's. Claudia somehow used God's power, Heather's subconscious memories of the past, and her own memories of Alessa to create this nightmare. Or at least that's the way I understand it. Some of it does come strictly from Heather, like the memory of Alessa. It's basically her desire to kill herself and escape the suffering, so I don't think it comes from Claudia. It's fun seeing the differences in their ideologies and how they clash with each other. Claudia was always a self-righteous, religious nutter who thinks she can save humanity, but Vincent is more logical and down to earth. Of course, he's also a bit crazy, a bit loony in the head.
You're pretty loony yourself.
I don't know why Vincent is here though. Did he just come to argue with Claudia? In the middle of their heated conversation, Heather shows up, and immediately Vincent tells her to
kill this crazy bitch!
Which leads to him getting a backstab, like it's Dark Souls PvP. You kind of brought this on yourself. I mean, what did you expect turning your back on a crazy fanatic who looks like she's 80 years old? Remember, this old looking bitch is 24 years old. Also, Heather really likes breaking the fourth wall, like how she basically tells the player that, yes, this is the end of the game.
I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning.
There were a few more of those throughout the game, and there will be another one at the end. Also, again, Heather could have shot her so many times by now. I don't know why she doesn't do that. After a philosophical debate about how all of this is bullshit, Claudia does acknowledge that she probably won't be saved. She committed too many sins, even if it was for an alleged good cause. At least she's somewhat self-aware. With his dying breath, Vincent urges Heather to use the seal that I forgot that we had. The seal of Metatron that we got from Leonard. Claudia is shocked. Vincent is happy. It looks like we're about to win and finally put a stop to this. Somehow. I'm not really sure what it was supposed to do, but it doesn't matter because Claudia reveals that it's just a piece of junk. It's worthless. I guess it was a fake or something. A few moments later, she kills Vincent for good this time. And now, it's time to give birth. Ooh, shit.
Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day! Alessa?
Nah, I don't wanna give birth. I'm not gonna do what you want, you fucking bitch.
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
On your first playthrough, you won't know what to do, and you'll probably immediately run and attack her. That's not the right thing to do. Heather somehow managed to resist it up until now, but I guess if she attacks Claudia, her hatred builds up even more, which causes God to become strong enough to just force itself out. We don't see it, but God is born. Completely. It reaches full power, Claudia has won, and Heather dies. Game over. Imagine if that's how pregnancy worked in real life. You just go punch someone that you hate, and suddenly a baby comes out of you. If you don't attack her, you can actually walk around the place, explore, examine Vincent's body, appreciate the scenery, and Claudia is just standing there, almost T-posing, but if you wait too long, you die. What you're actually supposed to do is use the most important item that you had from the very beginning of the game. Remember that pendant? The pendant that Harry gave Heather. You need to use it, specifically the red stuff inside of it. It was always with you. It's that Aglaophatus stuff that was used in the first game to expel God from Alessa.
Aglaophatus!
And it serves the same purpose here. Harry gave it to her in case this day would come. But he didn't actually tell Heather what this is, so don't ask me how she knew to swallow it. I guess it was instinctual.
What are you doing?
Dad.
Swallowing the capsule makes Heather fall to the ground, and for a second you think that she's gonna die again. But no, the capsule is effective, which causes Heather to vomit this thing. All you had to do was spit out the demon baby? Well, why didn't you do that from the start? You could have just put some fingers in your throat and vomit. This tiny, ugly and pathetic creature is God, in its fetus form, and it looks like what I find in my toilet every morning.
What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
Yes! Damn, that was satisfying. Heather is about to step on it, but Claudia shoves her away, and then she eats it.
Claudia!
She eats God. Now that's not a sentence you hear every day. Also, why are you not shooting her, Heather? Claudia decides that the best course of action is to replace Heather with herself. Now she's the one who's about to give birth, and the process looks kind of painful. Doesn't look very fun, not gonna lie. But then, Valtiel shows up and drags her down. We follow her by jumping into this pussy hole, which is an appropriate image, and face the final battle.
This is the final battle!
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
Meet God. Again. Just like last time, it's incomplete, so it doesn't really have the power to destroy the planet. It can't even open its eyes. It's like a baby that was just born, which is basically what it is. it doesn't mean that it's not dangerous. However, it's still gonna die at the hands of a teenage girl. This time it doesn't look like a flying bug creature. Even though it's kind of technically the same god, it looks different. Now it looks like a woman that kind of resembles Alessa, because that's how Claudia sees God. In the first game, Alessa envisioned the god as a grotesque creature, as a demon. But Claudia basically worshipped Alessa and saw her as the mother of God. So it would make sense that God would take her image. It came from Claudia's delusions, and it hits fucking hard. It can kill you in a few hits. For a final boss in a Silent Hill game, it's not shit like in the first game, and it's more visually interesting than in the second game. But it's not that fun to fight either. It has two modes, standing and hunched over. But no matter what, just like the boss in the first game, she can't move. She can swipe at you, use a headbutt, or summon fire if you're too far away. I mostly use the katana and not some kind of gun because I'm a psycho, so I saw the fire attack only once. It's kind of hard to hit her while she's standing, but after enough damage, she falls down, and you can hit her in the head. And that's basically the whole fight. You just do it over and over until you win. Man, this cult is pathetic. Their god was defeated by a mere human, not once, but twice. I bet I could kill it. I don't want to try though.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits.
I told you there would be another fourth wall break. After all these years, after all of the pain and suffering she endured, in a way, Alessa finally took her revenge and achieved true freedom. This fucking cult failed in their mission again, and her soul finally found peace. But unfortunately, she experienced many losses along the way.
Dad! Dad!
Man, what an amazing and cathartic performance. I really love these games. You can have a climactic showdown with a demonic deity, be stuck inside of a literal nightmare, but then also have stuff like this. Something emotional that genuinely feels real. So let's have Heather shatter all of this goodwill. Just destroy it completely. Somehow, Heather got out of the pussy hole and went back to meet up with Douglas. He's happy to see her, but that smile quickly vanishes when she pulls out a knife and starts approaching him, menacingly.
Heather, what, Heather?
Just a joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Damn it, girl. You just had to ruin the vibes with your stupid jokes, huh? Don't do that. That's my job. Also, how are you in the mood for pulling YouTube pranks like that? Whatever, it's funny. And at least there's a sweet moment here where she pays tribute to her father.
Heather, did you...
You don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
Yeah, okay, Heather. Sometime later, we see her paying respects to Harry the Goat, while at the same time getting a really nice remix of the original theme of Silent Hill 1. Even though it's not my first time playing this, I got goosebumps when I heard it, but I'm not gonna play it here, because YouTube, but I do suggest you check it out yourself. And then it's over. Of course, like in the previous games, you have a lot of unlockables and fun stuff, but here there's a ton of them, like the Sailor Moon transformation, which also shows up in cutscenes, and it's the same with whatever outfit you choose. It doesn't switch back to the default outfit, like how it is in some other games. Of course, how can I forget the laser sword? It's worth doing another playthrough just for that. Look at these moves! Now she also bumps into things like her father. You can even meet a sewer fairy. A fairy that lives in the sewers, that likes to talk about pipes. No, not those kind of pipes. I know what you're thinking.
I have finally found a truly honest man.
And of course, who can forget about Creepy Douglas? I briefly showed this to you when I started talking about this game. It's the best, or worst, outfit for him, depending on how you look at it. It's either really goofy or really creepy.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Damn, removing the pens changes this interaction completely.
Daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
Oh, come on, why not?
Unlike the previous games, there are only 3 endings here. The good one, the bad one, and the best one. If you play the game, you'll notice there are rooms that have nothing in them besides enemies. This wasn't really the case in the other games. Every place had some kind of purpose, whether it would be giving you a key item or some supplies, like health and ammo, with the enemies acting as guardians that stand in your way. But here, there's just the enemies. There's really no reason to go into these places. They're basically just monster closets, with no purpose. But there's a reason it's like this. From what I know, you will always get the good ending the first time you play, but on subsequent playthroughs, your ending is determined by the amount of points you have. Yes, there's an invisible point system. It was here all along. Basically, the more damage you take and the more monsters you kill, the more points you get. And the more points you have, the greater your chances of getting the bad ending is. Which is weird. It means that if I want the good ending, I need to avoid killing these freaks? I thought that's why we were here. So you're telling me that when I see a sperm demon charging at me, I don't need to kill it? That's just absurd. But yeah, that's how it works. You need to get at least 4 1000 points, which means you need to kill like 200 enemies, get damaged as much as possible, and forgive the stupid lady at the church. Yeah, remember her? I told you it was a bad idea to forgive her. The rooms that only contain monsters are literally there to help you get this ending. You can use the perfume to attract even more monsters. That way you'll get more kills and probably more damage, thus getting more points. So what actually happens in the bad ending? We know what happens in the good ending. Heather trolls Douglas and they live happily ever after. But in the bad ending, well... yeah, Heather actually kills him this time. It wasn't a joke. But why? Why did she do this? Well, it's not really explained, but if we look at the name, we might get some kind of clue. This ending is called Possessed. So I'm guessing she was possessed by all of the hatred that was inside of her. Maybe by killing every monster she came across, the anger and hatred that was inside of her grew to the point where she became a monster herself. Claudia did say that Heather would lead people to heaven with blood-stained hands, so I guess she was right. She literally did that to Douglas right now. But that's stupid. That's not canon. As always, the joke ending is canon. No one can argue against it. It's another UFO ending. It's actually called the revenge ending. You'll understand why soon. Usually, Harry is supposed to be dead when you get there, but if you do it right, you'll instead get this ending. It's so ridiculous, I'll just play it for you.
I'm home, Dad. Listen, something crazy is going on.
Cheryl, you're back! What happened?
Well, it's like this. And that's about it.
Oh, my poor little Cheryl. I can't believe that. I'm going to Silent Hill, and I'm gonna bust some heads.
Oh, Dad, you're the coolest!
Yup, they just blow up Silent Hill and go live in space. Why didn't they just do it from the start? Why does Harry have an alien voice? Is he an alien now?
Poor little Cheryl. I can't believe that.
Why is James here? Why is James in Harry's apartment?
I didn't mean to scare you.
Is it because he was kidnapped by him in the previous game? Why is Harry practicing martial arts with James? All of these questions will be answered in the next game. Silent Hill Space Invaders. Finally, we got to this point. After everything we've been through, it's time to answer this question. What does it mean? Why have the developers removed the pens from Douglas? What is the symbolism behind it? Okay, no, we're not gonna get into that. Some of the things that occur in this game seem a bit random. There doesn't seem to be any symbolism attached to them. Unless you really want to use headcanon. I'm talking about stuff like the birthday phone call or the announcer of the haunted house. There doesn't seem to be a reason for those things to happen, other than to unnerve you. And you know what? That's fine. Because they are actually unnerving. They are memorable. Not everything has to have some kind of deep meaning behind it. If you really want to, you can say that the weird color might not be a real person. Maybe it was a voice created by Silent Hill in order to remind Heather of her past. and you can come up with a lot of theories about everything. But maybe, at least this time, the developers just wanted to put stuff that will really get under your skin, but without worrying if it would make sense or not. Part of why those things are scary is precisely because they don't make sense. It just happens without any warning or explanation, and you just have to deal with those things. This lack of symbolism is apparent with the monster design as well. And that's not just me saying that, the developers literally said it themselves. Some creatures from Silent Hill 3 have no special meaning, and they are only creatures. Sorry. The game clearly has themes of femininity and maternity, so obviously I thought that some of the monsters would incorporate it into their design. For example, I always thought this creature was supposed to be a walking sperm that literally jumped on Heather like it wanted to get inside of her, which might represent how the Order wanted her to get pregnant. Makes sense, right? But apparently it has no meaning and it's just a weird looking monster. And it's pretty much the same with most of the enemies. So fuck me, I guess. Though there is something notable about the first proper enemy we meet, the Closer. Apparently that's his name because he physically closes the path for you, because he's a big boy, or girl, or whatever this is. Okay. Also apparently, Akira Yamaoka took sounds from a rhinoceros and altered them to create the sounds of the Closer. How did he even come up with that? I really want to know what was his inspiration.
Get the hell away from me! Ah!
These fuckers are one of the tallest enemies in the franchise, but other than their weird pussy lips and the spikes that go in and out of the holes in their hands, I don't know what they're supposed to represent. It seems like Ito-san created this enemy mainly as a homage to an underrated monster from the previous game. He intentionally made them look similar to pay tribute to that creature, but to also imply that in-game the power of Silent Hill also had some input on the design of the monsters, meaning the way monsters look is not dictated only by the person that sees them. Monsters that come out of different people might look kind of similar, because at the end of the day, they are all manifested through the power of Silent Hill, which is a cool idea. We've already kind of seen it in the previous game with these flying lips and the Big Daddy. The flying lips came from James, but the Daddy came from Angela. They both came from different people, but they look kind of similar. But anyway, it doesn't seem like there's too much symbolism here. The main reason I made a symbolism section in this video is to talk about this guy. I'm going to yap a lot about him now. Valtiel is probably the most interesting creature, especially since you barely see him. He's mysterious. You don't even get to fight him, because he's not exactly an enemy. From what I understand, he's not even a manifestation. He's not created from someone's mind. He's created directly from the power of Silent Hill. If you die at certain points, you'll see our boy Valtiel carrying Heather into the darkness. It didn't happen to me. I only died like 3 times, cause I'm an epic gamer. It seems really sinister when he does that, but from what I've read, he presumably drags her to the halo of the sun in order to resurrect her. You remember what it is? It's that red circle, which we used to save the game. This is a really cool way of explaining how the save system works. It's like there's an in-game reason why Heather gets back after dying, and not just because you reloaded your save in real life. It's like when you load your game after dying, Valtiel actually brings you back to the save point. The problem I have with this is that it's never actually shown. You never actually see him putting her next to the symbol. Unless I missed something, I've only read about it, so I don't know where this idea came from. It seems like it's just an assumption. Maybe it's written in a guidebook or something? If it is true, then you can view Valtiel as Heather's protector. But it's not because he really cares about her, it's more because he cares about the God inside of her. He doesn't want Heather to die because he doesn't want God to die. He's basically God's babysitter. Imagine if you had a babysitter like this. He seems like the kind to let you stay up late and watch movies. Now this is the most interesting part to me. there seems to be some sort of connection between him and Pyramid Boy. Although Valtiel doesn't torture Heather, he and Pyramid are both observers, stalking the protagonists, kind of influencing them. Both of them are guiding the player in their own way. Even though Pyramid Head kicks the shit out of James, both physically and mentally, his ultimate goal is a noble one. He helps James remember what happened and overcome his guilt and desire to be punished. On the other hand, Valtiel guides Heather. By kicking the shit out of her enemies, we only see him attacking the enemies, the nurses, Claudia, but never Heather. He's like a guiding angel, which is kind of what he is, actually. Valtiel seems to be a creature that is created by the town itself, and not by random people, like every other creature. According to what I can find in the lore of Silent Hill, he was literally the servant of God, an angel. Whenever the otherworld takes place, it's essentially happening thanks to the power of God. Because he is a being that was presumably created by this God, he has control over the otherworld. One of the ways he controls it is by turning these valves, which supposedly shifts the otherworld, causing it to change. So basically, whenever the environment starts changing, it was because this dude was turning a valve somewhere. According to Ito himself, Valtiel might have been the one who teleported Heather back to the normal world at the end of the final boss fight. But like a lot of things in these games, everything about him is mostly speculations. I view Valtiel as a sort of representation of Silent Hill's will. He acts according to what the town wants to happen. Maybe he's even a representation of fate itself. I have some weird and goofy theories about how fate plays a role in these games, but I'll save it for another time. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, this game is amazing. You should play it. Okay, let's wrap this up.
It's just a joke.
Bitch!
Silent Hill 3 is an amazing game. It was fun to experience it again. Everyone has their own tastes, but for me, it's the scariest Silent Hill game. There are some moments in the sequel that might be scarier, but overall, this game takes the cake. The spooky, disgusting cake. Silent Hill 2 is like going to a psychiatrist who tells you how shit of a person you are, but does try to show that maybe you can move past your past. On the other hand, Silent Hill 3 is more like going on a spooky carnival ride that's relentlessly trying to frighten you and run you over. It feels like the culmination of every spooky idea the franchise had up until this point, but dialed up to 11, maybe 12. Usually, the town is trying to mess with you, but it will give you some downtime. Here, it does not stop messing with you. It's constantly trying to trick you and kill you, or at least creep you out, and it does it well. But somehow this teenager is able to demolish all of it. Heather is definitely my favorite protagonist in the franchise. She always has something wacky to say to all of the weird people she meets. She almost reminds me of Leon or Dante, only she's in a spooky survival horror game. She's too sassy to let the story of this game affect her.
Hell if I know.
On that note, I think Silent Hill 3 has the least ambiguous story in the franchise. Even if you haven't actually played the original, the game will fill you in on what happened. Sometimes it does it through dialogue, like in cutscenes, but other times it would be through notes. One thing I haven't mentioned is how you can find Harry's notes throughout the last section of the game, where he summarizes his feelings and what he's going through while he was stuck in this crazy place. How did those notes get here, you ask? Well, remember how you saved your progress in the first game? You did it by literally taking notes. You, the player, was actually the one leaving those notes. Harry says that maybe somebody will also experience this nightmare. So if he writes about his experience, it might help them. That's meta as shit. That's a really cool detail. It's like it was foreshadowing the events of this game. So basically, everything is mostly explained to you, which is fine, but you know, it wasn't always supposed to be like this. The original plans for Silent Hill 3 was to basically do what Silent Hill 2 did. It was supposed to explore the mind of the protagonist and provide a more intimate and psychological experience. You know, like what they did with James. But there was a problem. It might sound shocking to you, but Silent Hill 2 didn't sell well upon release. At the time, people didn't like the fact that it was a standalone title. They expected a continuation of Silent Hill 1's story. But then they got a story about some random dude looking for his wife. They were disappointed. So Konami was like, nah, Silent Hill 2 equals no money. So no make Silent Hill 2 again. Go make a fucking rail shooter. Which was a stupid idea, obviously. And yes, that's exactly how they sounded. The team rejected the idea, but this whole process wasted a lot of time. So they decided to just actually make the sequel that everyone wanted and conclude Alessa's story. Even though it was basically finished in the first game. I mean, she died. That seems pretty conclusive to me. I have no way of knowing what the developers originally intended to do or what kind of story they wanted to tell, but I have my own version that I came up with while I was trying to sleep. Maybe it's dumb, but let's give it a shot. What, you got something else to do? You've been here for hours at this point. Unless you skipped to this part and you didn't watch anything beforehand. Yes, I know I put timestamps in the video, but you're not actually supposed to use that. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, what if we take elements and story beats from Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, and Shattered Memories? Spoilers for Shattered Memories. What if we play as Heather, but just like in Shattered Memories, Harry is already dead, before the events of the game. Let's say that he was dead for a long time. When Heather became 17 years old, she found out that he died at the hands of the cult. So like in the original story, she swears vengeance and goes to Silent Hill. And that's where the game actually begins. Unbeknownst to her, she has the demon fetus inside of her. A few minutes after she gets there, Claudia, who knew that she would come, uses a spell to activate the god, just like she did in the game. Creatures start to appear, the otherworld takes over, all of that good stuff. But on top of that, the power of Silent Hill manifests Heather's deepest desire, which is to see Harry again. And then, she sees him, running into the fog, just like she did in the first game. She knows it's not possible. She knows that he's gone, but she keeps seeing him, over and over again. She hears his voice.
Cheryl?
And now it becomes similar to Silent Hill 2. A tortured soul willingly going deeper into this hellish place to search for a loved one they know couldn't possibly be here. But unlike James, Heather didn't come here for that. She did not receive a letter that told her to come to this town. She came here to kill the bitch who took Harry away from her, but now she thinks he might actually be alive. So it's a direct sequel to the first game. It has all of the cult shenanigans, but at the same time, it has the emotional and psychological elements of Silent Hill 2. I just took already existing elements from these games and shuffled them around. We could still have the same characters, but with different interactions. The game could end with the revelation that Harry is actually here, but as a ghost. We do know that ghosts are a thing in the Silent Hill universe. We saw it with Ernest in the second game. I'm imagining a situation where Heather is struggling against the final boss. She's about to lose. All she wanted to do is stop this fucking cult and see Harry again. It's no use. She's about to die. But then Harry comes at the last second and makes Heather realize that he's not a hallucination or a manifestation. It's actually his spirit coming to help his loving daughter. He can't do anything physically because he's a ghost, but he gives her some wisdom and words of encouragement.
That's absurd. I'm in no mood for jokes. What the?
Which leads to a father-son Kamehameha situation. This might be the only video where you see Silent Hill and Dragon Ball at the same time. Gohan had enough power to defeat Cell. He just needed that final push in order to unleash his full power. He just needed to hear that he can do it, which made him finally believe in himself. And it's the same here. Heather defeats Claudia, God, and whoever else was dumb enough to stand in her way. She finally got her revenge and the closure she needed. I have no idea if what I said was actually cool or dumb as shit, but thanks for indulging me.
Good job. You made it till the end. You survived yet again.
What do you mean I survived? Are you talking to me or the viewers? And where were you all of this time?
Yes, and it does not matter. You need to start working on the next video.
Already? But I haven't even finished this one yet.
Do it! Quickly!
Ah, fuck, okay. Is the planet about to blow up again? Whatever, don't answer. To anyone who watched my bullshit up until now, I really appreciate it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Right. Thanks for watching. Please do all of the YouTube stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, and punch that stupid bell. Yes, this filthy human will lock himself in his room now, because he needs to talk about the room.
It's just a joke.
You snotty little brat!
Hello?
Okay, now check this out. Imagine this. You're in your room. You're sitting down, playing a video game, having fun. Or, you know, just sitting alone on your bed. Suddenly, you hear a noise in your house. You exclaim, "What the heck was that? What the heck was that?" You go check it out, and then something a little peculiar happens.
Oh man. What a dream.
Silent Hill 4 is a game about being trapped, about isolation, about having your neighbors do weird things outside your house. The fourth entry in this psychological horror franchise is very divisive. Everyone agrees that the original trilogy is amazing, and that the Western games are not so amazing.
Get the hell away from me!
But they also say that Silent Hill 4 is also not amazing. It doesn't even take place in the town of Silent Hill, but it was still made by the original team, so it's still a good game, right? It introduced some interesting and unique ideas to the series, and was developed alongside the third game. Some people claim it wasn't even supposed to be a Silent Hill game to begin with. We're not gonna get into that now. This was the first game I played from the original creators, and despite its many flaws, I still love it. It was a unique experience and it really captured my imagination. I have a lot of love for this game. But at the same time, as you will see in this video, there is a lot of shit here that shouldn't exist. It's a weird game, even by Silent Hill standards. But weird usually means interesting, usually, so we're gonna look into it right now. Silent Hill 4 has one of the creepiest openings I've ever seen. Half of these games start with a nightmare sequence, and although the one in SH1 is my favorite, this one is a close second. Check this out. You start the game. Oh, there's no riddle difficulty this time, which is already spooky. It's probably because there aren't a lot of puzzles here. Anyway, we start the game and boom, first person view. When I first played it, a million years ago, I thought I was playing the wrong game. Since when was Silent Hill in first person? And yes, remember how PT was in first person? Silent Hill 4 did it 10 years earlier, and in some ways, in my opinion, it did it even better. So you walk around in your creepy, rusted, bloody, twisted apartment, you know, a normal middle-class apartment. You examine items, photos, but the protagonist doesn't recognize any of it. Is it not his apartment? There's a note about a baby, a picture of 21 people, and some random dude. If I found a picture of some random dude in my house, I would be scared too. There's also a face on the wall. It looks like it's trying to come out. I'm sure it's nothing, but the protagonist should really clean this place. After walking around for a bit, this happens. I'm not even sure the ghost did something to him. It looked like the ghost didn't even want to look in his direction. But you know, if I saw a man suddenly coming out of my wall, I would probably also shit myself and fall to the floor. That's a reasonable response. So yeah, that was fucking creepy. Presumably the protagonist dies. But it wasn't the protagonist. It was all a dream. Remember that random dude from the photo? That's the actual protagonist of the game. Henry Townshend.
Oh man, what a dream.
He's an introvert in his late 20s, which pretty much describes like half of the Silent Hill fanbase. The other half are introverts in their early 30s. He's also a photographer and he likes to take notes. That's all we know about him. Unlike the previous protagonists, who always had some kind of reason to get involved in all of this wacky bullshit, Harry searching for his daughter, James searching for his wife, Heather being the reincarnation of a little girl who was born alive and was forced to get pregnant with... You know what? Let's not get into that again.
You're pretty loony yourself.
Unlike them, Henry isn't looking for anyone, and he's not pregnant with a devil god. I think he doesn't even have any deep trauma. Well, besides being kind of boring.
What the hell? What the hell? What's going on here? What? Oh man. Oh, that's just stupid.
He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But when you examine a photo of your apartment building, he does say that he was drawn to this place. And you also learn that he visited Silent Hill a while ago, so maybe him being here isn't so random after all? He wakes up from the spooky nightmare, and thankfully, now his apartment doesn't look like it came out of a sewer, but it's not completely normal either. You see, Henry moved in 2 years ago, and everything was fine. He was happy. He could finally stay up late without his parents telling him to go to sleep. But one day, he started having these weird nightmares, which is already kind of unpleasant, but also, he was kind of, a little bit, trapped in his own house. Imagine waking up one day and seeing multiple chains around your front door, from the inside, which suggests that someone came into your apartment and locked both of you inside. But there's no one here as far as you can tell. You're all alone here. The chained door is such an iconic image. Whenever I watch a movie or a show or something and I see a door with a chain, I immediately think about this game. It's so iconic that it appeared in other games, like Silent Hill Downpour and the game Visage. It says, "Don't go out, Walter." Is it saying that this Walter fellow shouldn't go out? Or is this written by Walter and telling us to not go out? Yeah, well, I can't really go out even if I wanted to, now can I? This is a terrifying situation. Somebody turned your safe space into your own personal nightmare prison. Even if you're an introvert who doesn't like to go outside and see other people, like me, you still need to buy food and toilet paper. You can't just be stuck in your house without toilet paper. Now that's some madness. Our ancestors didn't die for this. So what will you do in this situation? You'll probably try opening the door anyway, but that doesn't work. You'll try screaming and knocking on the door, hoping your neighbors will hear you.
Help! Let me out of here!
They don't.
Damn it. They can't hear me.
You try opening the windows. They do not want to be opened, no matter how hard you try. Smashing the glass also doesn't work. All you can do is look at the people outside, who are just living their lives, completely unaware of your situation. You are truly alone. No one even knows you exist. Like this lady, who decides to go down to the subway station. It was definitely the right decision to make. You try calling someone, the phone doesn't work. Someone cut the cable. This was before they had smartphones, so Henry only has this one phone. But even if it was happening nowadays, your Android or iPhone or whatever probably wouldn't work either. Even the TV doesn't work, so you can't even just sit around and pass the time. I mean, you can just lie on the floor and stare at the ceiling, which I assume that's what Henry did all of this time. The only slim connection you have with the outside is a radio that tells you the news, and some other stuff.
Are you yearning for that special place to spend quality time with your loved one? Do you need to relax and get away from it all? Come to Silent Hill for the ultimate peaceful getaway.
You want me to come to a special place in Silent Hill? Nah, no thanks. I already played Silent Hill 2.
In our special place.
Our special place.
We also have the peephole that lets you spy on your neighbors. Like Eileen, who's getting ready for a party.
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
She'll be important later. Kind of important. There's clearly someone or something trying to keep you inside, almost completely isolated from society. So what do you do in this situation? Well, besides panicking and masturbating, you would probably eat so you won't die, but after 5 days, your supplies are running low. You can't keep going much longer. So it's a good thing a random hole appeared in your bathroom. Wait, what?
What the hell? Somebody in there?
It is strange, but you would probably go inside at this point. I mean, if James can do it, so can you. Maybe it would lead outside. So that's what we do. We also grab a pipe that was stuck here, just in case. Going inside feels like you're crawling out of a womb, which is intentional considering the themes of this game. It's not just someone's fetish, I think. Henry wakes up on an escalator. I guess he passed out while he was crawling in the hole.
What the hell?
We finally get a traditional third-person view. And somehow we have a map of this place. Unlike the previous games, you don't need to find maps for each location. You just automatically have every map ever. Walking around for a bit, we meet the lady we saw from our window. Her name is Cynthia.
It's Cynthia.
And she really likes to do a lot of hand motions. Look at this. She thinks this is all a dream, so she doesn't mind offering us a special favor if we help her get out of here.
I want to get out of here, but I can't find the exit. Say, will you help me find it? I'm kinda scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later. It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Henry is so charismatic. After walking for like 20 seconds, she suddenly starts to feel bad and runs to the bathroom. Henry is a good boy, so he waits for her outside. but she doesn't come out. Instead, a dog creature flies out, and 2 other dogs appear and suck him dry. Their tongues are like a drinking straw. They literally drink the dog. Henry is like, oh come on, why do I have to deal with this shit? Let's talk about the gameplay for a bit. You can see your health bar now. By holding the attack button, you can fill this circle to initiate a charged and more powerful attack. For the first time in the series, you can dodge enemies' attacks. No, Homecoming wasn't the game to introduce a dodging mechanic to the franchise, it was this game. Okay, technically you could dodge in Silent Hill 1 by hopping backwards. There's barely any guns this time around, but there are a lot more melee weapons. There's golf clubs, hatchets, knives, even a can of bug spray. Weapons that you find that aren't the pipe that you have are usually stronger, but they can break. Though I've been using this baseball bat for half of the game and that thing never broke. Maybe it's a bug. Either that or my grip is super tight. You don't have a flashlight this time, but it's almost never dark, so it doesn't matter. There's also no radio this time around, so you can't know if monsters are nearby or not. Well, you can, because they're quite loud. The only radio is the one at the apartment. So those are some minor changes. The big one is the inventory. You have a limited inventory now, but it doesn't work like you might expect. You can carry quite a lot of items at the same time, but you can't put them down like in Resident Evil 0, or discard them like in any other RE game, meaning that if you pick something up, you're stuck with it. The only way to remove it is to use it, if it's something like a healing item, or break it, if it's a breakable weapon. But what if you don't need to heal? Or what if there aren't any enemies nearby that can help you break your weapon under heads? Well then, you're fucked I guess. At least for a while. As you progress, you'll come across more holes. These will take you back to your apartment. In the living room, there's a magical item chest that can store an infinite amount of items. Yes, it works exactly like the magical box from Resident Evil. The only exception is that this box only appears here, in your apartment. So every time you pick up something that you don't currently need, you have to go back here, place the items in the box, then go back outside and continue playing. It can disrupt the pacing of the game. It could have been better if you could find more boxes like this along the way, and not have to come back here every time. But I guess they didn't want to completely copy from Resident Evil. After killing the dogs, Henry goes inside of the bathroom, but Cynthia is nowhere to be found. Instead, he finds a big hole, just like the one he used to get here. He crawls inside and wakes up back at the apartment. At first he thinks it was all a dream.
What? Another dream? But it seems so real. Or could it be? Was I really inside that woman's dream? Oh, that's just stupid. What am I thinking?
Yeah, it was real.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me!
We go to the living room, but something's different. Somehow, the furniture was moved. While putting it back, Henry notices something. There's a tiny hole in the wall. Right next to it is some kind of text. It seems that someone was also trapped here, like us. Most likely, it's the person we play in the nightmare sequence. Whoever it was, he was trying to get out by digging a hole. But it wouldn't go any further, like some kind of supernatural force was stopping it. Oh well, at least we can see what our neighbors are up to. It's Eileen. Ooh. No, stop being a pervert. For now you can spy on her as much as you want. If you're a creep. She has a familiar looking bunny. Man, this spying on women stuff is boring. Is that what they do all day? Just sit on the bed and... Is she looking at me? Can she see me? She's totally checking me out. There's a gun next to the peephole. Or at least there should be, but for whatever reason it's invisible. Maybe it's a problem with the GOG version? Yeah, this game isn't on Steam. Thankfully, I already knew it was here, so I picked it up. Somehow I remembered about it, even though I haven't played this game in over a decade. But first-time players might miss it, because the game isn't showing it. One more thing, your health regenerates whenever you return here. The game really makes you feel that, yes, this is your safe space. You can heal yourself here, which allows you to save a lot of healing items. You can save your game, examine your items, take a break from all of the madness on the outside, and just generally feel safe. Very relatable stuff. Enjoy it while you can. There's not much else to do, so we head back to the subway. The first thing we see is a mannequin that looks like Cynthia. Did someone make this, or is it really her? It offers us some tokens, so we take it. What? Just because it looks creepy doesn't mean I'm not gonna take money from it. There's more bad doggies along the way, and also this worm thing. It doesn't do anything. It will not attack you, but you can attack it. You can't kill it, but you can make it bleed and squirm. This isn't a random creature though, at least I don't think so. It represents a big ol' umbilical cord, which connects all of the other worlds to each other. It will make sense later, trust me. We use the tokens to get down to the platforms, and we're introduced to the ghosts. When you saw that ghost in the beginning, maybe you thought to yourself, wow, it looks really creepy and unsettling. This enemy type is probably one of the best in the game. This is exactly what Silent Hill needed. Wow! Yes, you are probably this excited. Well, I'm going to burst your big fat bubble and say that no. 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 They are one of the worst enemies in the game. In any game. When you know how to deal with them, they're not so bad, but they're still bad. They have a grab attack, but that almost never got me. No, the real pain in the butthole is their area of effect attack, which is always active. It's more like an AoE aura, meaning that whenever they're close to you, you get damage. And they will always get close to you, because they can fly pretty quickly, and they can phase through walls, and they can follow you to different locations. The only way to defend against it is by equipping these special medallions. They act like a shield against their supernatural bullshit, but they will eventually break, and there aren't that many lying around. You might say, but Armin, why won't you just kill them quickly? That way you won't need to deal with this annoying attack. Oh ho ho, my sweet, sweet child. That's all well and good, it's great, but you see, the problem is that you can't kill them. You can hit them as much as you want, but they will always come back. There's only one special way to at least disable them, but I'll explain that when we get to the super ghosts. Yes, there are ghosts that are even more annoying than the regular ones. We're also introduced to these wall fuckers who make tiger noises. These fine gentlemen are annoying as fuck. They fling you around like you're some tennis ball, and they prevent you from passing. You can try hitting them before they hit you, or intentionally let them hit you and hope they will throw you to where you need to go. Hitting them is quite easy when you get the hang of it. You can even stun like them, but they can still get you because the hitbox is not good. No. Look at this shit. We need to go back to the story, so I'll complain more about the enemies later, but goddamn this is bad. Eventually, we find Cynthia, locked up in some train. The doors are locked. In order to unlock them, we need to find a different way inside of the train, and navigate its fleshy floor? Yeah, this is made out of skin. Nice. We find a button. Henry pushes it, and the doors are open. Finally, we're reunited. Now let's get the hell out of here. And she's gone. Again.
Cynthia?
Why are you running away all of the time? Is Henry really that much of a beta male? What about that special favor? Worry not. because shortly after we hear her voice again. She claims she found the exit, but also warns us about him. I don't know who him is, but he sounds like a nice guy. Henry goes up to meet with her, and on the way finds all of her stuff lying on the floor. Her purse, her makeup. Even though she wasn't carrying any of it when they met, the only way we can go is through this door. But before opening it, the game forces us to take this plate that's stuck on the door. And as you will soon find out, every time we find a plate, something bad is going to happen. Something like this.
Are you okay?
You see a woman lying on the floor, covered in scars and blood, and you just ask, "Are you okay?" Yeah, she looks fine. This is actually quite harrowing, not only because it's sad seeing a woman die so horribly, but the fact that she still thinks this is all a dream makes her death hit that much harder. Leave it to Silent Hill to make us feel something about the character we just met.
It's okay. It's just a dream.
As Henry lays her down, we see numbers carved on her chest. 1, 6, 1, 2, 1. Get used to those. Someone clearly murdered her. She was talking about him. Whoever it is, he's the killer. But now it's time to wake up.
Cynthia? Man, what's that noise out there?
For some goddamn reason, it takes him an hour to get out of bed. Even after clearly showing interest in whatever's going on outside, Henry approaches the window and sees a police car and an ambulance next to the subway entrance. And we were just in a subway, where we found Cynthia. Even if we were in some kind of dream, nightmare reality, it's clear that whatever happens there affects our normal reality. If you die there, you die in real life. Spooky. Thanks to the radio, we can hear what the people outside are saying, and one of them seems to recognize these weird numbers. I'm sure that's the only reason he was looking at her chest. If we peek into the hallway, we'll see that a new hand appeared on the wall. This will happen each time someone dies. Every now and then, we'll find notes at different parts of the apartment. The red ones were written by the last person who lived here. The one that was presumably killed at the beginning of the game. He was a journalist and he's been investigating the Order, the fucked up cult from Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. According to him, the cult is no more. It's gone. I guess when they discovered that one teenager was enough to kill their god, they just collectively said, "Fuck it, I'm out."
Looks like God didn't make it.
So anytime we go through the hall, in our bathroom, it will lead us to more and more dangerous locations. Which is dangerous, yet we can't stay here, because we'll starve to death, so we don't really have a choice. We have to go inside. Which is exactly what I said every time I came to work at my job. Also, the hall got bigger, which is probably more convenient for Henry. There's more room to crawl inside. This time, we wake up in the woods, but it's not just some random forest. This is where we can find an orphanage, known as Wish House. Sounds normal, right? Just a normal orphanage for little kids. Well, this place is located near Silent Hill, so it can't really be normal. It's not possible. The orphanage is actually controlled by the Order. We even find their symbol, the one we saw in the previous game, but forget about that now. Look at this weirdo.
They used to collect orphans and did things to them. kinda gives you the chills, huh? Yeah, gives me the chills. There was another guy here before, a real nosy guy, but I was the one who found the stone first.
Okay. The name of this goofball is Jasper. In the beginning of this area, we can find his car. He left a note inside saying that he wants to meet the devil. That's a bit odd. He also wrote about him being thirsty. Progressing through this area, we find strange writings, which Henry can't read. It seems they are incomprehensible, and I think they're written in blood. So that's reassuring. We also find a little kid. Every time I play this, I always think that it's a cutscene, because of how it's framed. But no, it's still gameplay. Wait for it. Okay, now it's a cutscene. Henry tries talking to the boy, but he's too shy. The weirdo shows up and starts babbling about some kind of revelation, and that something big is going to happen. Look at his shirt. It's the god from the first game, the Incubus. What? Did the Order start selling merch?
Finally, it's gonna happen!
Yeah, I would run away too. Supposedly, he's expecting something important to happen, but for now, he's just standing near the entrance of the orphanage. The door is locked, but he says that he'll give us something special in exchange for something else.
I could let you have it, but not for free.
Earlier, there was a note about him being thirsty. You're supposed to go back to your house and give him your last carton of milk. The last one. Here, take it. It's not like I'm running out of food or anything.
Oh man, that was awesome. Here, take this. There's something written on it.
You motherfucker. You drank my milk just to give me a tiny shovel? At least put it in my hand. Why are you throwing it on the ground like a savage? Henry uses the shovel to dig a hole under this tree hand, which gives us a key. Wander for eternity? Pfft, that's stupid. Whatever, I'm gonna go open the orphanage now. Hey, why is my screen all foggy? Why am I repeating this section over and over again? It's like I'm wandering here for eternity. Oh, so yeah, as long as you have this key, you'll be stuck in an endless loop. It's actually kind of a clever puzzle. We need to find a hole, go back to our place and put the key in the box, go back to the orphanage, go back through a different hole, and then retrieve the key. Simple. When I first played this as a kid, I actually thought the game was bugged. No matter what I tried, it just didn't work. I was stuck. I started a new game, got to this point again, and of course, I was still stuck. So instead of figuring it out, or maybe looking at a walkthrough, I came to the conclusion that it was probably a problem with my PC. I even remember going to a friend's house and trying to play there. I started a new game, got to this part again, and it worked. I managed to get through. No, I'm kidding, I was still stuck. I was flabbergasted. Eventually I somehow figured it out. I probably just read the clue again, like I should have done in the beginning.
Oh, that's just stupid.
Using the key, we open the door to the orphanage. Inside, we find a note asking about Alessa and Walter. It's probably from Dahlia. Did you miss her?
Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
And Walter was the name on our door. We find another plate. Again, anytime you see one of these, it means something bad is going to happen. Something like seeing a person burned to death. Jasper is burning alive, which is probably not fun. It's not cool.
You're being cringe again.
He's literally about to die, but he seems kind of happy about it.
I finally met him! The one the nosy guy talked about! The devil!
Just like with Cynthia, numbers are carved on his body. We wake up at the apartment again, the radio turns on, and we hear a news report. Jasper is dead in real life. Because of the numbers found on his and Cynthia's bodies, the police suspects these killings are connected to a Walter Sullivan case from 10 years ago. Something like this has happened before. For now, all we know is that another person died right in front of us. We couldn't do anything. All of this could have been avoided if I just didn't give him my milk. Henry is quite sad about what happened, but there's no time to think about it, because
you've got mail.
It's another red note. It confirms that a man named Walter Sullivan is the killer. Probably the same Walter that's on the door. Is he the one telling us not to go out? In Silent Hill 2, there was an article written about him. We can find it in the trash. It talks about how he murdered some people, including kids. It also states that he offed himself after being arrested. You can even find his grave in Silent Hill 2. So, how is he killing people now? Does he have a copycat? Ooh, mystery.
What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan.
Also, the journalist who lived in the apartment before Henry, his name is Joseph, and he was mentioned in Silent Hill 3. There's an article he wrote about the orphanage, which also appears in SH4. Wow, I didn't remember there were so many things that foreshadowed the events of this game. I don't know if Team Silent actually planned ahead, or if they just took these random pieces of information and made a whole game around them. Well, time to shove myself into a big ass hole and wake up in a monster-infested nightmare. Oh golly, I'm so happy. This is gonna be great. Why can't I hear children's voices? They're probably just playing Half-Life 2, or Doom 3, or Metal Gear Solid 3, or whatever came out in 2004. Silly children. Welcome to the water prison. Why is it called the water prison, you ask? It's actually quite simple. It's because the Order put children in prison cells for misbehaving. And there's lots of water here, since everything is leaking, which caused some kids to drown. They spied on them through these peepholes, kind of like how Henry is spying on his neighbors. The game doesn't actually go deep into the spying aspect. It doesn't really explore it, but it's still very prevalent. There's also disgusting leeches everywhere, totally normal stuff. A lot of people swear that this game is the scariest in the franchise. For the most part, I disagree with that statement. I still think Silent Hill 3 is the scariest. And then probably Silent Hill 1. When you're inside your apartment, yeah, it's super spooky the first time you play it.
Help me! There's something wrong with this room! Help! Let me out of here!
Is anybody home?
No.
When you're outside though, most of the time it's more annoying than scary, because of the lackluster enemies. But, if we're talking specifically about this level, yeah, it's one of the scariest places in the whole series. The atmosphere is foreboding. Even though this place is supposedly abandoned, you constantly feel like you're being watched. It's even creepier when you realize that you're somewhere millions of miles in the air. The previous levels were strange, but at least they were realistic and grounded. It was just a subway and a forest. On the other hand, this place feels like a fortress up in the sky. It's surrounded by what seems like an infinite amount of water. You're stranded here. But what makes this place truly terrifying is this double-headed baby-faced creature. Yeah, I know you've been waiting for this one. This is where we meet the most iconic enemy of the game, and one of the creepiest enemies ever. The twin victims. They walk on their hands and make disturbing noises, and just how they look, ugh, so creepy. I love it. Also, they really like pointing at you, like they're blaming you for something. Stop it, it wasn't my fault, No! Remember how Walter killed some children? They were brother and sister. This creature represents them. Also these gross plant things, it's implied that these are the children that were imprisoned here. What's left of them. Or at least that's what I think. This is a little bleak. They were locked up in here and peed in their pants. That's even bleaker. I can't open it very wide. Lol. The other notable creature is this guy. He's locked up and asks us to help him. He's kind of afraid of Walter.
He's gonna kill me! Walter's gonna kill me! He's gonna kill me!
Fine, I'll help you out, you crybaby, you fucker. The main puzzle of this section is finding your way to the very bottom of this hellhole. For that, you need to jump into actual holes. Just like James.
I'm kind of lost.
Bonus points if you get jump scared by this lovely abomination. But me, no. I wasn't jump scared. First you need to go to where the adults looked at the children, which is not creepy at all. Here you need to rotate the whole structure, which somehow unlocks the door so this guy can get out now. There's a bloody bed on each floor. When you align them on top of each other, the holes align as well, which will allow us to jump through all of them and reach our destination. After completing the puzzle, we see the man and the boy we met at the forest. He's mumbling something, we can't really understand him.
Walter, I'm telling you everything. Walk away.
The child thinks he's weird and leaves. Henry asks him about the boy, and he tells him the boy's name, Walter Sullivan. But that's the killer's name. Is that little boy the killer? Nah, children can't be killers. How can you be a killer before you're old enough to drink? We jump into all of the holes we aligned and go deeper and deeper, until eventually we find a plate. Get ready! Yep, the guy we just talked to is dead. Maybe that child really is the killer. I'm gonna call him Walter Jr. You know the shtick by now. Wake up after seeing a dead person with numbers. Go back inside the hole. Just a normal Monday. Before heading out though, we eavesdrop on our neighbors. They're actually concerned about us. I thought no one cared about me.
How's it going with room 302?
Well, I just tried to open it up, but it looks like something's blocking it from the inside. Anyway, it's not the first time.
You mean the guy who lived here before?
And it wasn't just him either. There's something wrong with his whole apartment.
Don't say that. You're scaring me.
By the way, this lovely gentleman is the superintendent of the building. His name is Frank Sunderland, father of James Sunderland. I'm not sure why he needed to be his father. It doesn't add anything to the story. He easily could have been just a random old guy. I guess Team Silent are trying to show us that even though the plot is different, all of the games are connected in some way. They're in the same universe. But they already established it with the newspaper about Walter in SH2 and the article in SH3. Maybe they just wanted to reference our favorite horny amnesiac. I don't blame them.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
He does say something kind of strange, kind of bizarre.
The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room. Lately it's started to smell terrible.
Huh? Umbilical cord?
Well, I forget I said anything.
Yeah, okay. I guess he is James's father. He's also a weirdo. Apparently he keeps an umbilical cord in a box. I know that people like to collect random crap, but this is a bit much. Stick to Funko Pops or something.
Don't worry about it too much. There are a lot of strange things in this world.
Side note, in general, there's a lot of characters here compared to the other games, which had like 5 or 6 total. Here, there's like 10. Even more if you count all of the named victims. But unlike the previous games, most of these characters aren't very deep or interesting. For the most part, it's quantity over quality. They're not exactly memorable. They're here to make the world around you feel more populated and alive while you're stuck in your isolation. Also, the hole is even bigger now. Well, let's go. Henry wakes up on some kind of building. Everything seems kind of normal so far, but that's not gonna last long. Immediately we can see that something is off by looking at the environment. The architecture doesn't make sense. Why is there a door above us? Did we fall from here? There's also some creatures jumping above us, so that's a bit concerning. A bit alarming. I wonder what that was. Monkey people with 2 faces? I don't have time for this monkey business. I hope nothing stupid happens in the next few seconds.
Ouch! Damn it.
You fall from God knows where, somehow you didn't die, and all you have to say is, ouch, damn it. What?
Ouch! Damn it. Ouch! Damn it. Ouch! 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 Damn it.
He's not even hurt, what the fuck? If you use the people long enough, you can actually see him a couple of times. We don't know if he actually cares about our well-being, but he was at least curious about our situation.
Everything looks pretty normal to me. The guy who lives here, what's he like anyway?
I know his name and face, but that's about it.
Well, I'm gonna go call the super.
Yeah, good idea.
It's one of our neighbors, and he's not the most pleasant person. For some reason he doesn't shake Henry's hand when they introduce themselves to each other. Henry was just being polite, come on. Nice guys always finish last. At least he's on our side. Also his name is Richard Braintree. Braintree? Is that a real name or the developers were trolling?
I'm Richard Braintree. Ouch!
Anyway, he comes to the conclusion that there's something wrong with the whole apartment building. Not just Henry's apartment, since Richard is here too. He also tells us about Joseph, the one who lived in Henry's room before him. Apparently, one day he suddenly disappeared. But before that happened, he locked himself in the apartment and wouldn't come out. Sounds familiar? Yeah, we know what really happened to him. He didn't lock himself up. He was trapped, just like us. We saw the final moments of his life and what eventually became of the apartment. It seems like he died, but we are getting notes from him. Did he survive somehow? Is he hiding somewhere? Okay, stop asking questions and just watch the video. Not a lot happens in this level. There's some elevators, some shops, some weird places. While using an elevator, Henry spots Richard talking to Walter Jr., who somehow keeps appearing wherever we go. Apparently, he recognizes him, but Walter runs away. He likes to do that. Other than that, not much happens. There is one puzzle that is quite simple, but I really liked it. There's a door locked with a password. In the same location, there's a note that mentions how the password was changed to the last 4 digits of the phone number of this bar. But you don't know the phone number. How do you figure it out? By going back to your place, looking outside, and spotting the number on the billboard. That's a cool puzzle. It almost feels meta. You could see this billboard from the beginning of the game, but it wasn't relevant up until now. Oh, and if you actually call the number, you get this deep, amazing, thought-provoking conversation with some ghosts. Truly inspiring.
You can love someone deep inside your heart, and there is nothing wrong with it. If a lot of people love each other, the world would be a better place to live. Thanks a lot, bye.
And don't ask me how the phone is working when the cable is cut. Let me check my peephole before heading out again. Better check on your neighbor soon. Okay, I'll check. Wait, which one? Eileen isn't home. The other neighbors seem fine. Even Richard is here. Wait, he's home? How? Maybe he also has a hole in his bathroom?
Ouch!
Heading back outside, we input the code and unlock the door. But then we hear a scream from the darkness above. Oh, come on, what now? This part reminds me of the long staircase that we got in MGS1. And it's annoying here too. You're climbing a million stairs while being chased by the Goofy Ghost Squad, or GGS for short. At the very top, we find an out-of-place door. It's from our very own apartment building, room 207.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207.
And of course, there's another plate. Oh boy, here we go again. Just like always, someone dies in front of us. There's numbers on their body, and we're powerless to stop it. This death is especially gruesome. Also, Walter Jr. is here. Oh wait, now he's not. Before dying, Richard tries to warn us that Walter Jr. isn't really a kid. He tries to tell us about a specific sacrifice with a specific number. But it's kind of hard for him to elaborate while he's being electrocuted to death. Come on man, I can't understand you. Try harder. Stop being selfish. If you're like me, the first thing you'll do, out of curiosity, is try looking at his apartment now that he's dead. If we do it, we can see someone pointing at Eileen's place. We should probably go check on her. Look at this dude. Look at him go. He's so excited for some reason. Okay, let's see if she's okay. Oh, she's all dressed up. Probably going to that party she mentioned.
Hope my luck changes before the party.
Well, okay, she looks fine to me. Why are you worrying me like that? Strange man who points his finger at other apartments? You think you've seen this pattern before? You've seen it like 50 times already. This time, Henry wakes up in his own apartment building, but as you can tell, something is a little off. The walls are a bit too red and flashy. I mean, it looks kind of cool. I would live here. A strange man is knocking on Eileen's door. And now that kid too. Wait, he's knocking on my door. I've got a bad feeling about this. Come here, you little shit. Oh, he disappeared. That's cool. Why can't I pick up this note? Going to apartment 301, we find a red paper. There's nothing written on it, but for whatever reason, Henry wants to put it under his own door. Why would you randomly want to do that? Just because other people do it to you, doesn't mean you have to do it to yourself. Also, that guy that lived in Henry's apartment before him apparently had a great porn magazine, and he gave it to the owner of the house we're in now. A real connoisseur. Even Henry is impressed. Henry puts the paper under his door and goes back inside. Now we can pick up the notes from the inside and actually read them, because that's how that works. It tells us about how, after Walter offed himself in prison, a new victim with numbers was discovered. This happened 4 years ago, and the police were convinced it was a copycat. It also tells us that the numbers aren't random. All of them ended with 21, but the 1 in the middle is actually a slash, meaning there's going to be 21 victims in total. So, okay, this is what we know so far. Unless you played the game already and you know everything, 10 years ago, Walter killed 10 victims, then died in prison. 4 years ago, the police discovered victim number 12, and now, in the span of 1 day, I'm assuming it's 1 day, we got victim number 16, 17, 18, and 19. This was a long process that took many years, but now he decided to speed things up. But if he died 10 years ago, how is he killing everyone now? Did he come back somehow? Is it really the kid whose name is also Walter? Or is it a copycat, like the police are saying? If so, that's probably a big Walter fan. Should have picked a different Walter. Okay, this one is bad too. Ah, damn it. How am I supposed to clean this up? I can't even go out and buy supplies. Maybe this weird guy who was knocking on Eileen's door can help us.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
It might seem like a nice gesture, but whatever you do, do not take the doll. Never take the doll. It will bring literal ghosts to your house. You'll see what I mean soon. This person seems really nice, but clearly there's something wrong with him. He has blood on his hands and face, he was suspiciously knocking on Eileen's door, and he was the one pointing at her apartment earlier. Like he's trying to say that she's the next victim or something. Well, at least we're safe. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. This is Walter. Somehow he's alive, and it seems like he's in total control of whatever's going on here. At least he washed his face. It's not bloody. Everything that's happened up until now, and everything that will happen, is all because of him. You can piece all of this information if you read all of the notes, and it's explained to you pretty blatantly later in the game, but I'm just gonna tell you now. Basically, all of these places, these other worlds, are connected to him. You know how in every Silent Hill game, every fucked up thing that happens comes out of someone's head? Alessa in the first game, James, Angela, and Eddie in the second game, Heather, Claudia, and the baby demon fetus in the third one. Well, this time it's coming out of this asshole. These places are twisted versions of places from his life. He was abandoned at birth, and grew up at the orphanage we passed by. You know, the one with the cult. And the burning dude. The Order was teaching the kids how to be a fucked up cultist, and Walter was one of those kids. At some point, he even met Dahlia. And you know something bad's gonna happen if you meet Dahlia. She's a crazy old hag.
He was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag.
She brainwashed Walter and taught him the 21 Sacraments, which is a ritual where you summon 21 people into these other worlds and kill them. Now, why would he want to do that? He's insane, but there is a reason. I won't get into that right now. Oh, and this is obvious, but each hand represents a victim. For now there are 19. Eileen is about to be number 20. So we should probably go save her, but first let's open random lockers and steal people's mail. Rachel? She's a nurse mentioned in Silent Hill 2, the one who took care of Mary. She had that letter that Laura stole from her.
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
We can go to her apartment and find her hospital uniform. Another thing that connects the games. That's so cool. Oh, and whatever you do, do not use this phone. If you do, you will constantly hear a ringing noise. The ringing will drive you nuts. It will never stop until you finally find a different phone. Here. You expect some kind of big payoff, but no one picks up. I don't know what the point of it was. This was the biggest prank call ever. But at least there's a consolation. We finally find a shotgun. Oh wait, it's fake. There's tons of weapons here, from the entire franchise. But all of them are fake. Fuck you! We hear Eileen struggling with something. She's knocking on the door, but we can't get it open. If we want to help her, we need to find the key to her apartment. But we have no idea where to find it. Well, it's a good thing we got a note telling us that it could be next to our own bed. What? Wow, it's really here. Apparently Joseph dropped it when he lived here. We hurry up and go to her place, but maybe it's already too late. We find her on the floor, with Walter Jr. standing over her. She has numbers on her back, but somehow she's still alive. At first it really seems like this child is the killer somehow, but no, he actually protected her from the big Walter.
Hey, kid. Thanks. Did you find your mommy? This place? It's dangerous. You need to hurry. Get out of here.
She really is a good person. Even when she's basically dying, she still worries about other people. Okay, Henry, get up and go help her out. Oh, he passed out again. Is he just collapsing every time this happens? Waking up at his apartment, Henry sees a couple of ambulances outside, and deduces that they're here for Eileen, which means that unlike all of the previous victims, she's actually alive. For now. Another hand appears, but it's faint compared to the others. For now. There's also something strange on the wall. It looks kind of familiar. I'm sure it's nothing. Well, let's just go inside of the hall again. Where will you take me this time? Huh? It's blocked. Yeah, it always led us to dangerous and fucked up places, but it was our only way out of here. Eileen's hole isn't blocked, but her rabbit has noticed us. No, please don't hurt me. No, Robbie, please don't hurt me. Once again we're trapped here. Our only way out of here has disappeared. All we can do right now is pick up this strange talisman under the door and a note about being afraid of the storage room. Peh, what's so scary about that? You fucking pussy. Here, I'll go check it out. Oh, there's a demonic stain on the wall. Well, everyone leaves stains on the wall. Different stains. It's normal. Using the demonic talisman and the demonic stain makes this happen. A text appears which tells us about how all of these other worlds were created by Walter, and somewhere deep within lies his mother. Whatever that means. Around the text, 4 weird squares appear, with familiar names on them. It's the names of all of the plates we collected. You know, the ominous plates we picked up before someone was brutally murdered? Putting all of them in their place somehow creates another giant hole. Maybe this one will lead to a happier place, like Disneyland, or the beach, or I don't know, where do people go to have fun? Oh, who am I kidding? It's gonna take me to another shitty place.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
The big new hole leads Henry to a hospital. Eileen was taken to a hospital after what happened to her, so we might find her here. Unless she was taken to a different hospital, which would make this a better game, because we would have avoided a really long and annoying escort mission. I'm getting ahead of myself. Waking up, we see... Is he doing what I think he's doing? Oh, he's just shoving his hand inside of a corpse. That's better? If we go back inside, we'll meet the goofiest enemy in the game. It looks spooky, and it's probably the corpse that Walter was playing with. They're called the Patient, and there's a lot of speculation about what they represent. A lot of it seems like complete mumbo-jumbo to me. There's nothing concrete, so I'm gonna give you my 100% totally accurate explanation. Don't fact check this. As we will soon find out, this Walter fellow is kind of, maybe, definitely obsessed with finding his mother. Obsessed is an understatement. If we look at their design, they look like a female with a hole in her stomach. But it also looks like something is trying to get out of their stomach. Something like a baby. In the cutscene, we see him shoving his hand into her body, like he's operating on her. Maybe he was trying to investigate her womb, because that will somehow allow him to understand maternity and feel more connected to his own mother. Oh, something like that? I don't know, it doesn't matter. What does matter is what happens when you hit them. I don't know who came up with the idea of a burping monster, but that person should be the president. The president of the United States of Goofiness. These enemies are so wacky. For some reason, they keep burping as they slide down the stairs. Either this was some kind of oversight by the developers, or they did this on purpose. Don't tell me this has some kind of meaning or symbolism behind it. We finally start exploring this place, and find photos and x-rays of Eileen. Henry, I know she's your neighbor and you like her and all, but come on, you barely know her. Stop acting like she's the love of your life. Walter mentioned she gave him a doll, and since then, he was semi-obsessed with her. That's why all of these photos are here. But more importantly, that's why this is here, the infamous big head of Eileen. No matter what you think about this game, you have to admit how creative and unsettling some of this imagery is. I didn't know what to think the first time I played it. It's kind of uncomfortable. Walter was kind of obsessed with her, but not in a sexual, predator kind of way. More in a, she was very nice to me many years ago and I really appreciate it, but I still try to kill her, kind of a way. You've been watching her the whole game, probably. So now she's watching you. Her eyes will follow Henry wherever he goes. It's like she's taking revenge on him for spying on her, even though it's not actually her. This hallway leads you to a lot of unsettling sights. There's a lot of cool and creepy imagery here. Some of it relates to babies and maternity, while others are just there to freak you out. Nope. Unlike a lot of people, I actually really like this game, but goddamn, it has the record for the most lame and irritating enemies in the franchise. Unkillable ghosts that quickly drain your health without touching you, wall monsters that slap you around, flying bugs, and now sentient wheelchairs? Come on. If you're still wondering if Eileen is alive, then yup, here she is.
Eileen! Eileen, relax!
Whoa. I know Henry is kind of boring, and he's not exactly an alpha male, but you're acting like he's the most disgusting person ever. Chill. Henry explains what's going on, and after some hesitation, she decides to join him. Also, she doesn't really have much choice, considering how banged up she is.
I remember now. I was getting ready to go to my friend's party. The boy protected me from the man with the coat. Okay, take me with you.
You can give her a handbag to use as a weapon, but not the knife, the baseball bat, the golf club, or any of the other 20 weapons you have. After a while, you'll be able to give her other weapons, but for some dumb reason, these weapons take space in Henry's inventory, even though he gave them to Eileen. What? The escort mission. You need to defend her and stay close to her at all times if you want her to survive by the end of all of this. I'll complain about it more later. If you want, you can take her to her own head. Weirdly enough, she doesn't have anything to say about it. I think I would have a thing or two to say if I saw a giant, fucked up version of my head staring at me. All she does is cough. She's like, I don't see anything wrong here. Nope. Henry tries to take her to his hole. Maybe she could be safe at his apartment. But even though he even grabbed her hand, somehow only he manages to teleport back. The way she saw it, Henry suddenly vanished. But now we get to the coolest part of this game. This is brilliant. You come back, but there's something wrong. The room feels more oppressive. The air is heavy. The ceiling fan became the floor fan. And worst of all, the room stopped healing us. This is why you should save all of your healing items from the beginning of the game. You just lost your infinite healing option. Not only does it not heal you, but random hauntings will start appearing around your house. If you get close, you'll take damage. Your only place of comfort, your safe haven, has been turned against you. You'll need to put special candles to take them out. They can be found scattered throughout the levels. You need to do this not only so you could be safe, but also if you don't want to get the worst ending. You even get a note explaining all of this. And what is this sound? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did I do that? If you took that small doll from Walter that I told you not to take, you'll get even more hauntings. Look at this spooky shit. There are some very cool and unique hauntings that, for whatever reason, do not appear on PC, which is a shame.
I'm always watching you. I'm always watching you. I'm always watching you.
like this cool ghost version of Henry that I had to get off of YouTube. Supposedly, it's in the game files and you can make it appear on PC if you use mods. Imagine seeing yourself in your peephole. That would be wild, huh? Go check your peephole just in case. Go on. Go on. Do it. Do it. Do it, you fucking pussy. We explore the hospital together until we reach this door, which somehow takes us back to the beginning of the first ever area of the game. Oh boy, get ready, cause I'm about to complain. A lot. The second half of this game, for the most part, is not very good. It's even bad sometimes. Really bad. It's just a repeat of the same levels. You're literally going to the same places you've been to, but now there's tougher enemies, annoying puzzles, which are more like fetch quests. Each level has an objective, kind of. In the subway, you gotta find a handle to move this train, because it's blocking the way forward. In the forest, you need to find some doll pieces, assemble them on this corpse, which makes it move slightly and fall down to reveal an entry point to the basement. I could have just shoved it myself. Why did I need to find all of these doll parts? In the water prison, you need to steal a key from a ghost, so you can reach this door. Whoa. This isn't gonna be pretty.
Could this be that Silent Hill cult? The place where they kept all those... Wait!
Look, I know I'm supposed to run away and not fight 10 giant monsters with a baseball bat, but hey, I killed them. I killed them all. You okay, Eileen? Yeah, you're fine. Let's go. In the next level, you need to go on a fetch quest, find some items in different locations, and place each of them in specific spots. After that, you can finally proceed to the last section of the game, which is the apartment building again, but it's actually not so bad this time. It's actually where the game picks up the pace, but there's a lot of pain ahead before we get here. I kind of get the appeal of going to the same place and experiencing it from a different perspective. It's the same, but now it's more twisted, so it's not exactly the same. That could be interesting, but first of all, this doesn't really happen here. It's not the same place but different. It's the same place, period. Maybe there's one door that was locked and now it's not locked. There's just more annoying enemies. And second, experiencing a twisted version of a familiar location sounds like the otherworld, right? This game doesn't even have that. Previously, you first got to experience a normal looking place. Sure, it had monsters in there, but there was still a sense of normality. Then you get transported to the otherworld version of the same location, and that's where things really went off the rails. You had this nice, creepy contrast. In Silent Hill 4, you don't get that experience. You don't get to explore the quote-unquote normal places, and then explore the otherworld version of that. Here, you just experience the otherworld version twice, which is not very exciting. Maybe the only real good thing I can say about the second half is that it is cool how you can sometimes see the aftermath of your actions in the first half, like seeing what's left from the orphanage after it burned down. The game didn't even bother to come up with new names for these levels, it just calls it a second time. It knows you're just repeating the same shit. And, on top of all of that, you need to protect Eileen, because this is also an escort mission now. You don't get a game over no matter how much she gets hurt, because she can't die. Somehow. But if she's injured too much, or if you don't stay by her side, you'll get a bad ending. Honestly, if you don't care about the ending and just want to finish the game, I wouldn't blame you for leaving her defenseless. By the way, if she randomly starts babbling about God and other weird stuff, and she looks like she has a lot of ketchup on her, she's pretty much fucked.
And God said, "Thou must return to the wellspring of sin."
I think you can heal her if you put a candle next to her. She looks like Heather did in front of the spooky mirror. It shows that she's becoming possessed. I guess the only good thing about having her around is that somehow she can read the weird stuff that Henry couldn't, so you can get more out of the story.
I can read this writing. It looks like some kind of a diary. Here goes. October 3rd. I played with Bob again. I went even further this time. The writing fades out after that.
But even then, the message is usually cut short. It's either faded away or blurred. These messages basically serve as Walter's diary. He mostly writes about how he wants to see his mommy, which he thinks is Henry's apartment. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, let's make this even more annoying. Remember all of Walter's victims that you couldn't save? Well, they're back, but as super irritating ghosts, even more irritating than usual ghosts. The idea is cool, having the people you couldn't save come back as ghosts to hunt you. On paper, it's awesome. But actually playing it is not awesome. The hot Latino lady turned into Jew on the Grudge for some reason. So much hair. Jasper the dumbass is still on fire. The chubby fellow that drowned has a key that you need. And the neighbor that fell from the sky is also here.
Ouch!
They're all here, and they will piss you off. Oh look, he's falling again. He's a flying ghost, how can he fall?
Ouch!
Wait, he attacks you on foot. I guess he really can't fly. Also, he's lagging. Bad internet connection, I guess. Ha! You idiot! You can't touch me from down there. Stupid ghost. No matter how much you hit them, they will always get back up. You have to use a special sword to pin them down. They will stay down forever. So that's good. But you need a separate sword for each ghost. So that's bad. If you don't have it, well, it sucks to be you. You could use a silver bullet. It's super effective and takes them out in one shot. But you barely find any, and you still need to use the sword because they will get back up eventually. So it's not the most reliable strategy. This is how I feel about all of this. At least if you pin them down, you can look at their stupid faces and ask them, how do you like it now, huh? Do you like it? Wait, you actually do like it? Why? Weirdo. Also, this is something that isn't exclusive to the second half, but it's here that I realized how linear this game is. The previous titles felt a lot more open. There was way more exploration. You could even get lost sometimes. In Silent Hill 4, it's basically a straight line between point A and point B, between the beginning of the level and the end of the level. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about it while I'm in the second half of this game. I want it to be over as quickly as possible. But in general, it kind of sucks. The level design doesn't feel inspired. The levels themselves look cool, but it's clear that most of the creativity went on designing Henry's apartment, and all of the weird wacky shit you can find there. She can't use ladders because she's injured, which means you'll have to leave her whenever you're using one, which will then increase the chances of you getting the bad ending. But it does create this comical scene where you go down a ladder and then see her sprinting in your direction. Look at her go.
Ouch!
If everything I told you about the second half of this game wasn't bad enough, now we have this asshole. Remember Walter? He starts stalking you. He has a gun and a chainsaw now, and... Wait, why does he remind me of someone?
My name is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world.
Oh.
And the human world.
Oh no. Walter starts stalking you in the forest. I noticed that when people talk about stalker enemies in video games, they mention Mr. X, the original nemesis, Jack Baker, Big Booba Basketball Lady, Pyramid Head, who doesn't really actually stalk you, or even the Crawmauler, who was inspired by Pyramid Head. But nobody mentions Walter Sullivan, when he's the definition of a stalker enemy. but I think I know why nobody talks about him. The first reason is that compared to those other games, not a lot of people played Silent Hill 4. But the second reason is he's kind of a shit enemy. He can be super annoying, especially if you want a good ending, which is something I completely gave up on at this point, along with my hopes and dreams. You're trying to complete your objectives and he's just spamming you with bullets. Sometimes the game puts him right in your face. That's great, that's fantastic. Delightful. At least, like Nemesis, you can put him down with enough damage. And it is quite easy to do. He's not dead, and he will definitely come back later, but at least you'll have some peace and quiet for a while. Don't forget to pick up this torch, it's important. So now that I'm done bitching, what the hell is going on in the story? Why are we still here just to suffer? While in the forest, we find definitive proof that Walter met Dahlia.
October 16th. Some important people came today. One of them, it's cut off, I can't read anymore.
She's the one who brainwashed him and made him do all of this crazy shit. She was a crazy old hag.
Crazy old hag is a bit harsh.
We also meet Walter Jr. and he's excited to see his mother.
Well, what about a mom or dad?
Yeah, but I never met him. They left South Ashfield Heights right after I was born. But soon I'll get to see my mom.
Do you know where she is now?
Yeah, of course. Right where I was born. Lots of people tried to stop me, but it's fine now. It says in the scriptures that I'll be with her. I gotta hurry. Mom's waiting.
Later in the building world, Walter Jr. is arguing with Big Walter. And then he kidnaps himself?
Well, let's go and see Mother.
Let me go, that hurts!
Damn!
After that, and after completing all of our objectives, we face off against the first boss of the game. Yeah, there were no boss fights up until now. They behave pretty much exactly the same as the wolffuckers in the subway station, though these ones remind me of Valtiel from SH3. But it's probably not him, he's too busy not babysitting God. In order to win, we need to figure out which one of these lovely creatures is the main boss. And to do so, we need to hit every single one of them. You'll know you have the right one when you see that everyone takes damage at the same time. After enough hits, they all die and the door is unlocked. What follows is a long descent into the core of this whole place. This place is the spiral staircase. It connects all of the other worlds together. It starts out being bright and foggy, not too ominous, but the lower we go, the more dark and foreboding it becomes, with creepy images that are related to Walter scattered about. Eventually, it leads us to room 302, our apartment? Before entering, we can read a diary left by James's father, because for some reason everyone loves to write diaries and just leave them on the floor. Apparently he saw Walter at the apartment building 10 years ago. He was carrying some strange tools, a bowl, and a bag of blood. The kind of stuff you take to work after you don't get that raise they promised you. Walter disappeared shortly after, but since then, people kept hearing strange noises from room 302. We enter, and this is actually one of my favorite parts of this game. For the first time ever, we get a chance to walk around in our home with a first-person perspective. Only, this isn't exactly our house, it's a past version of it, like it's stuck in time. This is when the previous tenant lived here, Joseph. He was in the same situation as Henry, and at this point, pretty much figured out what's going on. Walter's backstory, the 21 sacraments, how this whole ritual is basically a lie and is actually supposed to bring about the devil.
The devil!
AKA the cold's god, which we killed twice at this point. He also discovered how to effectively deal with the ghosts invading his property. The whole place is filled with candles to combat the hauntings. Because he was locked up in here, all he could do was document his findings. We can enter his, our, bedroom. This is where he used a pink typewriter to write tons of notes, the ones he's been sending us all of this time. He figured that if he's going to die here, he might as well help out the next victim. By far the most important note is this one. Henry doesn't know it yet, but it basically explains how to defeat the final boss. I'll explain when we get there. It also tells him to shove Walter's umbilical cord into his true body. Whatever that means. If you'll remember, James's father has the umbilical cord, cause he's a weirdo just like his son. At least he doesn't shove his hands into toilets.
Huh? Umbilical cord?
Forget I said anything.
What we actually need to do is go back to the living room, and then this happens. I love this cutscene.
It's him!
You've done well to make it this far. Let me tell you something about him, Walter Sullivan. When he was a little boy, he began to believe that my apartment was actually his birth mother. He decided to free her from the stains and corruption of this world. At the orphanage, he learned of the 21 sacraments, the only way to purify her.
The goofy head on the ceiling is Joseph. Either it's really him, his spirit, or it's a part of him that he left behind somehow. Kind of like a recording. He tells him about Walter, the 21 sacraments, how Henry has to kill Walter if he wants to save Eileen and himself.
If not, wherever you run, he will catch you. Find him. His true location. It must be nearby. You must kill him. You must kill him.
Each victim has a title. For Eileen, it's the Mother Reborn, because her sacrifice will supposedly help reborn Walter's mother. For Henry, it's the Receiver of Wisdom, probably because he's literally receiving wisdom at this very moment.
Number 20. The Mother Reborn. Number 21. The Receiver of Wisdom.
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus.
Joseph also explains that because Walter had a childlike desire to see his mother, he was literally split in two. The innocent kid version and the psychopath adult version.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
During this lovely conversation, we notice a cracked wall with a pickaxe. If we take the pickaxe and use it on the same wall back at our house, this happens. Yes, this is Walter, the real one. Remember how he supposedly died in prison? Nah, he died here. The kid and adult versions of him are just spirits, a manifestation of his desire to achieve his goal and reunite with his mother. They only exist in the otherworld, but this Jesus wannabe, this is actually him. It's what's left of him in the real world after he offed himself. He's the 11th sacrifice. Meaning this fucking creep was here the entire time. Hanging around here. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'm sorry. But seriously, this is legitimately creepy. I remember how my mind was blown the first time I played this back in the day. This is one of those moments that make me think, maybe this isn't just a tedious and boring game. Maybe it's super creative and genuinely creepy, even more than the other games sometimes. It's one of the moments that remind me why I actually love this game. Again, it's all about the titular room. It's great. Is this Pyramid Head's knife? If we look outside, our neighbors are nowhere to be found. Like they all disappeared. Something crazy is about to happen in this building. But forget all of that now. While examining Walter's stinky body, we find the most important item in the whole game. Something we didn't know existed, but we've been wanting to find from the very beginning. The keys of liberation. Henry says they're evil looking. What does that even mean? They look like normal keys. Why are they so important? Because... Yes, Henry is finally free. But oh wait, Walter's otherworld has invaded the real world building. Eileen is also here somehow.
Eileen?
This is where we encounter a more dangerous version of the twin victims. They're a bit tougher, hit harder, and they have a head as a dick. Does it open its mouth when they need to pee? They're called the Bottom. I wonder why. Supposedly they represent Walter's hatred for his parents abandoning him. Eileen was clearly a lost cause at this point. She started talking gibberish. The game implies that she's becoming possessed, but I think she's just tired. I always say weird stuff when I'm tired. If you haven't pinned down the ghosts of the victims in the previous levels, they will chase after you here. Our neighbor that was killed by an electric chair will attack us next to that chair. We hear young Walter's voice, calling for his dad. Finally, he's not just yapping about his mother. Shortly after, we find a sketchbook. It seems like Walter tried to draw his father, but he doesn't know what his face looks like. He probably didn't feel the same warm connection with him, like he did with his mother. We also find the superintendent's room, but now it's locked with chains, just like it was for Henry. There's something melancholic about this scene.
Melancholic. Melancholic. Melancholic.
There's a kind of calm but sad music in the background. Eileen just stands there, looking at the sketchbook. Walter keeps asking about his dad in the background. You really start feeling bad for him. Yes, he became a monster, but deep down, he's just a child that wants to see his parents. But you also know that you're getting closer to the end of this journey. No matter how relatable his goal is, he's still a psychopath, and it's up to you to stop him. Let's talk about Walter. Yes, it's very goofy that he thinks that an apartment is literally his mother. That sounds dumb as shit. But let's look a little deeper into his character and backstory. Silent Hill 4 doesn't really have sad moments. I mean, yes, there are a few sad moments, but nothing as gut-wrenching as Lisa's transformation from Silent Hill 1, or Mary reading the letter in SH2, or Harry's death in SH3. I think this is the only moment that comes close to it, at least for me, especially when you really stop and think about what Walter was going through as a child. He never knew his parents, he never got the love and warmth that any other normal kid should have. All he wanted was to be with them. The stupid cult used and abused him for their own gain, physically beating him and forcing him to adopt their beliefs. The only glimpse of hope he had in his entire life was that if he completed a certain ritual, the 21 sacraments, he could be reunited with his mother. I guess there isn't a ritual for reuniting with your father. So he spent his entire life trying to achieve that goal. His whole existence revolved around this ritual and his desire to see his mother again. Though, from what I understand, the real reason for why he thinks Henry's apartment is his mother is because of a misunderstanding. You see, when our Lord and Savior, Dahlia Gillespie, approached young Walter at the orphanage, she told him that if he completed the ritual, he could see her. She told him that his mother is just asleep at the apartment, because that's the apartment where they originally lived, where they originally abandoned him. They were the original residents of that place. But somehow, Walter thought she said that his mother is the apartment, while his actual parents are presumably just chilling somewhere, which sounds really dumb when I say it out loud, but hey, he was just a little kid who wanted to see his mommy. He would have believed anything at this point, and that belief, this misunderstanding, shaped him to become the man he is today. An obsessed serial killer who misses his parents. The more I write about it, the more I feel bad for him. He's probably the most tragic antagonist in the whole franchise. He has the most relatable goal. I literally wanted to spend more time with my parents after finishing this game. At the end of the day, Walter is just another victim of the Order. But he's still a lunatic that killed a lot of people and wants to kill us. But wait, there's more. All of these other worlds are his manifestations. Each one represents a pivotal moment from his life. The forest is where the orphanage is, the place he grew up in after being abandoned. The water prison is where Walter was, well, imprisoned, along with other children whenever they acted bad. The victim we meet here, Andrew DeSalvo, was a prison guard, and he did not treat them well. He was kind of abusive, that's why Walter chose him as a victim.
He's gonna kill me! He's gonna kill me! Walter's gonna kill me!
Also, I'm pretty sure this place isn't actually a giant tower with an elevator that can seemingly go up into the heavens. This is just how Walter sees it. The building world represents a building. The reason he kills this guy, Richard Braintree, is because he was aggressive towards Walter as a child. Whenever he came to visit his mother, Richard was mean to him and told him to get lost. Walter saw him and the other tenants as enemies who want to keep him away from his family. So he gave him the death penalty. And the subway, I don't know what it represents. I guess it reminds him how he took the train from the orphanage all the way to our apartment. He would go on these trips as much as possible, just so he could touch our door. And Cynthia is someone who rejected him a long time ago. So I guess he didn't handle it so well. Why is he kind of obsessed with Eileen, you ask? Remember the spooky doll? When she was 5, she was walking with her mother and saw the then 16-year-old Walter sitting next to the building. He was basically homeless at this point. Even though she was just a little girl, Eileen understood that he was going through a tough time and wanted to make him feel better. So she gave him her doll. Pretty much no one showed him any affection in his whole life, so this random act of kindness was something he really cherished. That's why he kept the doll up until now. That can also explain why she feels such a connection towards him, despite not really knowing who he is.
Henry. That boy. I have to help him.
You can find hanging corpses of Walter. Interacting with them plays an audio of his father talking to his mom when they abandoned him.
Oh, shut the hell up! You can't blame it all on me.
Or just him insulting Walter and calling him a stupid crybaby.
Little crybaby.
It seems like the mother didn't really want to leave Walter behind, but their financial problems and her husband's aggressive and abusive nature convinced her otherwise. Clearly his father didn't want him. Man, all of this bullshit could have been avoided if you hadn't abandoned your kid. You fucks. Why you gotta drag my boy Henry into this mess? Also, he said some bad stuff about James's dad. How dare you badmouth his father while being a shitty father yourself? After some backtracking, we find the chains mysteriously gone. Heading inside, we find Walter's umbilical cord. Picking it up causes Henry to see flashbacks of Walter's parents abandoning him.
My head.
At this point, Eileen becomes completely possessed, and basically becomes Walter and starts hitting Henry before running away to search for her mother, Walter's mother, which is Henry's room. Listen, if you want to go back to my place, you should just say so. Also, Henry doesn't chase after her. He gives up after 2 seconds. Dude, she's literally limping. Do you really think she's going to outrun you? I force Henry to go after her, but it's too late. She's gone, and we get a vision of a strange place. A place with a big, spiky, rotating ball. A creepy white monster, and Eileen walking towards them. The sad music is gone. All we hear is a clock ringing over and over. It's almost time for the final showdown. We face off against the last gauntlet of enemies and defeat them. Nothing will stop us now. Killing the last remaining monsters, we approach Walter Jr., but he disappears.
You snotty little brat!
I'm never gonna stop using this voice line. Henry finally returns to his apartment, but of course, it's corrupted, more than ever before.
Hello there.
Henry goes to where Walter's true body was hanging, but it's gone. He's not in the apartment with us. So, where did he go? On the floor, we notice a hole. We've gone through a lot of holes in this game, even more than James, but this one is special. You feel that once you go inside, you won't be able to come back. This is the last hole you will experience. With no other choice, Henry jumps in. He wakes up in a strange, red room, somehow hovering above the floor. He regains his composure and realizes there's nothing here besides corpses on the walls. These are Walter's victims. Okay, I lied. There's another hole, a giant one in the center. So of course we jump inside. It's basically a tradition at this point. And finally, we reach the second and final boss fight. Henry is pissed. This is by far the most emotion he's shown up until now. Even introverts can be dangerous if you push them too far. He's had enough of Walter's bullshit. He notices Eileen, frozen in place in the middle of the arena, above a pool of blood. In the background, Walter Jr. is still calling for his mom.
Hey there, little Walter. Just a little longer now.
Henry, you're it. The last of the 21 sacraments. The final sign. The receiver of wisdom.
This is the moment both Walter and Henry have been waiting for. One of them will die, and the other will finally be free from their own curse. Either Walter will achieve his goal, or Henry will be able to return to his normal life. I'm stretching this out too much. Of course Henry will win, because I'm controlling him, so don't worry about that. At the end of the cutscene, Eileen started walking towards this giant, spiky metal ball. This will always happen, no matter how well you take care of her during the game. But it will determine her speed, meaning that if you protected her and stayed by her side, she will walk very slowly, and you'll be able to defeat Walter before she turns into a bloody protein shake. But if you didn't do that, she's fucked. The more possessed she is, the faster she will go. If you completely ignored her, there's basically no way to save her at this point. You won't be able to defeat the boss fast enough. I tried to kill him as fast as possible, but it was no use. All you can do is watch, until eventually...
Oh man.
In every game, there's always one human boss fight. In the first game, it's Sybil. In the second, it's Eddie. In the third, it's the memory of Alessa. And here, it's Walter White. I mean, Walter Sullivan. Imagine fighting Walter White all of a sudden. That can happen with Silent Hill's magic.
What the hell?
You can't actually hurt him. Yet. Attacking him at this point is a waste of time and resources. Instead, you need to attack the Conjurer. Conjurer? Conjurer. Conjurer. This thing. This creepy, fleshy monster. This is Walter's true form in the otherworld. A manifestation of his corpse, which we found back at the apartment. I think that's what it is. The human form is just a spirit, meant to harass you. Remember the note that explained how to defeat the final boss? It finally becomes useful. You have to use these spears in order to defeat the creature. Only, you can't pull them out yet. You first need to use the umbilical cord on the boss itself. It releases the spears, allowing you to pull them out. Now it's just a matter of taking them and sticking them deep inside of the creature, one by one. The spirit of Walter falls over each time you do it. He can't handle all of this penetration. After stabbing it with all of the spears, the spirit version of Walter becomes vulnerable, and the true fight begins. Dealing with him is fairly simple. Shoot him, whack him, try to avoid his weird wrestling move that he developed. Mechanically speaking, there's nothing special about this fight, but it does feel climactic. Eventually, after enough hits, Walter White, Tommy Wiseau, Kurt Cobain, however you want to call him, falls down, and Henry is free. Yes, finally! Leave my apartment alone! He cries out for his mother before kicking the bucket. His other worlds disappear, along with Walter Jr. His long quest to reach his mother was pointless. At least in this ending.
What a shame.
Sadly, the actual canon ending was removed. There's no UFO ending. In the last one, they even ask you if you're tired of them. I'm not tired of them. I got one of the worst endings. It's called Eileen's death. Shocking, I know. Henry survives. He wakes up in his apartment yet again. But this time, he's in the actual, normal world. Alive and well. He's finally free from Walter's curse and can go back to his normal life. But the same can't be said for Eileen. On the radio, we hear that she was found alive and brought to a hospital. But because she was gravely injured, they couldn't save her in time, and she died. Henry falls to the ground in sadness, and the game ends.
Eileen...
This is sad. The only ending that's even worse is the 21 Sacraments. You will get it if you disrespect women and not take care of your apartment. You know, just like a typical alpha male podcaster. If you don't get rid of most of the hauntings in your apartment and Eileen dies during the final battle, you will get this ending. Even though Henry won the fight, he suddenly suffers from a massive headache, while Walter disappears. We later see the apartment in its corrupted, rusty state, just like it was in the beginning of the game. Both Walters are here, finally reunited with their mother. I guess they're just gonna stay here forever without paying rent. On the radio, we hear how not only Eileen died, but Henry as well. Or at least, they assume it's Henry. He was disfigured so badly that no one could recognize him anymore. Fuck man, that's brutal. Not only that, but apparently Walter killed 5 police officers, and for some reason, Frank Sunderland too. Why? Just because his son liked to touch toilets doesn't mean that he needs to die. On top of that, all of the neighbors went to the hospital because they started suffering from severe chest pains. So Walter didn't just evict Henry out of his own apartment, he did the same to everyone. He got the whole building to himself. Okay, what about the good endings? One of them is called the mother ending. You get it by doing the opposite of what I did. You take good care of Eileen, but not your apartment. Both of them survive, and Henry goes to visit her in the hospital. He even brought flowers. Either they will become a couple and live happily ever after, or she will friend-zone him. She says that she's going back to their apartment building. It then cuts to an ominous view of our apartment. It's hopelessly corrupted, implying that Walter's influence is still lingering in the building. We don't see what happens, but they probably go back, get possessed, and die. I thought this was supposed to be a good ending. Okay, the actual good ending is called Escape. You get it by taking care of her and the apartment. It's exactly the same, only this time she says,
Guess we'll have to find a new place to live, huh?
They're homeless now. But yeah, even though it's not haunted anymore, it's probably better to move to a different place. Anyone who really likes this game will tell you that it's because of the concept, the titular room. Whenever you're there, you're playing in first person, which makes you feel way more claustrophobic. This place is your safe area, your comfort zone. This is where you go to hide from all of the spooky monsters. Kind of like how introverts hide in their house because they don't want to go outside and talk to smelly humans, but in the second half, all of it is taken away from you. This place that once healed you has now begun taking health away from you. The horrors from the outside starts to creep in. You can't hide anymore. It's genius, and there's a lot of secrets and small details that you can find here. This is what makes this game special. And on top of all of that, this place serves as a key component in the plot. The previous owner was a victim of a psychotic serial killer who thinks that your house is his mother. And then you find that very same killer dead in a secret area behind your wall. Everything to do with the room is the best part about this game. This is why people love it. This is why I love it. The mystery of who or what Walter is and why he's doing all of this is also handled really well. It's fun piecing together all of the puzzle pieces and uncovering his backstory. But everything outside of it? At best, it's your standard Silent Hill experience, which is fine, but even that's not accurate. It's way more linear, which removes most of the exploration element these games are known for. Most of the enemies are shit, probably the worst in the series. Yes, even including the Western games. At least they look kind of cool, some of them. By far, the best enemy is the burping cadaver, and it's not just because it's a goofy enemy that makes funny noises. It's one of the few enemies that isn't annoying. The dogs are never fun to fight in any of these games, but they're not too bad. What else we got? Flying bugs? Yeah, I'm sure everyone's excited when they get to fight bugs in video games. It's almost as exciting as it is in real life. Ghosts? We got ghosts, one of the worst enemies in gaming. The only cool thing about them is their creepy design and their backstory, them being the victims of Walter. Possessed wheelchairs? Lame. These wallfuckers? Mega Turbo S. I remember really liking this game, but the more I played it, the less I wanted to keep playing it. I'm being kind of a little very bitchy and extremely harsh towards it, but having said all of that, I don't hate this game. I still like it because the concept is so good, and occasionally there is cool stuff to look at. A lot of creepy and unsettling imagery. The story is insane, unique, and the symbolism is great. The music and sound design is awesome as usual. There are some very spooky noises here. Plus, it's the only Silent Hill game that doesn't take place in Silent Hill. It's a very unique game. The developers clearly wanted to explore new ideas and see just how far they can stretch the Silent Hill concept. Previously I stated that Silent Hill Homecoming was my first Silent Hill and Silent Hill 4 was my second one, but I think I got mixed up. I think Silent Hill 4 was my first one. I'm not sure. My memory is deceiving me. Time is an illusion. It's amazing to think about just how far the survival horror genre has come at this point. From the humble and, let's face it, goofy beginnings of Sweet Home and Alone in the Dark, to the refinement of all of the gameplay elements in Resident Evil, to the integration of psychological horror in gaming with the first Silent Hill, all the way to Silent Hill 4. This weird and inventive game that tried to explore new ideas. Many Resident Evil titles and just many survival horror games came out by this point, and the genre was already past its prime. This was the tipping point, just before the release of Resident Evil 4, which would take this genre into a way more action-oriented direction and change gaming forever. One of my favorite things about this franchise is how every game feels distinct. For example, the classic Resident Evil games are great, but they all feel pretty much the same. You're stuck in a spooky place and there's zombies everywhere. Kill them and find a way out. In Silent Hill though, every game has its own theme and its own look and visual style. Yet all of them manage to instill a sense of isolation within you. You always feel alone, even when you do meet other characters. They usually don't stick around for long, or in the case of SH4, they can get possessed and start spilling some mumbo jumbo. A lot of people seem to dislike Henry, and yeah, I get it. He's just a normie. The most average dude you can find. Mr. Average Normal here. Most of the protagonists were just normal people, but eventually you found out that they at least have some kind of noble goal, or that they might not be as normal as you thought. But Henry is just, Henry. He doesn't have anything special about him, he doesn't have a dark secret, he's just some guy. Which might not be interesting, but I think because of that, he's arguably the most relatable protagonist in the franchise. Come on, don't pretend you're some kind of mystery person with some insane backstory. Most of us are just dudes, or dudettes, or anything in between. We all have our own quirks, but at the end of the day, we're just normal people. Yes, we might play video games so we can escape our normal lives and have some kind of power fantasy or just be in someone else's shoes, someone on a grand mission. But you know what? Sometimes it's okay to play as someone who is just a normie. He's not special, but he's still a good human being, and sometimes that's enough. Despite how I treated her, because fuck this game and its escort mission, Henry really did care for Eileen and was trying to save her. And the same is true for every character he met. You can tell that he's genuinely a good person. And it makes you think that, wow, if he can overcome the ghost of a serial killer who wants to steal his apartment, then maybe I can do it too. And if I can deal with that, then maybe I can deal with all of the other problems I have in my life.
No, you can't.
Oh, you're right. Maybe I should let an insane ghost take my apartment. Paying bills is hard. He can do that for me. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please like and subscribe. Do all of the YouTube stuff. I bet you can tell, but I really like this franchise. It means a lot to me. I can keep yapping about it forever. but I think I'll take a break from it soon. I'll cover some other spooky games, until I eventually decide to make videos about the Western Silent Hill games. They're not that bad, right? No, they're actually fine. Anyway, thanks for watching up until now, and have a great day, or night, or whatever it is for you now. Just have a great something. Okay? Okay.
You snotty little brat!
What are you talking about?
What a dream.